for the question, the stupid question that we have this morning. And in the show emergency, what was the squad number for the paramedics? We have Tyler, whom we are checking in with via Zoom. Yo, Tyler, morning, brother.
Eat my shorts.
Eat my shorts.
All right. Say every day.
Quote the great John Bender.
That's from us, yeah. And then the Simpsons stole it.
All right, dude. What was the squad number for the paramedics on emergency? All right.
Kahlua and cream.
51. Hang on, you bastard. We're going to set you up with a 4-pack of tickets to the Driven to Serve Muscle Car Jeep and Truck Shows. Right up your alley, brother. At Maple Grove Raceway, Saturday, April 26th, over 1,000 modded vehicles, jet cars, monster truck, car crush, track racing, raffles, and more. And it's all for a great cause, benefiting the Travis Manion Foundation, and tickets start just $10. You can learn more at driventoserveshow.com. So thank you very much, Tyler. Hang on there, buddy. We'll get your info and we'll set you up.
Station 51, KMG 365.
Yes! I love that sound.
By the way, you can watch that. That's on MeTV.
Oh, yeah? Nice.
I'll watch an episode now and then. It holds up.
So we're going to start with Meghan Markle. British author Mel Elliott claims that Meghan's canceled Netflix series Pearl bore striking similarities to her earlier children's books about a character named Pearl Power.
Son of a bitch.
Meghan is a feminist who sticks up for other women, so she said, I was disappointed and confused to see how similar Netflix's proposed show Pearl was to my own. Her legal team sent 3 letters to Meghan and Netflix starting in summer 2021, warning that the show might infringe on Elliott's intellectual property, but she says she never received a response. In May of 2022, Netflix canceled Pearl, citing budget cuts, but Elliott believes that her legal action played a role in that.
Wait, this is a TV show, or was this the reality?
Is on Netflix?
No. It was a children's show.
Okay.
So Pearl was an animated program about a little girl who finds inspiration from influential women across history.
Got it.
So she had said, what I really wanted was to have been acknowledged or invited to work as a collaborator. Pearl was my dream project, and now it's going to look like I copied the idea from someone else. But they canceled it, so it doesn't matter. Dick Van Dyke and his wife, Arlene Silver, spoke to People magazine about their enduring 13-year marriage, despite skepticism due to their age gap. So for reference, he's 99 years old. She is 53 years old. She said, or Van Dyke said, everybody said it wouldn't work, to which Silver added, people the same age don't last. And the couple emphasized how well they connect, sharing that we just care about each other so much. Van Dyke recalled their first meeting while speaking with the outlet, saying that he never said hello to a strange girl in his life. He said, but for some reason, I jumped up and I said, hi, I'm Dick. Silver shared how
I've got plenty of
empowering the relationship has been as well, saying that he's made me feel like I can do anything.
Yeah, he's still a man vital. I saw him singing a song from Mary Poppins.
I saw an interview with him
going
just recently, and he's saying, he's like, I'm going to be 100 years old in however many months. And he goes, people ask me how I did it. He said, I have no idea. He's like, I think it's because I sing and dance every day.
Yeah.
So
I got to do more of that then.
Yeah, maybe. But he's a very active guy. He exercises regularly. He takes care of himself. So.
And there was a point in his life where he was a raging alcoholic.
No kidding.
Yes, he was.
Was it
a Dick Van Dyke
like
series
the show?
Post? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. So listen to this story. Will Forte, Nick's close personal friend, just reminded,
son of a bitch.
Reminded, and Steve's jealous of that. Just reminded everyone that not all pranks are worth the laugh, especially when they go way too far. He was on Hot Ones, and he was eating some very spicy wings and recalled what he called an awful memory from his teen years. He said, it's horrible, and you'll see why. And he just started to dive into the cringeworthy story. He said at 14 years old, I can't believe he did this.
Yeah.
He left a fake suicide note on the front door and pretended to be lifeless on the bathroom floor to prank his mother.
No.
Right?
That's actually, no.
Yeah.
That's not a prank.
So he said, hearing her scream, it was the worst. It was the worst thing. Clearly, it's the memory still haunts him. He said he popped up and immediately said, Mom, I'm kidding. But the damage was done.
Oh, my God.
And reflecting on it now, he said, it did teach me, like, oh, not everything is funny. there are things that actually hurt people.
Yeah.
So can you believe
I
that?
couldn't
Wow.
imagine.
Wow.
That's
I
terrifying.
mean, do you go from like, are you immediately relieved or are you pissed?
Pissed and relieved.
I don't even know what your second reaction would be.
When you're
after-
14, you have no concept of what it means to be a parent. And so
Yeah.
he thought that he was being funny. Clearly he wasn't. I'm glad that he has regret and he addressed it. But, like, he didn't have any perspective of what his mom was going through at that moment. He thought he was playing a prank.
But like what Casey is saying, though, you as the parent, like immediately, when they get up, I think I would be enraged.
Yeah.
More so than relieved. I don't think
Well,
relief would have enough time to register with
You
me.
sent someone you love into a panic attack of indescribable severity.
But you guys are thinking about it from the parent perspective, which is totally understandable. I get, but he's describing it from a 14-year-old's perspective.
Right, here's the twofold. It's a two-pronged thing, though. I've done the at the bottom of the steps thing, where you're like, but I didn't write a suicide note.
Yeah, sure.
I didn't write a suicide note.
Yeah. No. So Nick, I know what you're saying, but I'm curious as to how, as a parent, I would my initial reaction would be complete and utter devastation and grief and sadness, and you don't even have time to
does that move on to-
process that, and then
Yep.
What are we going to turn the bedroom into?
I almost maybe wouldn't be mad right away. I think I would
There'd be a sense of
probably
relief.
I would probably drop to my knees.
I get a
and-
man cave.
Yeah.
No, I know what you're saying. I mean,
Yeah.
how would you?
Oh man.
Well, it's an obvious. It's an obvious. At that point, you would perceive yourself as having lost a child.
Yeah.
And I can't think of anything more horrifying.
Wow.
Curse you, Will Forte.
I would be so mad. I would be so.
How long would it take for you to get over it, do you think?
Long time.
A long time.
That
Yeah.
is-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
All right. So
Well, I don't like that Will Forte anymore.
Nice
he was
friend.
40. He was a kid.
All right, I
He was a
like that.
kid.
Nice
He was an
friend,
idiot.
Nick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've reconnected with him a little bit recently. It'd be cool to get him back on the show.
Definitely, especially to ask about that. All right, so we told you yesterday, Mike Goodenoff's perspective on his breakup with Valerie Bertinelli. He said on social media that he was going to say his piece and then move on, not speaking on it again. Well, that lasted a couple days. To be fair to Goodenoff, he was responding to someone who was taking shots at him on social media. And 2 days after speaking out about their split on Instagram, Goodenoff addressed a comment on Threads that said, "She left you, bro." And he broke his silence long enough to respond
That's enough.
to the trolls saying, "I ended the relationship. You tried, though. You really tried."
I think it's always best to respond to comments on social media.
I know,
It'll turn out great all the time. So she left you, bro, is what incited him to
Yeah,
respond.
that was the cause.
That's that broke the straw that broke the camel's back.
Yep. Hollywood stars are used to randos sliding into their DMs, but have you ever heard of it being the other way around? One Tree Hill star, Barbara Allen Woods, revealed on a podcast that's exactly how she ended up with her current boyfriend, Mark Anderson. So as she tells it, Anderson, who would later be a contestant on The Golden Bachelorette, had previously caught her eye in a cameo on The Bachelor. His daughter was on The Bachelor, and at the end of The Bachelor, they go to their hometown. They take the Bachelor home to meet their family. And Mark was there being all cute and dimply, it says, and sweet. And like, who's that guy? Woods looked up on Instagram and DM'd him, and Anderson never responded. In the Bachelor finale, it was announced Anderson would be part of the Golden Bachelorette, at which point she DM'd him again. And that time, the spark caught fire. Anderson eventually left the show in episode 5, but romance was already waiting in the wings.
I remember when the Golden Bachelor premiered, and I watched the first episode. I'm like, oh, these are people who've got it. They're later on in life, and they've got it, and they're past the bull crap of earlier years. No, they descended right into the same crap.
Right into it. That's what they do. So, Dave Bautista has been named honorary deputy sheriff in Hillsborough County, Florida. He was posting on Instagram Sunday, and he said, honorary deputy sheriff of Hillsborough County, Florida. I didn't see that one coming either. He said, Tampa's held a special place in my heart ever since I moved here 20 years ago. Always has, always will. So he's got a badge and the whole deal that they
Do you
gave to
remember
him,
that
so.
series where Steven Seagal, it was a reality show. He was like
Yeah.
he was a deputy, or maybe, I don't know what he was. Maybe he was honorary sheriff, and they went along on ride-alongs with him.
I remember that. And didn't they have one with Shaq, too?
They had
Didn't
one
he
with-
do that?
Shaq legitimately went through the whole program.
Yeah.
I wonder if Steven Seagal did likewise.
Yeah.
I mean, could you imagine that being pulled over by Shaq
No.
or Seagal?
It'd be awesome, actually, if that were the case.
I know you.
Might go driving around just to try to get pulled over. Wow. So the sequel to Ready or Not, which I'm not familiar with Ready or Not, is adding some star power. Sarah Michelle Gellar and Elijah Wood are joining what's being called Ready or Not, Here I Come.
I think this is a horror movie.
Okay, sounds like it. Because it's an ensemble cast. They joined previously announced stars Samara Weaving,
Yes.
Catherine Newton, along with Sean Hattasey, Nestor Carbonell, Kevin Durand, and David Cronenberg.
So this is a very good. The Weaving, the woman you mentioned, that is Mr. Smith from Hugo Weaving's daughter.
Oh, no kidding.
And so she is great in this movie. She marries into a family. Andy McDowell is the mother, and it's this wealthy family. And they basically play this game during the evening. And she's going to marry, is wonderful. Everything seems nice. And the basic conceit is if you lose at the game, then the family is now going to hunt you throughout the house. Ready or Not, Here I Come is basically it. And they're all living in this fear that if she doesn't get sacrificed and killed, something will happen to them.
Okay.
And throughout the movie, I don't want to give it away, but throughout the movie, you're like, why are you guys so panicked about this dumb thing?
Yeah.
And I loved it. I thought it was a lot of fun.
That was the first one?
That was the first one.
Okay.
To be honest, I don't know where they can take the second one, but I'm all in.
All right, sounds cool. The filmmakers, Matt Bertinelli, Olpen, and Tyler Gillette, said, we're thrilled to be returning to the world of Ready or Not with Samara, Brett, and Avery and Andrew. They added that we're excited to work with the immensely talented cast and the incredible artists across every department joining the Ready or Not family. The first movie in the horror franchise starred Weaving as a bride who finds out her new family's wedding night ritual involves a murderous game being played. And plot details about the sequel are so far under wraps on that.
I'm going to encourage you to watch that. I'm also going to try to convince you to watch the movie Companion.
That is on my list of. You told me it was great. It's finally out on on Max
for free.
now.
Yeah.
So I am definitely going to watch it because she's great.
She is amazing in this movie.
I forgot the
Is that a
actress's
scary
name.
movie?
What's that?
Is that a scary one?
It involves. I mean, they give it away in the poster where
Looks
she is
creepy.
basically a programmed companion quasi-sex robot that is unaware of that. And you think it's going to go one way, and it takes a turn, and I loved it. And her performance is amazing.
Yeah, Sophie Thatcher is her name. I know her from Yellow Jacket. She plays Kathy. She plays Natalie in Yellow Jacket.
yeah.
She's great. So, director Dustin Fairbanks has shared the official teaser trailer for his new Revolutionary War thriller. It's called 1780, and it stars Kevin Spacey and DJ Qualls.
It's kind of wild.
It is set in the vast forest of Pennsylvania.
And DJ Qualls is playing George Washington, correct?
No, he is not. It's a wounded soldier finds refuge with the trapper and his young son. As British forces close in, they must navigate loyalty, survival, and the harsh realities of a world at war.
So this would have to be considered a major step forward in Spacey reclaiming his career.
Yeah, he's mainly been in indies like Peter 5-8 and Control. And since 2017, he's remained, obviously a controversial figure. But he was found not liable in a lawsuit and later acquitted in the UK for sex crimes. 1780 is set to be released at some point this year, but I'm not sure exactly when, so we'll see. Now that Minecraft has got box office gold, all bets are off when it comes to video game film adaptations. Yesterday, it was announced that director Michael Bay and Sydney Sweeney will be teaming up for a big screen take on the 80s arcade racing game Outrun. Bay will direct, while Sweeney will be a co-producer.
It was like a Ferrari, right?
You know what? I'm not sure. Probably.
One they never followed through on was Spy Hunter.
I love that game.
I love that game. Wasn't that a great game?
Yes.
Fun.
Loved it.
Outrun was an arcade game, right,
Yes.
Case? Yeah, okay.
It was a Sega.
Yeah.
So I guess it probably started in the arcades and then made its way onto the to the console. But
Dwayne Johnson was supposed to be part of Spy Hunter.
was he?
Yeah, and then nothing came of it.
Sega's Outrun series is a video game franchise known as much for the exciting urban racing action as it was for its soundtrack. and was Sega's best-selling arcade cabinet of the 1980s. Yeah, it was a Ferrari case.
Okay.
Yeah, we're looking at it right now.
Man,
that
the
was a fun
graphics
game.
were-
Do you have this in your console set up at home?
I'm sure I do. I have all the Sega games, so it's got to be on there. There's literally thousands of games, but yeah, Case. If you look how antiquated the graphics are in this, but at the time,
Yeah.
they were cutting edge,
Cutting edge.
absolutely cutting edge.
I still have fun playing with the retro
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah, I agree. So the first teaser for Weapons is here, and it's already creeping people out in the best way. The trailer shows kids mysteriously leaving their homes with one chilling line standing out. It said, those kids walked out of their homes. No one pulled them out. No one forced them. Director Zach Krieger, known best for his crass skit show, The Whitest Kid You Know, is back behind the camera and is also slated to direct the upcoming Resident Evil reboot. The Weapons cast is stacked with Josh Brolin, Julia Garner, and Alden Ehrenreich among the names. And at CinemaCon, New Line's Richard Benner called it intriguing and unpredictable with a nice helping of insane.
So, what they need to do with Resident Evil is they really need to really fully reboot it. They need to get some heavier hitters in there in the acting realm, and they really need to apply the moodiness. The games have serviced the movies have serviced the mechanics of the game, but that panic that you would have, Preston, when you're playing the game, and they need to get that into the movie.
Yeah.
And they haven't so far.
He's going to work on Weapons first and then the Resident Evil reboot. So hopefully something good comes of that.
Video game movie stuff. It's
Yeah,
cool.
yeah.
Yeah, well, Minecraft.
Yeah,
you said.
Minecraft made so much damn money.
Yep. All right, this is interesting. For the last few decades, pro wrestling has been moving away from the conceit that what's happening in the ring is real, and outside of it was real as well. But now, revealed as highly coordinated entertainment, the last bit of the old facade will be stripped away with a new joint WWE/Netflix series. It's even spelled out in the title. It's called WWE Unreal, a 10-episode reality series that takes viewers inside of the WWE's writer's room. In case you're still holding on to the idea that wrestling is real, the teaser for the series will put the notion to rest as Paul Triple H Levesque shares the why behind the show. He said 7 days a week, 365 days a year. This is a calculated, coordinated production. It's time, and we're going to lift the curtain. So the series is expected to debut this summer.
So years ago, a couple of his writers went to join the WWE and were writing stories. And I remember them sort of chronicling their, move over to the WWE and writing these storylines. And this could be cool.
I think it'll be really interesting.
Yeah.
Get an idea of the mechanics of how that big machine works.
Doesn't mean they're still not ricocheting bodies all over the.
Totally.
Yeah.
The athleticism is still badass. The storylines are, it's acting. They're having fun. It's pretty cool. So it's full on. It's sports entertainment.
That's what it is.
So. All right, let's play the clips now. Star Wars fans are thrilled that Andor is returning for its final season. And here, Diego Luna talks about the audience's impact in the continuing story.
This is spectacular and unique. You shouldn't expect this in life to happen. Like it's not normal. It doesn't happen that thousands of people get together to remind you that they care about the story you've been working on for 2 years and a half.
The first 3 episodes of Andor premiering tonight on Disney Plus at 9. I had somebody email me who pleaded with me to watch this series.
He emailed me as well, and I don't disagree with anything that he wrote. There's just too much television out there, Preston. But it might be the best Star Wars ever, but bar none.
And it plays off of the Rogue One.
It's completely.
It's building up to Rogue One, yeah. But there's so many.
Which was great.
There's so many allegories to the real world, and they take time to build characters. And if you're not a fan of lightsabers or the Force, this is the perfect Star Wars for you. It's really good character building.
Okay. Here's our next clip. Race for the Crown is Netflix's new horse racing docuseries. In this clip, executive producer Ian Sambor talks about how the sport hasn't been represented in its enough in media.
What?
Yeah,
Just reading it. Here we go.
You've got this situation where there's been these great films made, right, that are really shot cinematically, and there's been other great shows made about horse racing, but there really hasn't been something that's like super premium, done in real time, where you can really live the season with the people that are involved.
Having sex with a horse.
Oh my God.
They're going to include that?
They're going to include that, man.
Wow.
That's what happens when they stop being fake and start being
You start
real.
getting real. Wow. All of
Took a turn.
Doesn't it always?
Yeah.
all episodes of Race for the Crown premiere today. You'll find that on Netflix.
That show gets raw, man.
Yeah, it does. All right, and there you go. That's what we have in the entertainment report for you this morning, friends. All right, something I failed to mention at the top when I was telling you what's going on today. We are going to have something very cool and exciting in a little while. We have new music from Hailstorm to debut this morning. When should we do that? We're going to do it in the 8 o'clock hour, I think, Casey?
Yeah, so we will do it right before the Bizarre File.
Okay. All right. So Hailstorm, Darkness, always. So that's before the 8 o'clock hour then, usually. That's a little bit before 8.
Yes, yes.
yeah.
Mr. Man.
A little less than an hour from now, we will have the new music for you. We don't want you to miss out on that. We have cash to win, obviously, with Preston and Steve's 20 Money. We have a number of guests that are going to be on the program. Joie Chitwood is the executive director of the 2025 Truist Championship Golf Tournament coming up at Philadelphia Cricket Club, May 7th through the 11th. Chris Thile, mandolin guitarist or performer extraordinary, who's going to be playing extraordinaire, I should say, playing at Marian Anderson Hall tomorrow night. William DuVall of Alice in Chains, playing the MM Barbecue on May 10th, will be joining us as well. And this is pretty cool. We have this stencil artist coming in this morning.
I'm really curious to see what's coming in.
Who's a part of his stencil a day challenge for the month of April. His name is Rob Nero. You can catch him on Instagram. We'll tell you about that when he gets here and everything. So it's a busy day today in all the best ways. We'll take a quick break. Oh, Tat Tuesday as well.
Yes.
So
And Sunny and 80.
and this is all coming together.
It's all good.
It's a beautiful thing. We'll take a break and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Hey, our intern Ben.
As you can imagine.
Former intern Ben.
As you can imagine.
That's him. Yeah, is on the line. Hey Ben, how you doing, man?
I'm great, guys. How are you doing?
Doing great. So you have a dumpster story?
I do. So for what me and my dad do for work, we go in and out of a lot of supermarkets, and we have a handheld computer, and these things cost like $3,000 or $4,000 to replace if you lose it or break it.
Yeah.
And it accidentally got thrown into the trash compactor at a supermarket.
Oh no.
Oh, God.
So we kind of weighed options, and it's like, is this worth it? So my dad is like, you know what? I'm going to do it. So he slides into the dumpster like a slide and grabs the thing. And then we had to get a stick and pull him back out of the dumpster.
Get a stick and pull. Somebody get a stick so we can get down.
Where's my dad's dumpster stick? So let me ask you, Ben, why didn't you go in?
Yeah.
I was probably too heavy, and he pulled back out.
Hey, did he find it?
Yeah, it was right on top. But, it's like, you're in a compactor. Someone hits that button by accident.
Oh, yeah, dude. That's
yeah.
nothing, that's nothing to mess around
Dude,
with.
if
That's
you're-
instant death.
If you're talking about nightmare scenarios, we all have ways. No one wants to die in general, but you also sort of, list which ways would be least preferable to you. Trash compactors way up there.
That's definitely one you don't want that you want to avoid.
My friends growing up
All right, thanks, Ben. Appreciate it, man.
Thank you, guys.
All right, see ya.
They actually had their trash can in their kitchen was a trash compactor.
Oh, mine was.
Yeah, we did
Oh,
too.
really?
Yeah.
Okay, so all right.
And then my dad would yell at us because no one would take the trash out, and we'd just keep compacting it.
Yeah, as far
so
as you
nobody
can
had to
go.
go outside.
And we go down again.
You're gonna break it.
Push it any farther.
That's something I always wanted, a trash compactor.
We wouldn't put things like food or compostable things in there. It was more for,
empty milk cartons.
Yeah, stuff that wasn't
Okay.
that wasn't going to have a substance. to it.
Unwanted
it was
pets.
More,
Did you line it with a bag too, or no? Do you remember?
We
Okay.
did, yeah.
Yeah, because it wasn't a standard trash bag. Like they made them for the compactor.
Okay.
They were pretty durable.
Do you have a
And they were
compactor
paper.
and a food in the sink?
Garbage disposal.
Disposal.
Yeah.
Have one of those. Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. All right, let me go to Mike. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Hey, on the next Chat Show, Biscuit, Triscuit, Tricycle.
Is that something from our show?
I mean,
I love it.
That's from way back. Jimmy Winklebum or whatever. You guys are talking about.
All right.
Is this Bill Weston? He's
Listen,
making up names.
I love it.
All right.
So confused right now.
What's up,
I
Mike?
want that on a T-shirt.
Yeah. So years ago, when I lived in an apartment, I had to take the trash out to a dumpster. The lid was open, so I heaved the bag in, and all of a sudden I hear this scurrying around, and a squirrel jumps out, and it's got like and lands with all four paws on my chest.
Oh, my God.
Karate. I'm like,
That happened to me in my old house. It's just in my trash can. When a squirrel jumps out of your trash can, it is terrifying.
I'll tell you what's worse. I had it happen was
Thanks, Mike.
the opossum.
Oh,
yeah,
geez.
yeah, because that's where they love to hang out.
Yeah.
And if you don't know, and it was at that same dumpster in media, got close enough to it, threw the thing over, and I'm like, I just started running.
My buddy was sitting in the front seat of his car. He was picking his daughter up from work, and he had both front windows open. He was just sitting there, and a squirrel jumped in through the passenger side.
How you doing?
Onto the passenger seat, off of his chest, and then out the driver's side. And it happened so quick that he didn't even have a chance to be scared or startled or anything like that. He was like, wait, what the hell was that? And then he looked over, and he saw the squirrel.
Let me go over here to Ryan. Hey, Ryan, good morning.
What's up, you crumb bum?
Yeah.
Crumb bum.
I want to fight you. What's happening? What's happening?
I want to fight you.
I want to kiss you.
I don't want to talk to you.
What's up?
I just want to feel you.
So
You're a
I
real
was in
crumb
about
bum.
I'd say 7th grade, and me and my buddies went to all-you-can-eat Chinese buffet.
All right.
I had a retainer at that
oh,
time,
yeah, the retainer story.
and I forgot it on the table, and I guess they didn't think that it was worth saving. So me and my buddies had to crawl through the waste of a Chinese buffet dumpster. For,
That's got to be the worst.
2 hours.
Oh.
Literally 2 hours. It was.
Did you find it?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, we did. I did.
And
My
you put it
parents
right
were-
back in.
I told,
Get away
I
from
told
me.
my parents. I told my parents, and they were like, "You better effing find that thing."
Isn't that in the movie Parenthood?
It
He
is.
loses
Yep.
his retainer in the
Yep.
garbage, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And they dig through it in the back of the
That's-
restaurant. Yep.
That's
Yeah,
common,
I mean,
Ryan.
Nasty.
Yeah.
Talk about trash juice. I mean, that was
Oh, God.
gnarly.
Yeah.
I
bet.
want to have a real full-blown
Thanks, Ryan.
study on the causes and for example, well, you know, what makes it so pungent? I assume obviously you have all these different things that are going together, but why is it always incredibly foul smelling?
Well, you've got some gases that come from the
garbage.
decomposition
Yeah.
of organic material.
Right.
That's definitely going to be a part of it, and that's what I think really gets rank. What I can't stand is when if if we miss a week because we get once a week garbage,
Right.
trash removal,
You wanna
and
die.
we miss a week, and it's summertime. I'm like, I'm going to have maggots wriggling around.
Yeah.
If we, I hate it. I can't
So-
stand it.
When I played softball, we played, it was called the Incinerator League because essentially our softball field was right next to a trash dump with an incinerator. And when you played there in the middle of the summer, you got there on a bad day, it was just, right field was just terrible.
Staten Island.
Oh,
so
God.
as you would, Fishkill and those general areas in and around New York, which are these large dump areas, the smell would be so bad. I remember pulling off one time just to get like a soda at a like a Sunoco or something, and I'm walking around, I'm looking at people like, can't you smell this?
So
But
you
they
me-
were so used to it, it meant they were just okay.
They were
that's
nose
the smell.
blind.
Yeah.
You mentioned Fishkill. There were a couple of times growing up where my dog got out. Okay, so he got out, he jumped the fence or did whatever, and he was gone for like an hour or two, and he would come back, and it was as if I don't know where the hell he was, because this happened on a few different occasions, where he just smelled like horrible, rotten fish and garbage.
Sure,
and,
he was probably getting into some dump somewhere.
and just rolling around in it.
Yeah.
It was terrible.
If you're just tuning in, my sister fell in a dumpster and broke her rib over the weekend. So that's how we got started on this conversation.
Dude, how long did it take for her to get out of the dumpster?
You know what? I didn't ask. I need to find out more. It doesn't sound like she was stuck in there for too long and was able to get out. Yeah, totally. It could be, man.
Yeah.
That would
With a
just
broken
suck.
rib?
Yeah.
Did you had a story about someone who was screaming? It wasn't from a dumpster. It was from a Goodwill clothing.
Yes. Yeah. Hang on. I'm going to go to John. I think we have a winner here. Hi, John. You're on the air. Good morning, bud.
Yo, good morning, Preston and Steve. How are you?
Wonderful,
well.
man. I can't wait to hear this story. Do tell.
All right. So I have an excavating outfit. We do a little bit of demolition work. 2 winters ago, just about this time of year, 2 winters ago, we were doing work in the Pocono Mountains.
Mm-hmm.
We're doing a demolition up there. There's a mobile home that caught on fire. We had to go up to demo the rest of the remains of the house. So the dumpster driver shows up. First thing in the morning, drops the first dumpster. We load it out. Okay, no problem. Second dumpster comes. I have to go number 2 really, really bad. Really bad. And there's nowhere around.
Oh,
We're in the
no.
middle of a trailer park.
Right.
Okay? Nowhere around that I can go number 2.
Right.
It's an emergency.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. You have to do this.
Phase 6.
Right now.
Yeah.
Right now, or I'm going to drive home in a bad way, right?
Yeah.
3 hours back to Chester County, Pennsylvania. Okay? So I put a little trash inside the dumpster, all right? I jump inside the dumpster in a 30-yard dumpster, jump over the top, on top of the trash, to then go number 2, all right? Everything was going swimmingly until I heard a backup beeper of a truck. There's no way that guy's coming for me, right? Maybe it's a trash truck. I don't know. I'm in a 30-yard dumpster, can't see. I have 2 laborers on the job. They're both sitting in the pickup truck because it's 10 degrees out with the heater on.
Yeah.
I'm in the dumpster.
Oh, my God.
Yet again, don't know what's going on. All of a sudden, boom, the guy backs into the dumpster. I'm like, no way. No way. He's going to pick it up. So I start yelling, yo, I start yelling. Nobody can hear me. My laborers know what's going on. They're laughing at me.
Oh, no.
So the guy gets out. I'm still yelling. I'm still going, number 2, still yelling. But, you're in a 30-yard dumpster. You can't really hold on to the side.
Yeah.
You're kind of hanging out in there,
Yeah.
Sure enough, he picks the dumpster. I ride the dumpster all the way up onto the back of the truck. While in it,
Oh, my God.
but, when it goes up on the truck, it's at a pretty steep angle.
Yes.
All the trash is sloshing around. I'm flying to the back. I'm flying to the side. I'm pissed. I'm freaking out in there. And the guy just never even knew anything of it.
So
Never knew.
how did you eventually vault out of it?
Eventually, when he pulls the can on the truck, he's got to get back out to then secure the can, right,
Yeah.
to the truck. So he comes to the back of the truck, and I'm like losing my mind with my pants down, trying to crawl up over the side of the dumpster so that he doesn't take off down the road with me in it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Dude, so that's like 9 levels of embarrassment. But
it was awful.
you had to do it, and you actually made a good call with the dumpster. It sounds like what do they call that? Lily padding it when you
Yeah.
No, when you go in a porta pot and you have to, so you don't get splashback, because unfortunately that happened to me one time, and so I found out about the art of the lily pad, which is you lay a whole bunch of like toilet paper down first.
To stop the
so
splash.
It's a landing pad.
Lily pad.
John, you poor son of a bitch.
The good thing about it, though, is when you're in a 30-yard dumpster, it's got trash in it. You're not really worried about a lily pad. You just let her go.
Yeah.
You just go.
What were you planning to wipe with, if I don't mind asking?
I had
John?
napkins in the truck from
All right.
McDonald's.
Napkins in the truck. That's beautiful.
Thank
man.
God we stopped at McDonald's on the way up in the morning, 4 o'clock, for breakfast sandwiches. We got napkins. We had napkins. Thank God. You know what I mean?
John, that's one of the best stories I've ever heard.
Oh, it was awful. But, it was a good day.
All
It's
right.
a good day.
Thanks
You
for
managed
sharing,
to take
John.
a dump in a
You guys
dumpster.
rock.
I'd hate to hear what a bad day is. Oh, my God. Some text coming in. This one says, I used to work at Walt Disney World and Magic Kingdom.
WMMR.
All right, your first shot at winning $1,000, 45 minutes away for the Preston and Steve 20 Money contest. We also have brand new music that we're going to be playing from Hailstorm this morning, and a number of guests. We'll get to all that in a little while. But we want to chat a little bit, double back, and talk about this story about Will Forte, who was on Hot Ones and was revealing a story about his adolescence when he played a prank on his mom and he went way too far with it and wanted to open up the floor for discussions and admissions of a prank that went too far.
Yeah.
You thought it would be funny. The other person thought it would be funny, whoever it is. And if you want to join in, you can text the word Zoom to 610-660-9333. We'll send you the link, and then you can jump on and tell us. So let me give you the story real quick, Case, before you jump in here. So Will, when he was 14 years old, wanted to play a prank on his mom. He thought for whatever reason it would be funny. He wrote a suicide note. He tacked it to the front door of the house. And then he laid on the floor.
Yeah.
Like he was dead.
And I think, was he in the bathroom? I think
I don't know.
Yeah.
He was hiding out.
Yep.
I don't even know if the mom even found him. I think he heard her screaming and he was like, "Oh crap!"
I don't know, but she screamed. He got up. He's like, "Mom, I'm okay." And he said that he realized that while you may think it's funny to pull one over on somebody like that, some things, not everything, is hilarious.
No. And we were talking earlier about that, to be a parent and think your kid off to himself. I mean, but again, he was
As
young.
a kid, you don't know.
It was dumb. Yeah.
I've told my son on many occasions, "Hey, you think this is funny, but adults don't." Okay,
Right.
so don't do that. Don't bring the fart spray to the hotel because adults don't want to get into a an elevator that smells like farts. Okay, and guess what? They didn't.
Yeah,
they hated it. No, but the story I was going to share was back in 2002. I got engaged, and I was working. We were working at Y100, and I was at my now wife's house in Manayunk, and I was getting ready to go out for the evening for work. I believe on Saturday nights I would do a 4-hour appearance and live broadcast. I was either at Maui or I was either at Reed's, because it was at Maui and then it ended up moving to Reed's. Doesn't matter. I was out and about for 4 hours. Right. I thought it would be funny to take my wife's engagement ring and hide it from her. And so, dude.
Why?
I don't know, Kath. I just thought it was funny.
It's going to confuse her. She'll be upset. It'll be hilarious.
She'll be mad at me. She'll always bring it up when we have a fight. It'll be something I'll live under the shadow of for the rest of my life. What could go wrong?
Yeah. So
did you quickly learn it wasn't funny?
No, I didn't find that out for a few hours because I hit it, and so what I did is I put it on a clothes hanger, right? So I put the thing around, and then I put it in her closet. I was like, she'll never find it. It's so hilarious. and then I left, and I was gone for 6 hours. Dude, Kath, when I came back to the house, her entire bedroom was turned upside down.
Of course.
Turned upside down. I had completely forgotten that I had even done this.
Oh, no.
Because my gig was 10 to midnight. I might have hidden it at like 8 o'clock at night.
Here you
know
are
what I mean?
In the lap of luxury at Maui.
Yeah. Not 10 to midnight, 10 to 2. But either way, I was gone for a long time.
Right.
And, I don't know. I don't recall if she ever tried to call me and say, "Hey," or if she thought,
I lost this.
Well, I cannot call him.
Why would you have touched? Why would? Of course, it's hers. It's jewelry. You wouldn't be doing anything with it. So she probably was ripping the house apart, looking for where she put
he's
it.
gonna kill me. I lost this thing. He's gonna kill me. And
so you come back and you find her in a panic, or is she crying?
Now listen, and absolute panic, absolute panic, right? I could have, and in hindsight, should have maybe saved the day, right? But instead,
I found it.
Yeah. Oh my God! It was here.
It was here on this coat hanger in the closet.
But instead, I was
you hung it on the hanger.
Instead, I revealed myself right away.
I was going to say, what he probably would have done was taken it off of that hanger while she was out of the room and placed it somewhere and gone, "Oh,
dude, it was been here the whole time."
Hey, look, it's right on your finger. You just hold her hands. Oh, we'll get through. Oh, look.
Kat, that happened 20 some odd years ago.
She's still bringing it up.
I literally, not right now, but we were talking about something a couple of months ago, and I got a text, and she's like, "Do you remember when you thought it was so funny to hide my engagement ring?"
There's going to be a point in time where you're both on really life-preserving medication, and she's going to hide something that you need just to get back to you.
I hid your heart medicine.
I hid your heart medication.
Does it come up from time to time?
Oh, yeah. In fact, I'll see if I can locate the last time I got reminded. Oh!
She just texted you? What?
At about 718. She says, "How about when you hid my engagement ring and then you disappeared for 8 hours?"
Right before you mentioned it.
Right before I mentioned it, she sent me that message.
No, I mean, and therein lies your perception of what is funny. I on the whole, I'm not a big practical joker.
Neither am I.
I don't like them. I don't like the way it makes people feel.
Yeah. Casey used to pull pranks like that, and he learned early on with me that I was like, don't do
Homie,
that.
don't play that.
Don't do
Yeah,
that.
don't do that. In fact, there was a time where I thought he was playing a prank on me because he had done it so often. It was when we took that cheap Caribbean trip to St. Martin and Anguilla.
Right, yeah.
And we get back on I think we're back on the catamaran to go back from Anguilla to St. Martin. And Casey goes, "Dude, your wallet's not here. Or you left your wallet on the beach," or something like that. I'm like, yeah, whatever.
All right, dude.
F you. Man. No, really, seriously. I'm like, dude, I'm not falling for it. I'm not getting off the boat, and I'm not going back on the, it's not. It was.
Oh, my God.
Therein lies the boy who cried wolf aspect of it.
Thank you.
So somebody who is a recidivist is going to have less and less friends over time.
Yep.
Right.
All right, there's some text coming in.
This is messed up.
This one says,
no.
I haven't read this yet. It says, I once put up a Craigslist ad stating that I was giving away Puggle puppies, but they had to be picked up by a certain date or else they would be euthanized.
Oh, no.
I found the cutest picture of Puggle puppies online and attached it to the ad. I then attached a phone number that went straight to a voicemail stating that if you're calling about the puppies, sorry, they had already been euthanized.
Oh, my God.
Dude, why? Like, why?
He said the voicemails that I got from people was absolutely insane. So I guess it was to get recordings of people that were pissed off.
And so you have to say, who are you targeting in that case? Who is the recipient of that ha-ha moment? Someone who's mortified that you're murdering puppies?
Yeah.
God, it's terrible.
Here's another one that says, I waited at the top of my steps for my grandmother, jumped out to scare her as she grabbed the railing not to fall down the wooden stairs.
Oh, did she fall?
No, he said she would have gotten banged up and probably broke a hip. Could have died.
Yeah,
He
that's
said he
like
felt horrible.
taking grandma's wheelchair up to the top of the steps with her in it.
Yeah.
You know, no, it's too dangerous.
Yep.
No, I've never liked being. I'm with you, Preston. That the word went out quickly that I'm not to be practical joked on.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, that stuff is, I mean, that's terrible. That's death and people get
Hey, I'm
hurt.
going to kill you.
But like,
No, there were no bullets in the gun.
and listen, I wasn't really ever the recipient, but like Casey's, the office pranks that you did with Rovine. I mean,
Dude, I'm thinking about when I put
that was hilarious.
when I put that police light on his car and he drove all the way to Manioc with a flashing light on his car. Like just fun stuff like
That's
that. That's
fun.
good. Yeah.
I did. So I had my neighbor who was just annoying, but we all tolerated. And this is when I was a teenager. Had a car, the back of his car set up. He didn't see it. He always walked. We noticed, or at least I noticed, that he got in his car by walking around the front of the car in the driveway. So I had everything on the back bumper, a big enough bumper on the car, just married, streamers, cans, the whole thing. And he's driving around, and these people are honking, going, yeah. And that is a benign prank. Yeah.
So the twist though that would have happened, Casey, going back to the Rovine, if you were to put the flashing light on, what if he would, what if he was a pot smoker and he had some weed on him and he got pulled over?
That's even better.
That would have been even better, right?
A dead hooker in the trunk.
I mean, listen, it does, when you're the recipient, it does make you angry. I mean, I think Rovine got angry a couple of times. One that I thought was hilarious, but really was a lot of cleanup for him was it jelly beans or M&Ms that you put in the entire overhead compartment?
Or is it marbles or is it ping pong balls?
I remember it was candy.
I don't
candy.
remember.
And so he opened it up as one of those ones that lifted forward.
Yeah.
And he opened it up and it just showered down on his desk.
And then he got me back so bad by saran wrapping my car. And then I basically got out to my car, didn't even know that it was ever saran wrapped because he did it. And then I guess security came and was like, oh, we got to clean this up for this guy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, man. He never was able to get
Casey
it over
was
on
always
Case.
better.
You always won. So listen, if you want to, this is kind of confession time. If you want to fess up to one that crossed the line, you thought it would be funny, and it indeed was not or perceived not, you can text the word Zoom to 610-660-9333.
We won't judge you.
Yeah.
No, we
not at all.
And listen, I will
Just call
say,
it.
anytime you use poop, you've crossed a line. And I remember friends of mine from high school talking about they went to this party.
Now you're quoting Shakespeare.
I think they went to like it was a party like Widener or something like that. And this guy, he's telling me this story. He took a dump in a pizza box and left it in the bathtub. I was like, why is that funny?
And this guy was well respected in his field.
In his field, he was.
That was not a prank. Yeah, that was just an accident.
No, I mean listen, so the old prank is lighting the bag full of dog crap on
Right.
someone's porch.
Right.
I mean, it is when you have to clean up a mess, when you're actually causing vandalism, when you're and then that's
Vandalism is not a prank.
What was,
vandalism?
what was the main ingredient in Poo Dollar? Was there actual poo when we did
No,
Poo
no,
Dollar?
no.
It was just, yeah, okay.
You just wipe your ass with.
So there's a little bit of
No,
poo.
I mean it wasn't like freshly after taking a dump.
No,
It was a
no, we're not
sweaty.
barbarians.
There was
We'd
an
have-
essence of poo there.
We'd have like Casey run around a little bit and get swamp ass,
Right.
And then
Yeah.
you'd stick
Some poo.
the dollar between butt cheeks, and
Little
it
poo.
might smell rank.
okay.
But,
For
$2 is
the,
fun.
the radio and listening audience, there was poo, but in reality, there was no poo.
There was just the odor of poo.
Yeah.
All right, we have a Zoomer who we're going to go to. It is Phil that we are checking in with. Hey, Phil, how you doing, my man?
Good morning, Gadzooks.
Good to see you, sir. Good morning. And all right, Phil, what did you do that was a prank that crossed the line?
Well, first time, long time listener, guys. It's an honor to be on with you.
Oh, cool.
So yeah, 8th grade. We thought it would be funny to give a kid X-Lax. They were the little squares, so we just rubbed off the EX on them, and they looked like Hershey's little Hershey's chocolates.
Yes. Yeah.
So we put a bunch of them in a bag, and we went over to him, and we were like, "Hey, man, I went over to him. I was like, "Hey, man, I've been eating these all morning. Like, I can't have any more. Do you want the rest of these?"
Oh man.
He was like, "Yeah, absolutely. Big handful." And then,
No.
like an hour later, I get called down to the principal's office, and he ended up getting really sick. They had to take him out of school.
Dude, yeah, and
I got suspended.
I can give you some comfort here because that was actually a fairly common prank because the laxative you're talking about did look exactly like little pieces of chocolate.
Yeah.
And that was the deal. But you're right. You give somebody enough of that, you can make them deathly ill.
Yeah. And then I got suspended, and I got home, and my mom was super pissed. My dad thought it was funny.
So mixed messages.
You gave a kid X-Lax, and they gave you 3 days off of school for it?
Phil, question: was this kid a friend, or was he kind of?
Yeah, I mean, mutual friend. We
Okay.
went to school all through elementary school. We just thought it would be funny. We laugh about it now. But,
Okay.
It
That was
wasn't
the-
like a bullying thing.
No,
Okay.
absolutely.
You
not.
you were pranking a buddy. Yes, I got it. So Preston, another thing that
Thanks, Phil. Appreciate it, bud.
that came
Thanks,
from
guys.
this. Thank you. After Wedding Crashers, I know people tried the Visine trick and they don't realize
You can make somebody really sick.
You can make somebody really sick.
And speaking of X-Lax, by the way, and who was the genius that invented X-Lax and said, let's make this look like a chocolate bar?
Yeah, like why?
I mean, it was for years. It was an easy go-to prank to pull on people.
I remember before, obviously, the disease existed, there was I think it was a dietary supplement called AIDS.
Yes.
A weight loss.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Yep. It was
I'm not
spelled
gonna do that.
AYDS.
Yeah.
My friend from college, she just sent me a text. She said, I told my college boyfriend that I was pregnant on April Fool's Day.
Oh dear God in
He
heaven.
threw up and cried.
Did they break up after that?
So we haven't had this conversation yet, but I guess you don't want to have kids.
Wow.
Maybe not in college.
All right, we're going to go to Steph via Zoom, and she's got one to share. Hi, Steph. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Gadzooks. Sorry to bother you
Gadzooks.
guys at work.
No, we're happy to have you. All right, so this was a prank that was played on you, right?
Yes, I actually have two stories. Same
Okay.
person played pranks on me.
Okay.
So my grandmother was a huge prankster. One day I left for school and it happened to be April Fool's Day. She could not think of anything all day to do. So when she heard me come home from school, her first instinct was to play dead. So she rolled over onto the floor.
Oh my God.
And just laid on her face when I came in from school. So there's my grandmother with the TV on, like everything's normal, face on the ground, like she's dead.
How old were you at the
She-
time, Steph?
I was in high school, so
You're in high school, okay.
maybe like 9th or 10th grade. But my grandma was like the one who raised me. You know what I mean? So I come in, I'm like, and she does not like any like notoriety, so she didn't want me to call an ambulance. So her first thing was, I'm okay, don't call an ambulance, because she didn't want the neighbors to know.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. And then another time I had like a futon bunk bed, and so at night I would climb up in there. I wouldn't get up there until it was like nighttime. So she had gotten a clown mask and stuffed it with towels and put it on top of my bed. So then when I climbed up in my bed, completely dark, all I have is like the TV light shining. All I see is this literal head with these yellow teeth and the hair sticking out. Oh my God. I went upstairs screaming at her. It was traumatizing.
So now, do you at the time, how long did it take before you got over that? I mean, you must have been pissed for a bit, right?
Honestly, she does this all the time. This kind of crap all the time. So, I was ready for it. You know what I mean?
All right.
I
Well,
got over it quite quickly.
Yeah, fool me once.
But the playing dead thing, man, that's
heavy duty.
Not funny. Why do people
I
keep
know.
doing this?
That one was a little bit far, but no, my grandmom, it was like a really great prank. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The problem with grandparents that pull that trick is that they're not that far away from having it happen in real time. Yeah. So you can just accelerate it. Yeah. Oh, no, I just found it here.
Thank you, Steph. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
All right, we'll see ya.
Do you remember, and it just reminded me, there was a TikTok prank or something that was going around, which was reading the fake obituaries. And there was a celebrity son who was reading it to his, and I'm forgetting who it was, but she had a legitimate reaction because it's someone they knew, that they were friends with. Oh, and they were reading the obituary, and the mother just started freaking out. Do you remember who I'm talking about?
No.
Yeah. But you would read a fake obituary to someone.
Okay.
Yeah, and then
it was someone they knew?
Someone they knew who was alive and fine.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
That's bad. All right, we'll go to Zoom Dave next. Hey, Dave, you're on, buddy. Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry to bother you guys at work.
Good to see you, my man. All right, did you prank someone or someone prank you?
Myself and a bunch of the students in my high school auto tech class decided to prank the principal.
Okay.
Who was being a little bit of a, let's just say, hard on the student in the class.
Okay, we got you.
So we decided to wheel his, and I'm going to date myself. This was senior year 1995. He had a brand new 1995 Lincoln Continental.
Oh, wow.
We put the dollies on the wheels, wheeled it into the auto tech room where we had a full garage, disassembled the entire car, and brought it out piece by piece into his parking spot.
Oh
my
Jesus.
God.
How long did that take?
It literally took us like 7 hours out of an 8-hour day.
Oh, my goodness.
How did you not get caught? How is this?
We definitely got caught because the next year there was no more auto tech and we were suspended for a week.
They got rid of the whole program.
He got rid of the whole program.
Oh, my God.
So were you then required to put it back together?
Yes.
I don't know if I would trust students reassembling my car.
Our teacher was kind of cool about it. He kind of was in on it because he didn't like. Nobody liked that.
Nobody liked the principal. That's great.
Jesus,
Oh,
that's
my God.
heavy.
He lasted like 3.
Yeah.
He only lasted 3 years at the school.
It's like straight out of that scene from Real Genius.
Yeah. With the Volkswagen in the car on the pneumatic pumps.
All right, thanks, Dave. Appreciate it. That one's pretty bad. I mean, it's crossing a line of getting in trouble. It's not scaring someone to death.
Yeah, it's when the vandalism occurs.
Here's one that says, my wife, and I've seen videos of people doing this before, by the way, and it's great, and I'm waiting for an occasion when I can do it. It says, my wife always falls asleep in the car and scares easily. So anytime I see a tow truck towing a car,
I love it.
I wake her up in a panic as if the car is going the wrong direction, about to crash into us. So what you do is you speed up, and then you go, oh, my God, wake up, oh, my God. And then they think that the car's coming right at them.
There are a number of videos of that happening.
This guy says, the car's going the wrong direction. It was always funny until I did it with a semi-truck getting towed. She grabbed the wheel and swerved us into a guardrail and actually wrecked our car.
Yeah, I guess
there you go.
That one crossed the line. So you got to be careful on that. All right. Up next is Kyle via Zoom. Good morning, Kyle.
Morning.
Good morning to see you, buddy. All right. What's up, man?
So back in college, I decided it'd be a fun prank to fill the garage with a fog machine.
With a fog machine.
That.
Okay.
Yeah, I did that after my dad got home. He got home early from work one day. So I closed it just to see how it would look. And then we opened the door, and it looked like the house was on fire. So I'm like, okay, cool. My mom was on her way home, so I closed the door. I filled it back up again. We waited inside, me and my buddy. So when she opened the garage, we ran out like it was on fire, and I'm friendly tapping on her window, and she's rolling down. She's like, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" I'm like, I didn't mean to. Dad's still inside. And she was like, oh.
Oh, my God.
Dear God in
She
heaven.
clutched her chest?
Yeah. And I'm like, oh, okay. Thank God nothing happened, but I was like, all right.
I didn't mean to. Dad's inside. Oh, my God.
You sick bastard. Yeah.
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
Did a punishment follow after that, Kyle?
No, but I did feel bad.
Yes.
All right.
I mean, no
You
one
felt
wants to
shit.
see your mom have a friggin' heart attack.
Wow.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good one, though. All right. Thanks, Kyle. Appreciate it. If you're just jumping in, there's a story, and it's Will Arnett was on Hot Ones.
Will Forte.
I'm sorry, Will Forte.
Every time.
Forte was on Hot Ones and had said that he pulled a prank on his mom when he was a kid. He wrote a fake suicide note. Man, oh, man, that is so bad.
It's like it reminds me of the one that OJ pulled on his ex.
Oh, stop it.
Oh. Got your head.
So,
Terrible.
So he had written a fake suicide note, and then he laid on the ground and pretended that he was dead. And she came, she found the note, saw the body, and freaked out. And he's like, I made a big mistake on that.
I mean, a suicide note.
Yeah, dude.
That alone.
Yep.
And I think you're right, Case. She might have just read the note and screamed, and he realized, oh, crap. Yeah.
Here's a text. Somebody says, 27 years ago, I threw a scarecrow from a crosswalk bridge in front of a train that had a hole cut in the fence. The train slammed on its brakes, ran it over. Police showed up. They dispatched a helicopter looking for us. Ran all the way home, told Dad I had been home all night, and just look at me. He looked at me and said, okay. So I don't know if he ever got busted, but
So
yeah.
there are things that cross the prank line into, I'm thinking about things like throwing things from overpasses, Preston.
Yeah.
That's just sheer,
and then you lit a field on fire. That wasn't a prank. It was just
It was carelessness.
It was carelessness. My buddy lit a dumpster on fire. It was not supposed to happen like that. It just happened. And you used to flick matches like that.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean,
avoid fire when you're working on
Fire's
pranks.
not a good practical joke item or a prank item.
All right, we're going to go to Kevin now via Zoom.
Yes, Greg.
Kevin! Oh, there we go. Kevin, you're on the air. Good morning, bud.
Good morning.
What's up, my man?
So about 13 years ago, we always went down to Washington, D.C. with my neighbors or our best friends. Our kids were young. It was October. So they were having a breast cancer awareness thing, and there was a line of 75 porta-johns. And the event had ended, and I thought it would be funny to call my wife and act like I was stuck in one of the porta-johns because they were cleaning them up.
Okay.
Zip tying them shut and loading them on the truck. So me and my neighbor, we're there at the end of all the porta-johns watching my wife and my kids and then my neighbor's wife banging on every single porta-john door and then involving the guys that were cleaning the porta-johns up on the truck.
I'm sorry, that's
The guys
hilarious.
were banging on all the porta-johns. And
But
it
you-
pretty much ruined the entire trip.
So here's the thing, Kevin, is that you've got your wife and your family, and they're worried for you. And as you're seeing them panicked, trying to find you, does it start to occur to you that this was the wrong joke to play?
Yeah, at first it was hilarious, and then once everybody got involved, I was like, "Oh crap!"
The fire department's here.
Fire truck. and that's it. I think like Casey coming back, Kevin, and when he realizes his wife is now panicked over the ring, it's like, oh no, this is no longer funny.
Oh,
yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Well, we haven't been back to DC since.
Thanks, Kevin. Appreciate it, bud. Nick, there was a text you had over here. There's a bunch of them coming in.
Here we go.
Here's one. It says, my buddy and I got drunk. We wrote and we drew an outline of a body at a murder scene in front of our small college administration building one night. The staff who arrived early refused to go in until the sheriff's department would verify that no crime had been committed.
I've done the chalk outline a few times.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's fun.
All
yeah.
right. Next up, we have via Zoom, it is Erica that we're going to go to. Hey, Erica, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Doing great. All right. What is this a prank you pulled?
Yeah. I was probably about 12 or 13, and there was a gathering at my grandparents' house, and they were all drinking vodka, and I was like, I want to drink vodka, and my mom's like, oh yeah, you want to be a big man or big girl, whatever. She poured a whole glass of vodka and handed it to me, and then walked out of the room.
Okay.
And I poured it out and filled the glass with water. And when she came back in, I downed it.
Oh, wow.
And she was hysterically crying. She ran out of the house. She didn't know what to do with herself. I was like I didn't see that coming. Like she was beyond herself.
If the glass is big enough and you're a kid and you swallow it, that could kill you.
Exactly.
I think you should have taken comfort in the fact that the caring mother that she was, she decided to run out of the house.
Yeah.
After pouring the vodka.
Yeah, after she set you up with this big stiff drink.
Yeah.
Joke's on her.
I guess I have to leave town. Yeah.
Maybe she was upset because you wasted all that vodka.
I would have been too, actually.
Now that you like vodka, yeah.
That's great.
That's
all right.
funny.
Thank you, Erica. Appreciate it. Here's a text says, when I was a kid, my sister was babysitting me. We got in a fight, and I went into my room and slammed my door. She ended up coming up to my room in a panic with a knife covered in something red and said that someone broke into the house and killed our dog. It turns out that it was just a prank because she was mad at me. I was devastated, they said. So that's from Ashley.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Hey, man, listen, you got to dig deep. You got to act. You have to sell that, right? So
the dog. I can't believe they killed the dog.
Like, no, I don't buy it.
Well, I'm not a good actor.
We will go next to Katie, who's joining us via Zoom this morning. Hi, Katie. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. You guys rock.
We love you, Katie. Thank you. All right, so you pulled a prank on your parents at one point, right?
I did, yes. I am. As soon as I heard turn on the radio, got in my car, I was like, oh, shoot, I have to call him. I'm a prankster. I'm 38. I still love hiding behind a door and scaring people. It's like that.
Hi, girl.
So yeah, I was at college. I went to Penn State, and on it was my freshman year on April Fools. I was in my friend's dorm, and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna call my parents. So I call my parents, and I'm pretend crying, and I told them I got caught cheating on a test, and I was getting kicked out of school, and everything. And they were shockingly so calm about it. I remember my mom being like, well, that's the consequence, and I was like, oh my gosh, they didn't freak out.
Yeah, you're an adult now, and these are,
Yeah, that's what happens in life.
Exactly.
Yeah. Now, where are we having lunch?
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, so thought I got away with it until months later. I had gone up to Arts Fest with my friends, and this was end of the summer, August or something. So, and I was a big partier. And I get in maybe a week after I get home, I get a letter in the mail with State College Police Department letterhead printed on the top saying I am due in court for an arrest at 3 a.m. on, August 14th or whatever, for public drunkenness, underage drinking, public urination, all of these crimes. So I call my friend Jared. I'm like, oh my God, Jared, what did we do? What were we doing at 3 a.m.? Did I get arrested? I didn't know. And that, sometimes happened. And he's like, I don't know. I think we went and got pizza and blah, blah, blah. And my dad turns around the corner and he's like, gotcha.
Oh, that's
great.
Excellent.
Yes.
That's good payback.
Yes.
That's great payback.
Yeah. So it was, it was a taste of my own medicine. I
Well,
guess.
it's clear where you get your prank genes from. Yeah, that's fun. Yeah,
All right.
Sending the fake letter.
Thank you, Katie.
Now, obviously, and you can obviously doctor an email just as easily, but but you can also send people into panic attacks.
Yeah.
If you get some sort of legal document or something that looks like you've been, you've been served papers.
There was one not that long ago that somebody amongst us in our group sent, and it was that somebody had died, I thought, and it turned out you had to click on the link to see it, and you went to the guy with the gigantic
I mean, it
penis
was
sitting
probably
on the
me.
bed.
I guess it was
But I
me.
forgot who it was. It was like when I first saw it, I was like, oh, man.
Oh, no. I remember.
You remember that?
I do, and I forget what the context was. It was not you, Kathy.
I know what it was. Yes, I don't know who sent it. It may have been me. I don't know. It was the healthcare executive in New York City.
That was me.
Who was shot.
Yes.
And then it said that from another healthcare company, the CEO was also shot, and you clicked on it, and it was our
Anytime
friends.
it's San Francisco Chronicle, I think is the name of the
That's it.
website.
That's it.
Okay, because I did because that one had happened, and that was a big deal. Like, oh my God, people are popping off CEOs, and then another one, we're like, oh my God, this is crazy.
And he was so well hung.
Yeah.
So I sent that to you guys because I fall for it every time. That my friend Chris sends those to our group high school text, and I'm like, oh my God, another buy. So as soon as I buy into it, I'm like, I think my coworkers are going to buy into it as well.
Right, I'm going to read one more text, and we're going to go to a final Zoom. And this one, take it for what it's worth. It says here, less of a prank, but my uncle robbed a Chinese food store with a water gun. The guy had a heart attack and died, and he went to prison for 15 years for involuntary manslaughter.
That is great.
Is that real?
It sounds real. Stuff like that happens.
Somebody checking in.
In case I'm thinking of Dumb and Dumber 2 with the where he pretends he's for 16 years. He pretends he's completely catatonic.
He craps his pants.
Oh my God. All right. Our final Zoom is our friend Craig Legons, who is joining us. Hey, Craig.
What up, white folks?
How you doing, buddy?
I'm fine. Just sitting here on top of the world.
I noticed you got a great view of Philadelphia behind you there.
I am. Yeah. My problem is I have no excuse. I was 35 years old and I was at a place of business. I worked at WHYY, and it's a great building, but it's only got 2 floors. So people rarely use the elevator.
Okay.
But when I'm on the second floor, I can see people who are waiting for the elevator. So I thought it'd be hilarious if I got in the elevator, laid down, and laid my arm against the door. So when the door slid open, my arm would flop out.
Okay.
Great, right? And I did that. So the door opened, my arm flopped out, and there above me was the head of HR and a new employee she was showing around.
Oh, no.
The head of HR
You
who
didn't-
might address such issues.
You could see that people were waiting for the elevator. You didn't see it was them?
I can't tell them from behind, Kathy.
So is somebody starting their first day and your last day on the job? That's great.
No, well, after I got up and just, quickly and ta-da, and happy, she said, and she got the person on the elevator. And then later on, not that much later, about 20 minutes later, I got called into HR's office, and her name is Kathy. She and I are friends, and we've always had a great relationship. But the first thing she said to me was, do you want to get fired?
Nice detail, though, with the arm flopping out, because you could have just laid on the floor, but that was, I like that.
Gotta
sell it. I like it.
So when the door opens, it flops out.
I love it. All right, Craig, great to talk to you, brother. Take care, man. We'll see you.
You too.
All right, man. All right, well, thank you. But keep in mind, if you're a prankster, that there are some that can cross a line, and it's hard to come back from crossing that line when you do.
Think how you might react in the same scenario.
Yes.
Yeah.
Will Forte, a suicide note.
Come on,
laying
man.
dead on the floor. That's
too much.
Terrible.
Too much.
Wow. All right, listen, we need to take a break because it's already 7:49, and we got to get you in for the Preston Steve 20 money, a chance for you and $1,000. And right before that, is that when we're going to be playing the new Hailstorm?
Yes, sir. Next.
We have brand new Hailstorm. It is called Darkness Always Wins. It's an exclusive. We'll have it next on MMR. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Was underground. So all the juices from the garbage from the park would leak down and drip on you as you walked from one area to the next. We used to call it tunnel juice.
tunnel juice.
And it was a rite of passage to have it drip on you.
God,
So
that's awful.
one time, and again, please understand, I'm not trying to brag every time I mention this, but when I was working at Dunkin' Donuts, they were doing work in the parking lot, and the woman who owned this franchisee said, "Could go out and pick up the pieces of pavement and put them in the dumpster?" And so I'm like, "Okay, I'll do this. It's fine." So I'm moving all this stuff, and she said, "You sure you want this all in the dumpster?" "Yes, put it all in the dumpster." "Okay, I'm putting it all in the dumpster." Put a lot of it in the dumpster. The truck comes in, the forks go to the side, and it's going to lift it up. And you're, bam! It lifts the sides of the dumpster up, but the bottom is still sitting in the pavement.
Oh, my God.
With it tore the entire bottom out, and all of the dumpster juice started to disperse around.
Was the bottom just all rusted out or something?
It had to be.
Right.
I mean, now mind you, I put an F load of pavement chunks in that. I'm sure it wasn't designed for that.
When you guys are tossing something into like a community recycling bin outside of Wawa or whatever, will you make sure that you dump everything that's inside whatever you're tossing out? Let's say it's a can of Diet Coke or whatever, or do you just chuck it in there
If I
regardless?
can, yeah.
Yeah, I have learned since, and we've talked about it before, that recycling, that stuff needs to be clean. So at home, I definitely clean out anything before I toss it into the recycling.
This could be
'cause
a
I won't
whole.
use it.
This could be a whole other topic, but I refuse to throw any bottle of water or coffee or anything out until it's fully gone. Not like, oh, there's some left, let me dump it. Like, no, I have to drink it. So like, there's bottles of water in my car with like the teeniest bit of water, and I can't throw it out until I drink
Like
it.
plastic bottles?
Yeah.
That's actually probably not good for you. You're not supposed to. Okay.
Yes. Have you ever thought of consolidating them into one bottle?
I've done that.
Okay.
I've done that. Wait, I've done that when I go to the gym and I
Right.
forget a full bottle of water. I'm like, well, there's 2 in the back seat,
Right.
4 up front. I think I have a full bottle of water here.
I can do this.
Yeah, Kath, when we were going down the shore, the kids would come out of the surf and they would go into the cooler and they would grab a bottle of water, take one little sip of it, and then just kind of toss it. And nobody knew whose bottles.
Right.
So we would just take all the bottles home, and then that would be the dog's water. You know.
Okay.
But I have.
The hell is this?
I know. But as a result, I just went and bought one of those. It's essentially like a Gatorade. You know, when you dump Gatorade on your football coach, I got one of those things, and I just fill that up with water. So we don't use bottled water down the shore anymore because we were just wasting so much.
Yeah, makes sense. I'm going to go to Aaron. Hi, Aaron. Going back to the dumpster thing here. Good morning.
Hey, yo, black listener.
Hey! What's up, Aaron? How you doing, man?
So when I was a kid, I got bullied. And walking home from school, this kid comes up, grabs my book bag off of me, throws it into the dumpster of a butcher shop.
Oh, no.
Absolutely disgusting.
Dude.
I had to go in there.
That's I assume blood and entrails and all that, right?
Like, some stuff was in bags, but as soon as your foot hit it, boop, right through. And there was definitely like a rat in there or something. So, yeah, it's absolutely disgusting. But afterwards, joined the Marines, got really big, saw the kid in the bar, and went, hey, remember when you threw me in that dumpster? So the look of fear on his face.
It was worth it. Good for you.
man.
Way to go back and get that done. All right, thanks, Aaron. Yeah, that's nasty. When you're talking about butcher shops and places like that, I would assume there's a protocol they need to follow for throwing away that.
They're throwing away like biomatter.
Yeah,
I mean, so that's you have to do something.
This would be the worst, according to this text. Says when I was in high school, I worked at a seafood market. Oh, gross. The trash naturally smelled in our dumpster. Every Thursday morning was clean out day, and it would soak me with fishy garbage juice.
I would be inclined to whatever, you get a high-powered pressure washer or something and clean those suckers out because the stink is unbelievable. There's a great blooper outtake from that episode of It's Always Sunny where Charlie and Danny DeVito, they're living in a dumpster to save on costs, and Danny DeVito's he's eating the like a bagel, and Charlie goes, "Where'd you get that?" And he goes, "It was down there."
Rotting seafood. I can listen. Even fresh seafood. I've been walked by like fish markets, and I'm like, ugh, nasty. I can't imagine what it's like once you throw it away and it sits out there and festers.
Oh yeah, it gives me that in the throat sort of gag where like I could go puke in
Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing the stories. I appreciate it. Yeah, my sister fell in a dumpster over the weekend and broke her rib. She's all right, other than the broken rib, but it was a story worth relaying. and hearing
Absolutely.
about. So, all right, I want to take a break because we got bizarre. Man, was the weekend rife with bizarre file stories.
Yes.
I'm telling you, I have like a week's worth of bizarre file stories that I've held on to, and I cannot wait to share some of these with you. So a lot of people send them to me too.
Oh, yeah.
We'll come back in a moment with those. Make sure you stay close because we'll be right back. All right, thanks, Kat. So the other day we got on a discussion of colognes and scents and things like that. I forgot how that even kicked off, but we were reminiscing a little bit.
Story directly pertained to it, and it was some development. But yeah, you can't help but nostalgically look back at the colognes you've gone through.
Yeah, because
your signature scents,
especially in the adolescent years
when you're trying to get laid.
When you're first starting to I remember when even before quote unquote getting laid.
Yeah.
Like I mean, when I was a early teenager, I'm like I started to do those things that might attract to be attractive or what I thought would be attractive.
And when you saw your
the
dad,
opposite sex,
your dad just go. You know what
Yeah,
they
that
would
too.
cologne in the after.
But I would get to those little sample kits of various cheap colognes and try them on and the whole thing.
I remember, and Steve, I think this will appeal to you. Like in high school, all of a sudden, girls would start to smell my neck, and I was like, "Oh, I like this."
Yeah.
Their nose is close to where I breathe.
Right.
That's cool.
Right.
I should put some on my name.
Maybe.
I couldn't help notice that your taint smells enchanting.
So anyhow, we thought
That
it
was
might
the
be
best tea bag I ever had.
I had stated that I think that I could identify some of those older scents, and
Is it because you tried a lot of them, or you just think you
Yeah.
know? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I did as well.
And the ones that were in the dad's bathroom that, like you said, we would, smack the face after shaving and
Yeah.
stuff, and the whole room would smell like that. And I just remember all those scents. And as you said, Steve, your olfactory senses are the strongest at triggering memories.
Yes.
I mean, you can have vivid memories from a very specific scent. Scents are very complex.
And it's astonishing how you, you'll catch a whiff of something, whether it be a food or a fragrance or something like that, and you almost, it's almost like
You're
jarring.
transported.
It's like, oh yes,
You're transported. It's like that scene in Ratatouille where he takes a bite of the ratatouille and boom, immediately goes back to being a little kid.
Yeah.
I remember one time I was driving down the road and it was in the summertime and this overwhelming wafting scent of honeysuckles. I had driven by some honeysuckles, came in the car, and I was transported immediately to a time in my life.
It's
Just
so wild the way that it
automatically.
works.
Yeah.
So in the collection of colognes, like I remember, I had. You would wear if you were seeing a girl what she wanted you to wear because you wanted to make her happy.
Yeah.
I remember getting a starter cologne from my mom years ago, and then so I wear now the two scents that Claire likes me to wear. So
Steve, I texted my ex-boyfriend from college. He would wear Jupe, and I loved it. And so now that you're saying this, I'm guessing he continued to wear it because I liked it. But I sent him a picture yesterday, and he was like, "Oh my god!"
Wow.
Well, let me ask. So what's your nasal capability right now because you lost your sense of smell with the COVID?
And
Where
taste,
do you stand right now?
Yeah, so the scent is definitely coming back. It's pretty good, and my taste is starting to come back as well.
All
I
right,
actually
good.
went out to dinner last night and could taste what I was eating.
That's a wonderful thing.
You know what, Jupe? I probably won't be able to identify that
No?
one. I'm not familiar.
So
with.
there's no way you guys tried all of these.
Right.
So we actually have 10 colognes.
Yeah. So we're gonna do a test here. Yes, Kathy.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to thank the person that helped us out with this. So it's a guy named Ali, and he.
Did you smell Marissa?
I
when
smell
you walked in
Marissa.
here?
She smells
I'm
like all
sorry.
of them.
Marissa came in and brought us
Yeah.
coffee grounds. I'm sorry to interrupt, but
She smells like
she
cologne.
smells like all of the
Cologne.
cologne that just came in here. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, and thank you, Marissa, for doing this because if I were to have to spray those, I would have to go home. I'd have like a migraine headache.
Okay.
But anyway, I want to thank Ali from Perfume Island. It's a kiosk in the Plymouth Meeting Mall. He used to be in King of Prussia and Exton malls. Those locations have closed, but he kept Plymouth Meeting open for 23 years.
Whoa. Wow.
And he's actually closing his kiosk. He said he's going to be there through Valentine's Day. It's okay. He's moving to Fort Myers, Florida, and he has 3 shops that he's opening there.
Oh wow, good for him.
Yeah, so he said he's going to have some deals and stuff like that. He has all of this stuff that we're using, but he also has like nicer and harder to find perfumes and colognes. So if you're looking for a Valentine's Day gift or something. He's inside the Plymouth Meeting Mall. His name is Ali, and he's one of the nicest men I've ever met.
Listen, I see on this list here, and we're going to go through these in a second, but I see one that we had mentioned on the other day, and people are saying they don't make it anymore, which is gray flannel. That was kind of my scent. So if he's got it, that's really cool.
So he said, I specialize in hard-to-find colognes and
Excellent.
perfumes.
So
Yeah.
Plymouth Meeting Mall.
Yep.
And it's an island. It's called the Perfume Island?
It's called Perfume Island, and he is kind of like diagonal from Legoland.
Okay.
Oh, all right. A lot of kids
Excellent.
like the cologne.
All right, so we're going to do this thing. We're going to do a sniff off.
Sniff off.
And Marissa brought in coffee grounds for
You know
us.
what, though? I'm telling you, the shot glass is not going to do enough for cleansing your nasal palate. I have bags of cologne. I have bags of coffee here. I got
What, you mean like stick your nose
put
in the
your,
bag?
like a feed bag.
I don't
so
know. I'm getting a pretty
Preston,
strong scent off of this.
Nick, how are you? Will that get it done for you?
Yeah, it's enough.
Okay, so Nick, so
yeah.
Casey, you use the
Okay.
bag,
All right,
and they'll
so-
use the little cups.
Yep. All right. So anyhow,
That's sort of that'll cleanse your nasal palate.
Yes, exactly. It's like eating a palate cleanser, having a sorbet or
Yes.
something like that in between
For your snot
dishes.
factory.
All right, so Marissa is bringing in the coffee grounds, and then what we're going to do is we have 2 rounds that we're going to go through
Yes.
of 5 each because Kathy brought in 10 different scents for us to sample, and we have a list of them in front of us, and they are on these cards. They've been sprayed on there like you would get a sample at a mall or something like that. And we're going to sniff each one of them and write down what we think it is and go through the 5, and then we'll reveal what they actually are. So, oh, my God, the whole room. Oh, my God.
Thank you.
That's why it was almost.
I already smell Old Spice, man.
Do you?
Yeah. Okay, so anyhow, so we go through one at a time and then write down, and we're not going to say what we think they are, right?
No, you
Until
just
the
write
end.
down, and then we'll do it at the end, and we'll see who is the. Now I'm going to hand
Dear
you.
God, what is this one?
Are you doing? Is that number one? Go through the various
I know
numbers.
what that one is.
Everyone, Casey.
Yeah, I got you.
What was your cologne of choice, Case, when you were a kid? Your main one, your teenager.
And I hate it now. I
Yeah.
can't. The Polo. And
Polo.
I wore Polo, and like Drakkar Noir.
Yeah.
I actually still like the smell of Drakkar, and Craig Legans wears Drakkar.
Okay.
Noir.
All right.
And
you and I are the same age, Case, and for us, I think Drakkar was like the cool one. They marketed
Yeah.
it really well. And so I wore that at the end of high school and definitely at the beginning of college. But I
So-
had friends that wore Polo, and I think might even still wear Polo.
Yeah, I went from Drakkar to Polo, and then my dad always had Obsession, so I would throw that on. Then I went to Eternity for men.
So you made the rounds. I think you're going to be good at this, Preston. You were the first one to claim you're really good. Nick, you said you were not.
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia.
I got my jam back.
It's time for a Preston and Steve 20 Money Keyword.
All right, and the word is entry, ENTRY. You have until 25 minutes after the hour to enter it via the MMR app or WMMR.com. You can also text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry is going to win $1,000 in our company-wide contest. Each MMR winner gets a pair of MM barbecue tickets on top of that as well. Winners will get a call from Beasley. Make sure you answer your phone. Contest rules available at WMMR.com. And the whole thing is sponsored by United Tire and Service. So let me give you that word again. It's entry, ENTRY. Do it now. Good luck to your friend. Let's take a look at traffic. Kath, what's going on so far this morning?
Blue Routes northbound, jams 95 to the Media Bypass southbound. The Mid-County tolls to the Schuylkill Expressway, and then also from the Media Bypass to Baltimore Pike. PA Turnpike westbound, jams Willow Grove to Fort Washington. Delays on 422 eastbound from Oaks to First Avenue. On the 30 Bypass eastbound, near jammed Reesville Road to 113. On the Schuylkill eastbound, that's slowing from 202 into Belmont. It's then jammed from the Boulevard to the Vine. Westbound, Bear Avenue to the Vine, the Boulevard to Belmont, and then the Blue Road out to Gulf Mills. 95 southbound, one straight line from Academy into the Vine, and then crossing town on the Vine. Westbound, you're jammed the length. In New Jersey, expect delays on the 42 freeway northbound from 41 to 295, and then on 55 northbound from Deptford to 42. This traffic report brought to you by Unbound.org. A girl in Kenya dreams of becoming a doctor. An elder in Guatemala dreams of being part of a community. Reach out and change their world, and it will change your own. Unbound.org. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Sequoia Outback. You can stop in for their annual Spring and Sequoia sale, which is going on now, Route 309 in Hatfield or decksupplies.com. Experience the ultimate in outdoor living at Sequoia Outback. I had never heard of this before, but United Airlines flight experienced an engine fire shortly after takeoff that it was apparently caused by a rare rabbit strike. United Flight 2325 had departed Denver International Airport en route to Edmonton, Alberta. And you can hear audio documents from an audio file that the flight crew was asking that the plane be inspected for an engine fire and being told that it was a rabbit that apparently got sucked into an engine.
So it was like a flock of rabbits?
It must have been a flock of rabbits. No, rabbit, it said, you can hear the audio, rabbit through the number 2, that'll do it, according to the pilot.
Bart'll do.
Yeah, crab Mustang.
The Boeing was carrying 153 passengers and 6 crew members.
Jeez.
And a passenger, Scott Wolf, said there was a loud bang and a significant vibration in the plane. The plane proceeded to climb. He said every few moments there was a backfire coming from the engine, a giant fireball behind it.
Yeah, that's a rabbit, all right.
And everyone in the plane started to panic. Wyatt McCurry saw the flames from the ground at the Denver International Airport and said, my stomach dropped and I thought, oh my God, I'm going to see a plane go down. The flight safely landed back in Denver. The passengers continued to Edmonton on a new aircraft. The FAA is investigating.
So to understand that the point at which they're on the runway, somehow a rabbit got sucked up because those engines are incredibly powerful.
Yep.
And blew right through, and that's how it happened, right?
Exactly, yeah.
All right.
In general, wildlife strikes are fairly common, with the FAA reporting more than 20,000 in the United States last year alone.
We don't think about on the runway.
Among those, there were only 4 rabbit strikes reported, including one at Denver International Airport. The vast majority are bird strikes.
Well, it was rabbit season because I thought it was duck season.
I think it was rabbit season, to be honest. But I've never heard of a rabbit getting sucked into a jet intake before. That's crazy. This was terrible to see. LA's fragile urban canopy was dealt a vicious blow this weekend when a chainsaw-wielding vandal cut down a number of shade trees along South Grand Avenue and other areas of downtown, according to media posts and photos that were uploaded to Reddit and Instagram.
This was so sad to see this.
The LA police said it had no information about the tree destruction, and an email and phone call to the city's urban forestry division went unanswered Sunday. Social media images showed a number of trees, like big trees, that were severed at the base, while others were cut several feet above the pavement. A few of the felled trees were still connected to their trunks by just a thread of bark or wood. A number of the trees appeared to be drought-resistant species known as the Indian laurel fig or Ficus microcarpa.
Big mothers.
Trees provide a myriad of benefits to urban areas. They capture stormwater runoff, replenish groundwater. They slow the deterioration of streets. They also clean the air and help cool the areas experiencing increasingly hot temperatures.
And you can piss on them.
And you can piss on them, too. But many noted that security cameras are omnipresent, so video evidence should be available for investigators to review. But they don't have any word on who did it or why as of yet. It's stupid.
You were just talking about dumbass pranks.
Yeah, that's a dumbass prank, yeah. An Arizona man had dialed 911 after allegedly shooting his mother, and then he apparently changed his mind and said, nah, she was at her pottery studio.
That's a terrible prank.
Aaron Morse was charged with second-degree murder after police said, he actually shot and killed his mother.
She was at a pottery thing.
The 74-year-old Susan Morse. Officers responded to a 911 call made by Aaron Morse that afternoon. He spoke with dispatchers while sitting outside waiting for police, and then he asked if he could, quote, call the whole thing off. Potato.
Yeah.
Sure.
Court documents.
I didn't kill anyone. You boys can go home.
Classified the call as an unknown trouble call, and during the call, the defendant reportedly told dispatchers that he and his mother had just had an argument and that nothing was wrong. She was actually at her pottery studio.
But before she left, I killed her.
When they arrived at the residence, they found Susan Morse with a gunshot wound to her head. She was taken to a hospital. She was later pronounced dead. Morse allegedly shot his mother, then reportedly placed the weapon in some Tupperware after unloading
freshness.
it. Yeah, and he did not provide dispatchers with any information about the argument that he claimed to have with his mother.
I'm thinking of all those women at the pottery class going, where's Esther?
Yeah. All right, and actually, we need to wrap it up there. Casey's giving me the wrap-up, so a little bit of shorter one this morning, B-File, because we have a number of guests that are starting to join us, and we're going to welcome our first one right now. He has an event that's going on for the month. It's Stencil a Day Challenge for April, and man, is he a talented artist. We want to welcome Rob Nero to our program this morning. Hey, Rob, how you doing, bud? Why is the microphone not working? Let me try this one. There we go.
How's that?
That's better. Nice to see you, Rob. How are you, bud?
I'm great. How are you guys?
Doing wonderful. So you've been doing stencil artwork for a long time, right?
Correct. Yeah. Now probably 10 to 12 years.
10 to 12 years at doing stencils?
Just stencils. Yeah.
So I've always been fascinated by stencils.
So am I. The way it plays with light, and it's something that seems to be kinetic, even when it isn't.
Sure.
You know,
But these are next level stencils.
they're amazing.
That Rob brought in here as soon as he started whipping this stuff out and putting it up on display here, which we have on our. If you're watching via our YouTube channel right now, you can see them. Those are stencils that you're looking at. So this is paper that's essentially sliced up to make photographic, real representations of different people. So we have behind him, we've got Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber, and there's a whole bunch of them. You got Gritty and Jalen Hurts. And I said to you, off air, I'm like, how the hell do you make those? Like, well, we'll talk about that when we get on the air. So I'm asking now, how do you make these things?
Sure. So this has been years of just my process evolving. Now it's at the point where everything's created digitally and everything's cut with a laser cutter.
Okay.
It used to be hand cut, but those days are behind us.
So compare, obviously, a computer's going to vastly accelerate the time in which you can do it. How long would it take old school?
Old school, I mean, hand cutting like one of these would probably be 3 hours.
3 hours.
Yeah.
So the process, what is great about this, and it plays with the light source behind it, correct?
Correct.
And that's the whole thing, pretty much, is it not?
It is, correct. Yeah. And all my artwork leading up to now has kind of been light and negative space. So
Right.
it kind of goes along with that.
Do you see? I see these things all the time, and I find them fascinating. Where it is a rotatable sculpture, so to speak, and when you rotate it one way, it appears to be perhaps a man walking a dog, and you rotate it the other way, and it's Rue McClanahan.
Right.
Some dumb thing. But do you ever dabble with stuff like that as well? Because that's all light based as well.
Sure, not yet, but that'd be something cool to explore.
Well, you and I'll do it.
Okay, yeah, let's do it.
We've been looking for something to do, so no, that's cool. How many of these do you have in your portfolio?
God,
now probably a couple hundred.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right, so what is the initiative for April, this stencil a day
So
thing?
this month I've just been trying to challenge myself, trying to sharpen my skills to really evolve my stuff to get better, to always evolving, always trying to get better. So every day I've been doing a new stencil, picking a lot of times like Philly related people. So yeah, that's been it.
And so are you doing a stencil of us? Is that why you're here today?
I am. You want to see them, or are you guys?
Yes! Yeah, so by the way,
drum roll.
And you can see Rob's work on Instagram, and it's his account handle is at Nero_1, the word 1 spelled out on Instagram. And he's about ready to reveal the stencils he did
First one?
of us. Here we go. Yeah.
It's me. It's you. And you're beautiful.
Oh, that is so cool, dude.
Wow, dude.
Oh, my goodness. And there's Steve.
What do you think?
I am. That's amazing.
Really
That's
cool.
absolutely incredible.
And I have that always quasi-pained look on my face.
That's amazing. So with these stencils, if someone wanted to, you know how a lot of times you use a stencil like for spray paint to spray it onto another, I don't know, a medium, I guess,
Sure.
whatever. Can you do that with those stencils?
Totally, yeah. So the cool thing about stencils is you can spray it on anything. So I'll take these, I'll spray them on canvas, clothes. I host events where people can bring me shirts or pants, whatever, and I paint these on them. So
It's a quick question pertaining to that, because there is such a narrow space between the slivers. Does using it as a full stencil, does that gum up the work, so to speak?
A little bit, yeah. I only get so many uses out of each one.
Right.
But I do, my process involves, I'll spray glue on the back of them, and then I'll adhere them to whatever I'm painting. And then by spraying, it comes out really super clean. The lines come out super clean. And
wow.
Makes a really nice high contrast.
So, and so for have all these been used, all the stencils that you have behind us, including Jalen Hurts, have they been used to create other?
They have, yep.
Oh, wow.
Can you do me a favor? Can you hand me one of those? I promise I won't break it. But
You broke it.
I need to see what this material feels like.
Right.
Because
Is it like acetate?
Just cardstock, just normal
poster
board cardstock.
Wow.
It's not as delicate as I thought it would have been.
No.
So I'm actually touching it right now because these are just thin strips.
Massage it and stroke it.
I just stroke it, massage it.
And does it have a kind of a Venetian blinds feel to it?
Yeah. But okay, so my hand just ran across that, and I could see where I could tear that easily.
Right, yeah.
If I'm
Don't
not,
do that.
If I'm
Yeah.
not careful, I don't want to do
But
that.
Preston,
at
as
all.
you're moving it around, as it's going across your shirt, suddenly Jalen's face pops up, and then it disappears. And he's holding up Jalen Hurts, by the way.
I love it.
Preston, turn that around if you don't mind, and show that to that direction to Steve. Now, Steve, we were talking about sort of the negative light,
Right.
and how when I saw this, and tell me if I'm insane, I saw Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, and not Jalen
No,
Hurts.
I can see that because of the beard placement.
All right. So I'm not insane.
No.
Okay.
And I think it plays. It's almost like
it's looking at a negative.
It's looking at a negative.
When you look at
Yeah.
a negative, for those of you who don't remember what negatives were, they were when you actually had to have film processed. It was on a negative, which white was black and black was white. You know, like from the movie JFK, and it's hard to kind of catch what everything is sometimes. So yes, when you look at Jalen Hurts, he looks a little bit like Lennon.
A little bit.
Not John Lennon. But
Turn it perpendicular to your. There we go. All right. Yes, it's crazy how it catches it in a different way. It's very nice.
That's amazing.
So this process
By the way,
is called half toning.
Lennon did try out for QB of the Eagles.
I did not know that.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Wow. It was called what?
This process is called half toning. It's actually used in like screen printing. Like screen printers will use it to get like really high quality images printed. So I saw it and I thought, hey, that could become a stencil.
It reminds me of when you look at the New York Times, or not New York Times, at the Wall Street Journal.
Right.
And they will have sketches of people, real human beings, and they're just itty bitty little dots and lines.
Yeah.
And it's amazing how that comes together in shading, in subtleties. It's
Same thing. Half toning. Yep.
Half toning. Okay.
Yeah, the suggestion of. Are there other things in this realm that you want to explore besides stenciling that play with light this way?
Yeah, I've actually been exploring some ideas of using the stencils and light itself to cast images onto walls or...
You haven't tried that yet?
No, not yet.
You got to be kidding me. I'd be all over that.
I'm saving that for a really special project one day. I'm hoping to do it
Well, you
sometime.
mean, so when you take our stencils and you shine it on the side of the Arc de Triomphe, you're going to do that?
So, Rob, you're doing the Stencil a Day Challenge for April, and people can follow this on Instagram or on they can go to your website, Nero1.com. Are you for commission? Do you do work for people?
I do, yeah. People can just reach out to me, and I can I call it stencilifying. I can stencilify anyone, anything. Just reach out. And
This would be great for like a wedding.
Oh my God!
To tell you the truth, like this would be really, really cool for a wedding.
It's an atypical way to memorialize an event.
Totally, yeah. I've been asked to do bar mitzvahs, birthday parties, Christmas parties, holiday work parties, anything, honestly.
So people could come to you and you can do a rendering of them?
Correct.
Wow. How long does that take? It was just a photo.
Well, now my process is so quick, and a lot of things are so digital. I could do it within a day. I could have someone stencilified in a day.
Stencilified. Awesome. Is that a term that you coined?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
People are telling me I should copyright it.
You should, yeah.
Stencilified.
Yeah.
Okay.
Redactified.
That's exactly it.
Stencilified. Redactified. Electrified.
I think we have a new theme song.
There you go.
Yeah. Put the trademark on. We're not kidding. Own that, because if someone, gets your process, you want to own this.
Totally.
You want them to pay you forever.
All right, and also I want to mention this because we do have to take a break, but there's an art show coming up called, it's May 2nd, and it is Art from the Underbelly.
Correct.
What's going on there?
So a friend of mine is putting this together. It's going to be 100 street and graffiti artists, all from Philly, putting together one of the biggest art shows the city's ever had. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be a lot of cool art. Everyone should come check it out.
All right. We have such a great art community in Philadelphia.
Totally.
It will be at Huddle, May 2nd and 3rd, which is 338 Brown Street, and it's sponsored by the Streets Department and Tattooed Mom. Are you considered like you're not what's the word? You just said it.
Street artist?
Yeah, not street artist, the other one.
Vandal, graffiti artist.
Graffiti artist. Thank you.
No, I don't consider myself.
Okay.
I would consider myself a street artist before, but now I do so much as canvas, and clothing related stuff. But
You're a stencificator.
a stencificator. I like that. There you go.
Excellent. All right, well,
We're
listen,
making words.
Rob, very cool work. We appreciate
Thank
you
you
doing
so
that.
much.
It was so awesome that you would render us like that. And you can, like I said, check him out on Instagram at Nero_1, the word 1.
Preston, we've been rendered speechless.
We have been, Steve. And you can go to Nero1.com as well and check it out. Thank you, Rob. Appreciate
you,
it.
guys.
Yeah.
Rob Nero, street artist here and stencifier on the program. We are going to take a quick break. We're going to come back in a moment. The Truist Championship is coming up at Philadelphia Cricket Club. We are going to be the executive director of that event in our studio next. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
I know one, and I think it's.
Is it the one you wore?
The one
you
that
think?
I wore,
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
Because that's like we've said many times. It just evokes the most and triggers the most powerful memories.
Wow.
All right, the guys are sniffing away. Preston, any good memories coming back?
Oh, yeah. 2 for sure.
Because I think,
Yeah. I got 2
if
for
your scent was Old Spice.
No, it was Great Flannel.
Great Flannel. Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
and,
so
and I have Old Spice at home because on Sundays when I shave, I'll slap a little bit of that.
Okay.
on.
I have a question about one.
Yeah.
Do you think, Preston and Casey, do you think you note any sense of like cinnamon in Spice Number 1, or am I way off?
No,
Nothing?
because I know immediately what it is.
Yeah.
So I don't even
All right.
associate it with a certain scent.
Let me know when you're done with your smelling and your number tabulation.
Let's open the doors and
Kathy's
air this
That's we
place
tried
out.
to do this while you had no sense of smell.
Turn the fans on.
But damn you got your smell back.
And Marissa didn't even spray them in here. She sprayed them out in the green room and just those cards. In
You know what
here.
this smells like? It smells like after the track team leaves the locker room.
Number 3 does.
Yeah. That smell. And you know, when you always, for the most part, did you base it on what you liked, or did you base it on what a girl you liked?
A little bit of both. Yeah. I mean, like whatever was considered the scent du jour, the hot one, like Dracar. I mean, that for a while that was like the thing to get. It was like the nightclub scent.
Yeah.
By the way, none of these colognes, and some of them are like $9.
Yeah.
And I think the most expensive one is $20 maybe.
Okay.
There's only one that I am absolutely positive about, and then the rest of them I have no clue.
I'm the same as you, Case.
Yeah.
All right, you guys done? Kathy, did you have something?
No. Go ahead. Good.
All right, I got 2 for sure.
Okay.
I do know that, and I think I'm pretty certain I got 3. So we'll have to find out what they are. So we can reveal what we wrote down.
Okay, so we're going to go through the list here, and we'll start at the top.
All right. With number 1.
Right. What did you think?
All right. I have number 1 as the Old Spice. Casey?
Yeah. My number 1 I have is, well, I guess I'm wrong. It's gray flannel.
All right. What do you think, Nick?
Number 1 is Stetson for me.
All right. What is it?
Number 1 is Old Spice.
There you go.
Preston.
I told you. I knew
All right,
that.
so
Ding, ding, ding.
let me tell you a little bit about Old Spice.
We have facts about
Yes.
this.
Oh, yes.
Excellent. All right.
It is an exemplary specimen of nautical fragrances. Its spicy amber provides a deep, nostalgic foundation to its invigoratingly fresh and citrus notes. Fun fact, Preston.
Yes.
Old Spice was originally marketed as a scent for women in 1937, but it was the men's version that struck success the following year.
Wow. Okay.
All right.
There's a great reference to Old Spice in it was Hannibal, I think, was the movie, and Hannibal goes to Jack Crawford. He goes, that's the same atrocious aftershave you wore in court. One with a little ship on the bottle, I believe. Something a child might buy someone for a birthday.
That's great.
I told you I'd nail that one, no problem.
All right.
That's by far the easiest one for me.
Me and my older brother tricked my younger brother into drinking Old Spice one time.
Casey.
By the way,
Yeah.
I told Kathy, and she was not aware of this. Aquavelva and some of the really cheap colognes.
Oh, yeah. People drank
Winos
them.
would drink them, yeah.
Okay.
And by the way, you have to hand it to Old Spice. Old Spice is still relevant today. Their
marketing.
Their marketing is fantastic. They make. I will buy their underarm deodorant sometimes. Terry Crews was a spokesperson for them.
Do you know a catchphrase that's right on their site is, if your grandfather didn't wear it, you wouldn't be here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, which
All
is
right.
very funny.
Number 2?
Number 2.
All right, Casey, what do you think number 2 was?
We all know what it is.
What
It's
is it?
Dracar.
I put Dracar.
It's Dracar.
All right.
Home run for you guys. That's clearly one that stands out. Drakkar debuted in 1982 from Gary LaRoche. Drakkar Noir, an utterly unique scent that focuses on themes of masculinity, sensuality, decadence, darkness, and lust. Interesting fact, Preston.
And lust.
The name Drakkar is derived from the word Drekkar, a type of Viking longship involving the virile charm associated with Viking warriors.
It sounds like something out of Game of Thrones, like a dragon, Drakkar.
Yes.
You know, something like
I
that.
wore Drakkar Noir
Yeah.
for a while.
Yeah.
I like the smell, and it's still pretty relevant. All right. What'd you
Number
say for
three.
number 3?
Nick, why don't you begin?
I thought that was Old Spice, so I'm already wrong there.
All right, this one, number 3, this was the toss-up. It was either going to be Royal Copenhagen, which I'm not familiar with, or Stetson. I went with Royal Copenhagen as number 3.
And I went with Stetson.
All right.
Preston's right.
There you go.
Oh, man. Preston, you are
Number
tracking.
3 is you're
By the way, I'm going to ace this.
Yeah.
I'll get the other 2.
You are.
For sure.
Royal Copenhagen, launched by the design house of Royal Copenhagen in 1970. Royal Copenhagen is classified as a refined oriental woody fragrance. This masculine scent possesses a blend of orange, lemon, jasmine moss, and amber. It is recommended for evening wear. There you go.
Did you get any splooge? Isn't there one called?
Splooge.
No, that's Jupe. I'm sorry, we're going
yes.
to do that a little
That's
bit later
the next
on.
round.
All right, so
All right, number 4.
Number 4. All right, I'll begin with that one. So this one, because I couldn't choose between Royal Copenhagen, I had a feeling that number 4 might be this one. It just had a familiar scent to it more so than number 3. So I went with Stetson for number 4.
And
Casey?
I was wrong. I already know that I was wrong.
And
so
Nick,
I went with Royal
you'd be
Copenhagen.
wrong as
And
well.
so did I, yeah. So I
right.
think Casey and I are going to go 1 for 5, and Preston's going to go 5
Preston.
for
Yeah, but
5.
the next
He
one,
got
I
it
think I'm
again,
gonna-
Stetson. Yes.
Stetson!
Yes.
All right.
Stetson debuted in 1981. Probably would have hit in the realm when you guys were really using a lot of, you were starting your cologne using,
Yeah.
right? The cologne captures the spirit of the Western frontiers, Preston, landscapes and the smell of sage after a downpour. Stetson set a new legacy in motion.
After a downpour.
Yes.
Wait, let me-
Has to be after a downpour.
I'm going to snip that again while you're describing this and see if I pick up on any
All
of
right,
those
so
notes.
it captures the spirit of Western frontiers landscapes and the smell of sage after a downpour.
You know what? When you say it like that and I'm smelling it at the same time,
Well, you would know what sage.
I know what sage smells
Yeah.
like. I'm picking
By
up
the way,
a tiny
would
bit
you
of
do,
that.
and I didn't put all of them in, but they all have basically it's like a 3-tier scent combination,
Okay.
like almost like a major, a middle, and a minor, and it's amazing. That
By the way,
they put that amount of work into it.
there are people that it is their job to determine what these combinations are, and they'll test them regularly, and they get paid handsomely. I mean, a lot of money to be able to pick up on certain notes of scent.
Absolutely.
And they're
Like-
tested to make sure that they are indeed, they have that sharp of a note.
You had a story about, I think, one of the world's premier fragrance experts who worked. I forget what it was more for women's perfumes, but they were making lots of money. Do you remember the ad campaign for Stetson?
No.
Which was the
cowboy.
Well, the woman like calls into the radio station, and the guy left his hat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
he had a good smell about him.
But it was a cowboy hat, right?
Yes.
Okay,
It was
all
a
right.
Stetson hat.
It's a
yeah.
Stetson, of course.
Oh, there that makes sense.
I would just like to point out that I got 100%.
Yeah!
I got an A+ on that.
I think next
wow.
round I'm going to get an A+.
All right,
Okay.
next round. We tried
All right.
to break them up because
All right.
remembering
So-
what you guys.
Gray flannel was 5?
Oh, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
yeah, we didn't get to go to that. I'm sorry. So number 5 out of
by default.
All right,
default
yeah.
is number 5.
was gray flannel. That was my scent. I loved gray flannel.
Would you like to hear the history of gray
And
flannel?
I hope that I get to keep this bottle when we're done.
I think we'll work something out.
Okay. All right.
Launched in 1975 by Jeffrey Bean. Okay. Gray flannel is classified as a luxurious woody fragrance. This masculine scent possesses a blend of lemon, orange, violet, cinnamon, Nick, you were bringing up
okay.
cinnamon, and rose, accompanied by woody notes of oak and sandalwood.
Oh. By the way, somebody texted in and said Captain Blackfingers just used all these heavily to cover up that skunk and burnt rubber smell.
Oh, they know you so well.
Yeah.
One of the things I loved about gray flannel was it came in a little flannel
little bag,
bag.
yeah.
A little gray
Yeah, yeah.
flannel bag.
Good marketing.
Yeah, and I dug that. So we're looking at two different pictures. I used the one on the left here in that darker bottle.
Yeah, I think that's what we have.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you know
Well
what?
done, Preston.
I
You-
like this.
Yeah,
I
there's-
like that scent.
And usually, like when you're going to the fragrance department, you can get the same cologne in two different types. And one is an eau de toilette, and the other one is a
Parfum.
Parfum.
So there are
and one
these
of them is
distinctions.
Stronger.
Yes,
Yeah, so
you're
one
exactly
is a more
right.
concentrated smell that will stay on you long.
So-
and I don't know which one that is.
Well, I was talking with Preston. They used to call them like splash-ons or
Yeah.
you know, like Axe body spray is more. It's not a cologne technically, right? It's,
No.
it's
But
the
it
It's
is.
a body spray. It's, that's
there's-
different.
Well,
Right,
Casey's
yeah.
right. There's different levels, and so I think Parfum, Casey, or Parfum is the strongest of the three.
Okay.
And then what's toilet water?
That is water that you poop and pee in.
Great flannel is a toilet water.
Yeah,
It says eau de toilette,
Yeah.
toilette spray, vaporizer. So, by the way, I'm so happy. I'm going to start wearing this again. Thank you very much, Kathy. We have a guest who is in our studio. I've spent a fair amount of time recently watching the Masters Championship take place, and Roy McIlroy bring home the green jacket and also a Grand Slam title now that he has. He joins a very, very small group of people to claim that, and he is going to be in town playing at one of our premier golf courses. We are so lucky in the Philadelphia region to have some of the greatest golf courses in the world, period. Philadelphia Cricket Club is certainly way up there on the list. And not only will the Masters champion Rory be here, but a load of big, big names playing golf in the 2025 Truist Championship Tournament, May 7th through the 11th. And we have the executive director of the event, Mr. Joey Chitwood III.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Really appreciate it.
Nice to see you, Joey. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, absolutely. I tell you what, I'd love to get this weather in a couple more weeks that week of May.
Yeah.
A little more wind would help. You know, we want to give
Okay.
these guys a challenge, but you know, for us, getting a chance to play the cricket club, it's such a phenomenal property, and really has never had a chance to host an event like this. So for us to bring the top 70 on the PGA Tour signature event, $20 million purse, I think they're going to put on a good show. And yes, we're going to have Rory, and yes, we're going to have Justin Thomas, who just won the RBC at Hilton Head. I think Keegan Bradley, Wyndham Clark, you name it.
Oh, yeah.
All the guys that are up there running up front are going to be there. It's going to be a really good show.
I was looking at the list: Colin Morikawa, Jordan Spieth, Brooks Koepka, Max Homa, Patrick Cantley, Dustin Johnson, Cameron Smith, Tommy Fleetwood, Ricky Fowler, Victor Hovland. I mean, all these amazing guys that you watch on TV all the time are going to be right here. I've had the extreme pleasure of playing cricket club on many occasions, the Wissahickon course. There's two courses there, the Militia Hill and the Wissahickon. And, of course, the premier one is the Wissahickon course. That's what we're going to be playing on. So, for me, it's a super treat to watch these guys play on a course I know fairly well. And when you get up, when you go to events like this, for those who have not been to a premier golf tournament before, you're right on top of these guys. I mean, you are walking amongst the greats.
I would say golf is an intimate experience. You're literally on the rope line next to the players. You could be 10 feet away. They're putting on a green. You know, for us, we build hospitality in between holes with two sight lines in terms of holes behind you, in front of you. It's a really great experience for any fan who is a big event fan, a golf fan, or just wants to enjoy a day on a golf course.
I love going to golf tournaments. I've been lucky enough to go to a bunch over the years. We've had a lot in our area, LPGA, Senior PGA, regular PGA, and it's just, there's so much fun, and you're right up on, I mean, like, if you've never been, it might not seem like an exciting event to go to. It's so exciting and so much fun. And you can, walk from one green to the next. You can tour the entire course, or you can just park yourself in a certain location for a while and watch as all the, the groups come through. It's just a really cool experience. I can't recommend it more highly.
I think our fan, you get to choose what you want to do that day.
Yeah.
You know, I like this par 3. I want to watch everybody hit their shot into a par 3. You know what? I'm going to follow around the Grand Slam winner, Rory McIlroy.
Right.
I'm going to watch every shot, every hole from 1 through 18. You get to pick and choose what you want to do. And there's no better property than Philadelphia Cricket Club and the Wissahickon, that historic course. When you think about Tillinghast, a classic design, I think our PGA Tour players are excited to play there because they don't get to play courses like this in the regular routine of a schedule. So it's special and unique for them as well.
I want to mention something real quick, because if you've ever had the desire to play a golf course that has been prepared in championship condition, because when you've got these guys coming out, the course gets ready for it. Sometimes they'll plan a year in advance. They'll start getting it ready. They'll bring in the rough a little bit. They'll change the dynamics of the way things work. So I'm actually playing in an event next week. I'm the host of this event. I have been for several years. I was actually supposed to play with Joey here.
But then he found out you were playing and he said no.
Yeah, no, but he was going to be in my foursome, but he's got another big golf thing coming up. But it's called the Devereaux Advanced Behavioral Health Golf Classic, and I want to give that a little plug. They might be sold out by now, but you might be able to get into a group and have a chance to play on a premier golf course in prime condition. And if you don't know about the Devereaux Foundation and They're amazing. They do work with emotional and behavioral health challenges, intellectual developmental disabilities, autism spectrum disorder, brain injuries, people with that, and they help guide them. They help kids, adults, you name it. It's an amazing group. So you can do a quick search for the Devereaux Advanced Behavioral Health Golf Classic and maybe play next Tuesday in this event right before all these biggies come in.
So you get to kind of take advantage of the optimum conditions and be a part of it.
And then go back home and, then come out to the event and watch these guys play, and it puts it into a whole other perspective.
How many people are expected to attend this over the course?
So for us, it's a bit of a challenge. It's a unique course really in a neighborhood. And so for us, we've been out there begging, borrowing, figuring out how to get parking lots here and there so we can transport folks in. We'll actually drop off all of our customers at the Militia Hill Clubhouse. Okay. You'll walk down the hill through the tunnel, and that's where the main entrance will be. So we've got a lot of great transports available. We expect anywhere from 12 to 15,000 a day, and that is our max capacity. We cannot fit any more on property, again, because it's such a smaller property versus some of these newer courses that are built specifically for big events with parking lots and access and things like that.
It's a gorgeous course. I mean, I don't play, but I've been a number of times, and just even walking around it is beautiful.
Casey, when you were in a fraternity, didn't you do something in that tunnel or something like that?
It was crazy because, I went to Ursinus College down the street. And one night when we were pledging, they kind of blindfolded us and put us in cars and took us to this tunnel, okay? And we had to go in the tunnel. We each had a gallon of beer, and we weren't allowed to leave the tunnel until we finished a gallon of beer, okay? So that was 1996. I'm playing golf there in like 2009.
We were playing together.
And we're driving through this tunnel, and it was like a deja vu, right? And I'm like, oh my God, this is where we were. I had no idea.
See, all the history at Philly Cricket Club, you didn't even know.
That should be part of the prank segment. We'll go back to that. I mean, goodness.
The one thing you and Rory have in common, Casey, you will have walked through that tunnel. I have, what happens on Wednesday? Because I actually have tickets for Wednesday, and is that open to the public? So what's the deal with that?
Wednesday's open to the public. It's our Pro-Am.
Okay.
And so we have 3 amateurs per professional. So Rory will actually play with 3 amateurs for 9 holes, and then we'll actually have a second pro take them on. So it's a good day because everybody's a little bit more relaxed. There's a little bit more fun in the air. You'll find by Thursday they're focused and they're intent on scoring well and really getting it. But Wednesday's a great day to come out and check it out.
How does an AM get to be a part of that?
So we typically have those packaged in larger sponsorship deals. And we do have some groups that just love the fact they can play with a tour professional. And obviously our dollars all go to the charitable side of what we do. So our event will have about a $2.5 million charitable impact on our community, whether it's with First Tee. I know we're doing mutts and putts. We're picking up all of the adoption fees with dogs here the week of the tournament.
So instead of balls, you're playing with puppies.
Yeah, we've got Wednesdays for any babies born in local hospitals. We have a really good time making sure that we leave the community in a little bit better shape than when we showed up. And it's not just about the sporting event. It's making sure lives are affected in a positive way.
Well, to what you said earlier, so this is kind of a first, and then this particular course getting on the radar. Once that happens, can we expect a more subsequent interest in larger events coming?
So I would say, I'd put it this way. Wissahickon is such a unique course. I'm not sure they'll raise their hand for a annual event or a larger field event. Typically, a full field event is 144 players. I'm not sure we could manage that at this course, but a 72-player field, signature event, high purse, no cut works great. I will say the response I've seen from hospitality, publicity, you name it, golf and Philadelphia go quite well together.
Yeah.
And there should be a lot of folks in this community that say, why aren't we doing more golf here?
Oh, my gosh.
Great courses. The market's fantastic. It's a huge sports town. You can already tell that golf is underserved in this market.
I mean, as far as courses, it's not underserved, but as far as events go, because, we've got Marion, we have Aronimink, we have Philly Cricket Club, we have Applebrook, we have, Pine Valley is right across the way. I mean, we have premier golf courses here. It is set up to have more events.
So it's amazing. We have a partnership with a First Tee. First Tee is a charitable organization that helps children, build their skills all around the game of golf. They actually operate 2 of the munis for the city of Philadelphia, one being Walnut Lane. And the charity itself raised money and built their own clubhouse there because that's how popular. And they're doing 40,000 rounds at a public muni in Philly. That tells you from amateurs all the way up to exclusive country clubs there's an appetite for golfer. It's really why we're here. It got on our radar about 10 years ago when they hosted a senior event. And that's when we started realizing, well, that's a really unique property. They don't get a lot of big events, but we could only come here if we had the right kind of event that made sense. And when the signature event needed to be moved out of Charlotte for 1 year only, we targeted Philly, and it was a very quick conversation.
Are you from North Carolina?
I am not.
Where are you from?
I'm from Florida.
Florida. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I was just,
All right. So a little bit about your background. I'm sorry, Nick, to jump in here, but your father, you have a famous father, right?
Well, actually, my grandfather is the namesake, and right down the road in Reading, Pennsylvania. That's where his business used to be. We moved down to Tampa, Florida in the mid-'60s. But I used to travel all through the Northeast, and I've been to many speedways and racetracks and carnivals here in Pennsylvania with my family's automobile stunt show, the Joie Chitwood Thrill Show. So I grew up for 20 years of being a stuntman in the show, but the family ran that for 55 years from 43 to 98.
You might be related to Kathy because she apparently had a...
My grandfather was a race car driver, Ralph Ligori, and he...
I know who Ralph is.
Yeah.
And he apparently spread his seed all over the country. Oh my God.
He basically left my grandmother to
Find the seed.
No, for a racing career. And so my dad and his sister and my grandmother lived in New York, and he traveled the country, and he liked the women. And we later found in life, actually he recently passed, but right before he passed, we found that my dad found a sibling out in Allentown, and we connected with them.
That is probably not an unusual story for racing back in the day. But my grandfather raced at the Indy 500 back in the 40s. Finished fifth 3 times, was the first man to ever wear a seatbelt at the Indy 500. They thought it was safer to get thrown from the car in an accident. Now, in 1946, they're averaging 120 miles per hour around that 2.5-mile speedway. You want to know why they thought it was safer to get thrown from the car? Who wants to get thrown from a car at 120 miles per hour?
Yeah.
They did not have fuel cell technology. So any accident would really create a fireball.
Big time, yeah, you're right.
So most of the fatalities were being burned.
Burns.
And so that's a little interesting story about racing back in the day in 1946.
It's very interesting. So there's a little bit of merit to the thought about being thrown out of the vehicle.
Yeah.
There you go.
Seatbelts are effective. I have a 2-part question, Joey. The first is, have you been to the Masters? And the second is, next time you go, can you take Preston?
So I don't share this story often, but I've had a chance to stay on property and play a couple days.
Wow.
And
you stayed in the cabin?
I did.
Oh, my goodness.
I did. In fact, the cabin I stayed in, remember about maybe 14 years ago when Rory duck hooked it left on 10. I stayed in a cabin over there, but it's a glorious property. It is truly phenomenal. And to be inside the walls, but as just a person enjoying a round of golf, it's pretty special. I will say this, it is a lot smaller than you realize. And there are no level. I mean, it's all uneven level changes, you name it. I think what's interesting, seeing Rory win, and I got to see this in my racing days when I was at Daytona and Dale Jr. won his second Daytona 500. The emotion, the outpouring, because when they're younger, they don't realize that it's not going to continue forever.
Yeah.
And it's harder and harder to win again. And so that appreciation, the emotion that comes out as to what it takes to compete at the highest level, and then so excited he gets to come here and sample the Philadelphia Cricket Club, because for fans, we all want to see athletes achieve athletic accomplishment we could never hope to. And so you get to see him live and in person at the Cricket Club and perform. So it's why we enjoy sports. We appreciate those that kind of raise their game to win something that we could only dream to.
So now you've played Augusta. Have you played Pine Valley?
I have.
Oh, okay.
So in my racing days, I would just say a lot of people wanted garage passes. I wanted to play bad golf at good golf courses. And somehow I was able to work out some trades, and Pine Valley is well, let's just say that I left there and defeated and not sure I ever wanted to play again. But again, golf is such a great sport when you think about it, because at all levels, no matter how young you are, how old you are, you can always play. It's great from a camaraderie perspective. But then you get to see these fantastic venues with unbelievable architecture, and the beauty of the course comes to light, and you see these athletes just put on a great show.
And then eventually you learn that you're not allowed to video record while you're there, correct? Was that
I got in trouble for that.
I have to say this. I give Augusta a lot of credit because, as we all have younger people in our lives and we watch how they live through their phones and things like that. To go to a sporting event and not have to worry about that and just soak it in and live in the moment and enjoy it, not record in the moment.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
And so it is a process, though, to make sure you get through there and not have your phone on you.
I saw a side-by-side shot of LeBron breaking the scoring record, and everybody at the arena had their phone out recording it versus Rory winning the Masters, and nobody did because they didn't have their phone.
Yeah.
People were in the moment while that happened, and I appreciated it.
I think Rory even said it, and maybe some others did, that they can feel a better vibe from the crowd because they're more engaged because they don't have their social media apps open and they're posting and tweeting and all those things. So it's interesting just from a professional's perspective, they could feel the fans being more engaged without the phones in the front of the crowd.
So, Joey, for the Truist Championship, May 7th through the 11th, how does one go about getting tickets, and are they available for all the days right now?
We've actually sold out of our grounds tickets on Friday and Saturday. The demand's been so good, but the truistchampionship.com is the easiest thing to go to. For those that enjoy great golf, this is the place. For those that enjoy the chance to see phenomenal holes and structures that we built. But we have a hospitality structure. And in my years of doing this, I've never had a structure where we could actually put it in between 5 different holes. So we have a structure. It's 2 levels. It's the highest point of the golf course. You can see the 2nd green, the 14th green, the 15th tee box, the 17th green, and the 18th tee box. I've never seen a venue that's in between. It's called our 1854 Lounge. It could be the coolest thing that we've ever built.
Wow.
Because I've never been able to tell anybody, usually it's you've got 1 hole in front of you, 1 hole behind you. No, we've got 5 holes that surround you. So we've taken advantage of this older golf course, and we've build things in places you never would get a chance in these newer venues because holes are much more spread out and it's a little bit more of a distance. So we've got some really fun things, whether you're a grounds admission customer or a hospitality customer, you're going to have a great experience at the Philadelphia Cricket Club.
Will there be live TV coverage?
There will be. It will be CBS and Golf Channel.
Okay.
And so we will actually pipe this out to, a couple hundred countries across the globe, 20 different languages. We make sure that the global spotlight will be shining on Philadelphia, and everybody's going to get to see how phenomenal the skyline is, but also this classic golf course.
Are you making the deal because of the limited area, people offering up their homes for parking and things like that?
So we've had a couple. I'm sure there'll be some entrepreneurs out there that actually figure out their own plan. Rideshare is the easiest way. We did identify something very close, which will be appropriate for everybody. But, that's the part of the sporting event. There's always going to be folks who get to, let's just say, be part of it by offering their homes or their driveways for fans who want to attend.
I got you.
Nice. Well, good luck with the event. We'll all be watching for sure, and we appreciate you coming by here, Joey.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Joey Chitwood, the third Executive Director, 2025 Truist Championship, May 7th through the 11th, Philadelphia Cricket Club. We're going to take a break. When we return, Chris Thile will be joining us, who's going to be performing at the Miriam Anderson Hall tomorrow night. We will be right back.
Preston and Steve.
It's going to bring back some memories. By the way, I got a text that says, being in that studio right now would be my nightmare. I'm extremely allergic to fragrance like anaphylactic, EpiPen, go to the ER.
My God.
Allergic.
They'd be dead.
Yeah.
They'd be dead. Kathy's barely hanging
Yeah, I was
on.
going to say, it is my nightmare, but I'm not like that. I'm not
All
as
right.
bad as that.
All right, so Preston got 5 out of 5.
5 out of 5 for Preston.
Yeah,
Well
they were
done.
2 out of 5.
During this intermission, which, by the way, we can all smell our coffee grounds here.
Okay, good.
Kathy we'll take this time to mention a winter activity or something that you participated in, correct?
Yes. So last night, I wanted to get the picture ready. We will put it up on social media. But so this weekend is Chestnut Hill on Ice. It's an event that's taking place. It's on Friday and Saturday. Friday night tonight and all day tomorrow. And they have, live ice carvings. There's ice sculptures all down Germantown. At Laurel Gardens, they have little, they'll have some little huts where some of the businesses are selling things. But I went last night for a preview, and they did a WMMR ice sculpture.
No way.
Yeah, so I got a picture of it. It's really cool. It's
You have
going
it
to
right
be
there?
Yeah, it's gonna. No, I'll pull it up, Steve. So it'll be out there this weekend. And then we went to a brand new restaurant. It just opened. It's called Adelina's. It's right on Germantown. It's a beautiful restaurant. The owner did such a nice job renovating it. The food was delicious. The drinks were great. But Steve, you have a little connection to this person. I don't know if you'll remember him because he was a kid, but his family owned Bella Trattoria.
Oh, yes.
In
Yeah,
Manioc. He goes, I remember Steve coming in all the time. Steve and Claire.
Yeah.
They would come in. He's like, they would get takeout. They'd sit and eat.
Yeah, we love that restaurant.
I would go
So
there all
it's-
the time too when my wife lived in
So
Manioc.
did-
Oh my
so did
God!
we. Yeah. So he's
I was so sad when they went away. It was a great Italian
when they
restaurant.
closed. So
Yeah.
the son is the owner, and he's also married to our friend Andrea from the Flyers.
No way.
Yeah.
What the hell?
So I'm telling you, this restaurant was. It was awesome. Like, it looked like it. I'm so happy that it's in Chestnut Hill. You know, it's such a great.
I'm thrilled now too.
Yeah,
because
great.
I live I'm 2 miles away. Yeah.
Yeah, so such a great little neighborhood. But this Chestnut Hill on Ice, again, like I said, it's tonight and tomorrow. They're doing live ice carvings. There's like one of the synthetic ice skating rinks. Everybody, there's warming stations all down Germantown in front of all the
Is it going
shopping.
to be open? I mean, if the weather's inclement, will they still keep going? Because it's ice, it's snow stuff
Yeah,
anyway.
So they're,
I mean,
hoping, they're hoping they can get it in tonight. It starts at 5
All right.
tonight. So they're hoping they can get a little bit of the event in tonight. And then by tomorrow, that's what they were saying. They were worried about the snow, but they're going to try to clear everything out so people can come out.
That's
Very
awesome.
cool.
That's awesome.
I love
Yeah.
that stuff. There's some impressive things when you see those ice sculptures.
The ice sculptures, yeah.
I love
And they also did Jen Fred's face yesterday. I got a picture of that.
Wow.
Yeah. So the guy apparently is amazing and has been he goes all over the place carving these big ice sculptures. So,
Excellent.
yeah.
Well, we got sniffing to do.
Yeah, we do.
WMMR.
Round
we do.
two.
We're gonna continue the sniff test. By the way, here's a text that explains perfume.
Not quite right.
No?
No.
Okay.
Eau de parfum and perfume. I'm sorry. Eau de toilette and parfum are different, but they're based in the same thing. Eau de toilette is just more diluted, so it's more.
Okay.
It's with toilet water they dilute it, right?
Well, essentially, they just parfum is stronger.
Sure, that
than
makes
eau de
sense.
toilette. Yeah.
We just scooped this out of the toilet.
Yes.
And put it in there.
Smell
Is
it.
there such a thing as prison cologne, Preston? If they're making prison wine,
There's
right?
got to be. All right, you ready for round two?
Yeah, all right, guys.
All right,
Start
so
sniffing.
the cards have been brought in, and Casey and Nick and I are going to go through these and see if we can identify.
Just to let everyone know, Preston, what this round entails, the scents they are smelling will include Brut, Jupe, Jovan Musk, English Leather, and Aqua de Selva. Now, Kathy, is that Aqua Velva?
Okay, I don't know, but so that's what he gave me. So I searched to see if it was Aqua Velva
Yeah.
or not. I don't think it is. I think it's something different.
Okay, because it does fall. When I did a check of these, what we'll call lower level colognes, this popped up a lot.
There's no Aqua Velva in here. I smelled all 5 of these. There's no Aqua.
Okay.
I could identify that.
All right.
This is hard. I'm not getting. I'm not going to
No?
get.
Casey thinks this is his John here.
This
And why, Casey? You think you know several of these?
I'm having a hard time.
So, Steve, I was going to say before is my scent wasn't always like this. In high school, I wore perfume. I remember my perfume was Benetton.
That seems insane to think of you wearing perfume.
Right.
now.
And I actually remember the day where I was like, okay, you can't do this anymore. I went to work. I was working at NBC 10.
Right.
So this was after college. And I had sprayed some of the Benetton and it got like on the collar of the sweater. So it
Right.
wasn't just on my skin. I had the worst day. It gave me such a migraine headache. It was awful. And after that, I'm like, that's it. I certainly can't wear perfume. And then I moved to like the Bath and Body,
Right.
just the sprays, which are much lighter. Couldn't do those.
Should do patchouli. That's always wonderful.
No, and so now obviously I don't
That's
wear
interesting.
anything. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't even use like scented lotions.
Do you smell my cologne that I have 2 colognes that I wear?
No,
yeah.
and I had this conversation with somebody last night. The way you guys wear cologne, if anybody wears it, for me, you do it the right way. You don't overdo it.
All right.
I could smell it if I get close to you, like when
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
taking pictures, but not at the distance that
All
we're
right.
at in the
I
studio.
think that's the way it should be. So you get your neck sniffed, right, Nick?
I love getting my neck sniffed to this day. I mean, I probably started in high school. I'm sure that it's a Pavlovian thing at this point, but yeah.
The lunch lady just sniffed my neck.
I wonder though,
Honestly, like if she was into it, bring it over.
It feels good.
Yeah.
I wonder though if because I'm looking at the Brut bottle, and that's not the Brut bottle that I'm used to
You think it changed?
seeing. Well, I don't know because you remember the Brut bottle was
Green.
It was a green, a
Yeah.
dark green, and almost I feel like you couldn't even see through the green. But
Why are you looking at the bottle?
it doesn't. It's not
It
doing
doesn't-
anything.
Oh, all right. Okay.
But I just looked over. I'm like, oh, that's not the Brut bottle. I'm used to looking at.
Preston has definitely got his nose buried in the
Man,
card.
these are hard.
He's working it though. Preston looks like a professional.
I want to smell yours, Nick.
Oh man.
Yeah, smell my neck first,
Yeah.
though.
No, because I want to see if I can get the.
Okay. But could you just smell my neck anyway?
No,
All right.
that's disgusting.
All right, you guys.
Getting close.
I'm
I got
analyzing.
2 more to narrow down. I only know 1 for sure.
Preston's now. Case, your cologne of choice is in this collection as a younger man,
Yeah, Jovan.
or you're still young. I'm the old
So
bastard.
Jovan Musk. There was a young lady that it was on my diving team. Her name is Carrie.
Okay.
That I was I liked her.
Yeah.
I was smitten, and
I'll never forget.
She said that she loved the smell of Jovan Musk, and so Kathy, I sprayed Jovan Musk on my Sammy. Sammy is it's a chamois. But Sammy was the brand name of the chamois, and so I did that because she said she liked the smell of Jovan Musk.
Wow.
Of these five, which do you guys like the least? Because I have a least
Jupe.
favorite. Well, I mean the number-wise case.
What? Number-wise?
Yeah. My least favorite is 3.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Interesting.
As a result, I think I have a guess for that.
Okay. Me
But
too.
believe it or not, I'm having a hard time locating Jovan Musk.
Okay.
All right.
And I actually switched it. I had Jovan and Brute kind of mixed
make
up.
your decision.
Casey's
Yeah.
got them all entered,
All
except
right.
he's
I'm good.
faltering on one.
Final answer.
All right, final answer.
All right.
It's
So let's start the process here. I think Preston nailed the first round, and Nick, you got 2, right?
Yeah, Casey and I both got 2.
No,
Okay.
we both got 1.
Oh.
No, we got 2.
No, we didn't.
We got gray flannel right. We got 5.
What did you say gray flannel was?
5.
Oh, I did not get that right.
Oh.
I got that wrong.
All right.
all right.
So
I only got 1.
All right. What did you guys say was number 1?
Who you want to start with?
Let's start with you, Preston.
Okay. I had number 1 as English leather. I was going back and forth between it and Jovan Musk, I believe, but I think I went with number 1 as English leather.
I went with Aqua de Selva because I had never smelled that before, and and number 1 I thought was the most unfamiliar, so I went with Aqua de Selva.
Nick?
I went with a total guess and also went with leather.
Okay.
All right. Number 1 was Jovan Musk.
Oh,
Wow,
damn it.
was it really?
See, Jovan Musk is an oily musk and a standalone fragrance. It debuted in 1973, Preston. Jovan Musk is a luxurious, gentle floral. It is a fragrance every man can use. This masculine scent possesses a blend of spices, lavender, and citrus.
And English leather was the one that I thought for sure I could pick out. That's too bad.
And that's the one that I sprayed on my Sammy, and
Couldn't get it.
no, it's just
Couldn't get laid. All right.
So none of us got it right.
Nope.
Okay.
All right, so
Damn.
number 2.
Number 2, I think that was the one I'm most confident in. That's Brute.
All right, Nick.
Jupe.
All right, Casey.
That was the one I put as Jovan Musk.
Preston's right.
Yeah,
Oh,
I knew that one.
man.
Yep.
Brute.
My
Oh,
dad
man.
used to use Brute. He was a Brute
All right.
and a Old Spice guy.
So Brut Cologne launched by the design house of Fabergé in 1964. Brut is classified as a flowery fragrance. This masculine scent possesses a blend of citrus, top notes with hints of spice. Yeah, Brut. It's like, why not name it Masher?
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Cad.
Casey almost had it right.
I had that Brute was my first guest,
You crossed it out?
and I crossed it out.
Son of
You
a
know,
bitch.
you know what? Speaking of stupid names for
Yeah.
colognes, in the movie 9 to 5, the boss in the dream sequence said the roles are reversed, and she goes, "Ooh, you're wearing some lovely cologne. What is that?" And he just has this stupid look on his face. He goes, "Stud," which would have been like what a cologne
Yes.
would have been.
Oh,
called.
my God.
Brute, stud. Come on.
What are the ones in Anchorman?
Oh my God, Sex Panther. Yeah.
Smells like what?
Bigfoot Steve.
Yeah, like a burnt hair wrapped in a dirty diaper or something like that.
All right. Number 3.
I'm wrong again.
Number 3 I put as Jupe.
Okay. Casey?
I'm wrong because I wrote it as Brute.
All right.
But my initial, I was wrong with that as well. So
And Nick?
Yeah, I had that as Jovan Musk, so I'm wrong as well.
Number 3 is Aqua de Selva.
Oh, damn it.
Which seems to be the wild card here. It is an aromatic fougere fragrance by Aqua de Selva, launched in 1949. The top notes are lemon, basil, bergamot, lavender, rosemary, with middle notes of pine, thyme, clary sage, cloves of geranium, and the base notes are peat, vetiver, and cedar and musk. That's how complicated these scents are. That's ridiculous.
What, peat, like from an Irish bog?
Yeah.
All right.
Wait a minute. What the hell does this mean? Here's a text that says Jovan Musk was Tukey oil back in the day.
Oh, for your...
what the hell is Tukey oil?
I guess getting laid, right? Tukey?
I don't know. I've never heard the term Tukey before.
Look that one up.
Tukey oil.
All right. We move on to number 4. Casey.
Motor oil.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Oh, Tukey oil.
Yeah.
So I think number 4, I think that's what Jupe is.
Okay.
That's my guess.
man. Well, if you think that's Jupe, then I'm wrong because that was your favorite. I put English leather.
I put it as Jovan Musk, and so that's wrong,
Right.
correct?
Nick?
I said Aqua de Selva, so I'm wrong as well.
Casey's right.
So
Number 4 is
4 was Jupe.
No, 4 is
Okay.
English
Oh,
leather.
4 is English leather. I'm sorry.
Right. Yeah.
All right, English leather was originally created in the 1930s by the Vienna-based MEM company. Because the scent was similar to Russian saddlers to tan leather, it was originally called Russian leather. Fun fact.
Fun fact.
I'm smelling this now.
Nostalgic?
Yeah, I'm
No?
way off. I'm way off on it. No,
Well, and
that
now
one
that
doesn't
I
bring back a memory.
I smell 5. That
Yeah.
it's
All right.
Joke.
All right. So number 5,
Number 5 is
obviously.
Joke, right?
Right.
I had his jupe. I got that one right because I just remember I didn't like the way it smelled, and I wanted to because it was a very very popular cologne at the time. But I was like, I just can't get into it.
And it was right in the pocket case for you. It debuted in 1986. Created by designer Wolfgang Jupe. That's where the name comes from. In Hamburg, Jupe possesses a blend of exotic spices, florals, woods, patchouli, Kathy, and honey. It says here.
WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. Really quick before we welcome our next guest, I want to thank Anthony Della Penna for sending us all of our Easter cake.
Like clockwork.
Every year he
Well-
has a giant
So,
box of Easter candy.
If you went to the supermarket and you noticed that there was no Easter candy in there, it's because Anthony bought it all and sent it to us.
and send it to us. And if our next guest was here, we'd share some with him.
Yes, we would.
But he is joining us via Zoom. But maybe he's in town tomorrow night. Maybe we could leave some of this for him there.
Sure.
He will be performing at the Marian Anderson Hall with the Philadelphia Orchestra. Pretty damn cool. He is a world-renowned mandolinist, I guess would be the way to say that. And he's a member of one of Casey's favorite bands, Nickel Creek. Yep.
And the Punch Brothers.
Yep.
And the Punch Brothers.
Please welcome Chris Thile. Hey, Chris.
Hey, y'all. How's it going?
Great, man. How you doing, bud?
So good.
You're
It's
doing
funny.
so-
This man, the pro radio thing is the best. Y'all are just crushing it.
Yeah.
Listening in now for the last couple minutes. It's awesome.
Thanks, man.
And listen, I have to thank radio for turning me on to you because we had Oscar Isaacs in studio to promote Inside Llewyn Davis, and then T-Bone Burnett put on that town hall concert, which is where I was introduced to you. I was introduced to you through Nickel Creek, through the Punch Brothers. And I was unaware of you until that concert. And not only did I fall in love with you and your bands, but that entire genre of music I wasn't familiar with, even like
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, so the Lake Street Dive was a part of that concert.
Yeah.
Marcus Mumford was a part of that concert, as well as the Milk Carton Kids. Like all of these bands, all of these musicians, I had no clue.
So this
about.
opened up a whole world for you.
A whole world.
Yeah.
Yeah. And one of the coolest things is when I was watching there was a music video that you guys had done for the Smoothie song. And I'm like, hang on a second. I'm like, is that Robert Trujillo from Metallica playing bass? It was, yeah. So you guys, span all over the place, as far as, the genres. And just because you have a guitarist in a heavy metal band does not mean that he doesn't appreciate, folk music or anything. So how did you guys get turned on to?
Little known fact about that music video. The guy at the counter, so it's set in a music store, like a guitar shop.
Yeah.
And we filmed it on the Lower East Side here in New York, and so yeah, people notice Robert Trujillo playing bass because he's featured. He gets like the great hair and he's going crazy on the big double bass. It was the first time he'd ever touched an upright bass.
Yeah.
Wow.
And so, yeah, thankfully he was bass syncing by design. But no, if you watch closely, there's a guy at the counter of the music store, and that's Jim Courier, the tennis great.
Oh, wow.
That's awesome.
Just by
man.
Tennis great
happenstance.
Jim Courier in the Nickel Creek music video.
Listen, Chris, to echo what Casey said, I've had this happen in my life before where somebody has turned me on to either a band that's been established for a long time or a genre of music that I've never explored. And I liken it to opening a treasure chest. You open this up and there is all of this that is there for you. And all you have to do, you can just take it and you can take it in. Have you had moments like that in your life as well, musically?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I keep having it. I used to host this radio show called, it was initially called A Prairie Home Companion, and then we changed the name to Live From Here. And my job, so one of the things about being a musician is so much of the time, you listen to music almost like the way an athlete hits the gym or something. You know, you're listening to something. I need to work on my sense of harmony, or I need to work on this. And you put on a record and you're like working.
Yes.
But that experience turned me back into a music lover, like where my job was to put music in front of people that might help them get through their days, and it put me back in that position where I'm listening to the record and wondering, is this enriching my life? Do I feel better right now? And the amount of times it happened, oh God, it was so good to get music back in that way, as opposed to, it's my craft, it's my life's work. It's also my love,
Yeah.
Well, it's funny because I saw you and I was watching an interview with you, and you were talking about, with great specificity, about vinyl as opposed to CDs, and you were taking sort of a what I thought was a very fresh approach to it, talking about how music that is recorded digitally should be heard on digital devices. You're a big proponent of vinyl, but in that conversation, you really established yourself as a pure music lover. And so was your first surge of music adoration, was it bluegrass? Was it, what first really spoke to you?
Man, my earliest memories as a human are of music. Like I can remember hearing music before I could speak English. Like listening to the Getz Gilberto, the famous Getz Gilberto record where that has the girl from Ipanema.
Yes. She lived right up the road from here. By the way, she lived right up the road from here.
Yeah. Passed away last year. Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't that wild? Yeah.
Well, so I remember hearing that before I knew the difference between the English and the Portuguese. Like they both sounded. I was just like, yeah, the girl singing, that's my mom, and the guy singing, that's my dad. Clearly, that's what it is.
Yeah.
But then shortly thereafter, my parents started frequenting. We had no money, man, and we were just in Southern California. Dad is a piano tuner, and every Saturday night, they would take me and my baby brother to this pizza place called That Pizza Place in Carlsbad, California, and they had a live bluegrass band every Saturday, and that was their big, entertainment for the week, because all they had to do was buy a pizza.
Right.
And what was amazing is the little, it's a pizza place, and I mean they could be in the middle of like a haunting bluegrass ballad, and you get number 28 pizza's ready, like right over the top of Long Black Veil or something, And so I could tear around like a kid, but also be listening to this music that was not, freaking Baby Beluga or whatever.
Right.
And so it was life changing. And the guy, I talk about this actually in the piece that I wrote for the orchestra. But it's the guy in the band, the leader of the band was a mandolin player. And I always tell people, like, if he'd played kazoo,
That's whole other story. Whole other story. Yeah.
Chris, Casey turned me on to Nickel Creek, and then I became a fan of yours, and I'm a fan of radio. So hearing you on the evolution of a Prairie Home Companion, and then the Tiny Desk concert, like I've been really excited to have you on the show this week, and super excited that you're coming to Philadelphia. But I read an interview where you were talking about when you started putting together the show, you weren't sure that you were qualified to do it, and I'm curious as to like why you feel like you've evolved to a point now where you can, I don't know, keep up with the orchestra, or where do you feel professionally, musically, where you feel like I got it now and I want to play with these guys?
Yeah. I mean, it's a funny thing about a craft where you're always trying to put yourself in a position that where you're a fish out of water. You just want to see like, hey, can I evolve lungs real quick? And I always have loved, I mean, since an early age, on my mom's side of the family, it's a bunch of professional musicians, predominantly in the for lack of a better term, the classical world. So it was something that was around. My grandma sat me down in front of Glenn Gould's second recording of the Goldberg Variations, Bach's Goldberg Variations. It kind of changed my conception of all of that. When I heard him play, he had a very like rhythmic conception of those pieces. So not this free-floating thing that I had associated classical music with up to that point. This was music that like resonated with the body. If you didn't move, you were dead.
Yeah.
And so I think right then I realized that genre, it's helpful talking about music, but it's not that helpful for making it because it's all the same stuff. It's, it's harmony, it's melody, it's rhythm, counterpoint, structure, and just gestures, effective compositional gestures that are spun out in various ways. Whether it's improvisatorily, like the world I come from often, or really getting to dot your I's and cross your T's, like if you sit down to compose an orchestral piece. So, but it's really the same. It's really the same activity, and sometimes you just have to kind of pull your mind out of the words that we apply to it.
I wanted to ask you, Chris, in preparation for you being on the show, I did a little bit of research and watched some videos, and I came across a video, and you mentioned having this the amount of musicians in your family. I found a video when you were 13 years old. And I think it might have been on TNN, and you came on to perform with these guys. So what I was not aware of is that you were this musically inclined from a very early age. At what point did people start taking note of how talented you were?
Oh, yeah, let's see. I started begging my parents for a mandolin when I was 2. Wow. That was about, when the pizza place thing was going on.
Wow.
And they finally realized that it wasn't, like how I was also begging them to be allowed to become a killer whale when I grew up. I wanted to see the world all the time.
Farther reach.
Yeah, but so that was a thing that I was also asking for. Like I want to be a pitcher for the Cubs. There were various things. But I did play. So as soon as I got that mandolin, I would just I sat with it, for hours at a time. With sort of unstructured time with the thing, and I think so. My parents started going like, I was there first, so they were a little mystified as to whether this is just what kids did or if I had something going on, and but they started hearing from other people pretty quick, or like I started playing in the local talent shows and things like that. I started competing. There's all these bluegrass instrument competitions. It's very, it's very strange. You got guys. I'm gonna absolutely kick your butt on Salt Creek right now.
On a mandolin.
Well, we're on Salt Creek like this, dude.
Yeah. Well, the thing about people who show that an early inclination and talent. I read Alex Van Halen's biography recently, and he was talking about Eddie, and Eddie, while he did take to it naturally, what really drove him was his love and connection to the instrument, but the amount of time that he spent working on it. Now, he did it out of love. It just felt right to him. It's not like he's like, I have to sit down and work on these things and work. He just couldn't get away from it. And it sounds like you had the same thing. It was just like, you're figuring this out. It is a love for you, but you spend hours and hours and hours and hours working on that.
Yeah, and there's something that helps the world make sense about it. I feel so lucky. Like my little kid has ADHD, and we've figured out he got it from me. And I just found this thing when I was little that channel. All of a sudden the ADHD I think had a place to go, and the mandolin really helped make the world make sense. Just pouring a whole bunch of focus into that. And I think sometimes it drives my wife crazy. Like if I'm in the middle of working on music, it's nothing else is going to get in there.
Yeah. let me ask you this. You're this, and Preston was talking about that video where you're on. I think you're 13 years old. And the host made reference to the fact that the members of the band were a little intimidated by you. So you're this phenom, but how do you've everything I've ever seen or read about you, you're just such a nice, level-headed guy. Was there any point at which you were flirting with it getting to your head?
Oh man, I feel like even when I see those, like an old video of me at that age back, I see a kid like on the inside, like I come to saying the right stuff, and on the inside, man, I was like, I am pushing it.
But you were. I mean, in your defense, you were crushing it. And listen, I love the sound of a mandolin. I like it on its own, but I think it just accompanies the acoustic guitar just so perfectly.
It's fun.
There's a young group that I'm kind of getting into right now called the Crow Boys, and it's just an acoustic guitar and a mandolin player. I don't know if you're familiar with those guys at all, but
No, I'll check it out.
Oh, I think so they have an album coming out. I think 4 or 5 songs off of their album are available to listen to now. Really, really solid stuff. But I want to ask about when you got hooked up with Sean and Sarah Watkins. The first time I ever saw you guys perform was a song called Destination, and I immediately started crushing on Sarah. I just love watching her sing. Song, and it's such a great song. So, when you are as talented as you are, obviously you're going to be introduced to other talented musicians. So, how did you guys end up getting hooked up?
Well, it was at that same pizza place, way back in the day.
That pizza place.
Yep. So they also, I ended up starting to take, after my parents finally got me a mandolin, I started taking lessons with the guy who was the leader of the band at the pizza place. And it turned out that Sean was also taking, Sean from Nickel Creek, eventually from Nickel Creek, was also taking mandolins from that guy, mandolin lessons from that guy. And then Sarah was taking fiddle lessons from the fiddle player in that band.
Okay.
And so there were these 2 other kids at the pizza place, and they would seem to be paying more attention to the music than the other people our age. And so we started playing and started talking about how they played, and we started jamming. There was a hallway that led to the bathroom at the pizza place, and we would sit in there and play fiddle tunes together. And eventually the band had us up, so then it was like the 3 of us sitting in with the band. And it was shortly thereafter, this local bluegrass festival, they wanted a kids band, wanted like a cute kids band to have early in the day on Friday or whatever.
It's not the Telluride one, is it? Because I need to get there.
Telluride. Oh, you have to. Telluride was one of Nickel Creek's earliest gigs. We were like I was 11. Sarah and I were 11. Sean was 15 when we played Telluride for the first time. But no, it was just the Lake Henshaw Bluegrass Festival. And they asked Sean and Sarah's parents, "Hey, do your kids have any friends that play?" and so they called me, and that was it. We called ourselves. There's this bluegrass band. Oh no, we had 2 names at the point. We called ourselves the Itty Bitty Dirt Band.
The Itty Bitty Dirt Band.
Yeah, the Itty Bitty Dirt Band. Pretty good, right?
That is
the other
great.
one, there's the famous bluegrass band Seldom Seen that we called ourselves the Seldom Clean. Well.
Very, very clever. Let me ask you. So obviously, to the point that you sort of become a gun for hire. You played with Dolly Parton on her Little Sparrow album.
Yeah.
So when you're talking about like a Chernobyl level talent, I mean, that just that amount of stuff going on with Dolly Parton. Intimidated, eager. What was the experience like?
Oh, still so eager that I just like. When enough, so much had happened to me already that it just seemed like kind of a natural progression to me. I didn't really stop to think about it. I just kind of went into the studio with Dolly, like, all right, play mandolin with Dolly now, and she's the best. Everything you hope that she is based on like what you see out there, that's her.
Wow.
There's no act
Love
at
it.
all. That's just, we were in the studio and she brought in chicken and dumplings. Like she's singing. She's not like what star of that magnitude is in there with the band at like 10 in the morning banging out tracks? Like she's in there singing scratch vocals to these. By the way, you could have used any of those, quote unquote scratch vocals as the lead. It was insane.
That's
man.
awesome.
She taught me like she just takes time with everyone. She taught me that wherever your head is at, try and be 100% present with the people that are around, because it's like their attention is such a gift, and so if you can return it in kind, your life is going to go better.
Great advice. Listen, Chris, we got to wrap, man. It's been so cool to talk to you. Chris Thile will be performing at Marian Anderson Hall with the Philadelphia Orchestra. Will they have fiddles or violins?
Well, you know the difference. The only difference is no one spills beer on a violin.
All right, no one spills beer on a violin.
I love it.
That's it.
Get
the only
tickets
difference.
at ensembleartsphilly.org. Chris, if you ever find yourself in Philadelphia again and you can stop by our studio, we'd love to have you here, okay?
I can't wait. You guys are the best. Thank
Appreciate
you so
it.
much.
Chris Thile, guys.
Yay!
Amazing musician. Very cool. A lot of fun, man. I'd love to spend all day with that guy.
And that theater in the Kimmel Center is just so beautiful. It's acoustically
Gorgeous.
perfect, and it's going to be a great show.
go.
We are going to segue over to another Zoom, and I've been told he's at the airport and he's about to board.
Oh, we got to get to this.
We
man.
do not have much time. He will be performing with his band, as we've seen many times, doing an amazing show on stage at the MMRBQ. Ladies and gentlemen, from Alice in Chains, Mr. William DuVall is joining us. William, good day, sir.
Hey, good morning. Good to see you. Good to be here and good to hear you guys.
Yeah, thanks for coming on again, man. So you're getting ready to jump on a plane right now?
Yes, I am. Yes, I'm at the gate as we speak.
Life of a rock star. Do you ever get used to the bouncing from city to city thing, man?
Oh, you do, and yet there's still always challenges, especially the longer you do it. So you kind of get used to it, and you kind of also part of getting used to it is just putting up with the things that are more challenging.
I can imagine.
Diplomatically put.
Have you ever had a chance to see like a viral moment happen on a plane? Because you've been on planes so often. Like when I get on a plane, William, I'm thinking, okay, am I going to get to video somebody doing something stupid today?
Wow, that's a really interesting question. Luckily, my flights are usually pretty event-free. Although I will say that right after September 11th, or I should say like the first flight out of Dulles Airport after September 11th, I happened to be on that plane. And this is before we had, smartphones with cameras and viral moments. But I do remember that someone got dragged off that plane.
Wow.
That was pretty wild.
Yeah.
That was pretty wild.
Damn.
That would have been a quintessential viral moment had we had the technology.
Right.
It's funny, though, you traveling and you out in public. So you put off, to me, I see you and I'd say, that's a rock star. Do you often get queried as to whether or not you're a rock star because you got that look, you got that energy? Do you get hit with that a lot?
There are times when someone will say, "What do you do?" And then there are times when you get straight up recognized and all that. But yeah, the people who don't know, they'll be like, "So what do you do? You an artist? Or you like?" And they usually mean like a painter.
I love that.
Well,
sometimes I go with that.
Yeah.
Oh, totally.
Yeah. So, William, I drove across the country last year with our nighttime DJ. His name is Jackie Bam Bam, and the guy looks like a rock star straight out of the 80s. And for all intents and purposes, at the time, he was. Yeah. But we're driving across Middle America, and I'm telling you, the amount of heads that were turned because people are like, that's somebody. Who is that guy? That's somebody. And we ended up having dinner in Palm Springs, and the wait staff wouldn't leave us alone because they thought he was a rock star. And I don't think anybody really had the guts to ask him who he was. So they just treat him like a rock star. Yeah.
He has to be in it. We're just going to assume it. Yeah.
He didn't even get the "what do you do?" Didn't even get that. Huh? Wow.
Hey, I wanted to ask you something, William. So you joined the band in 2006. We started our radio program here in 2005. We're at our 20 years. You're approaching your 20 years. Is that something that you've thought about and how that feels to you of being almost 20-year milestone in Alice in Chains?
Yeah, it's a trip, honestly. It's the kind of thing you certainly can never plan for, but here we are, almost, and it's a milestone, and it's not lost on me, and I don't think it's lost on any of us. Kind of how incredible it is, really.
I mean, if you think about it, and it's something that occurs to me as we go through, obviously the initial grunge rush and the initial, that period passing, and obviously some bands fell into disarray. And to me, the tale of Alice in Chains surviving and thriving at this point, it's something you can never dispense with because it's amazing and cranking out, I think, some of the band's best stuff. So. Was there a point? I mean, obviously you joined a little bit later on, but was there a point where that hit you, where you had that revelation that this is going to be a long haul issue? That this is, this isn't the soon playing casinos thing. This is a real deal band that still has its place.
Yeah, I would say after Black is Way to Blue and moving into the Dinosaur record was when it really kind of got like, it hit me how what a generational act, what a generational band Alice is, and because you see it in the audiences, but I think it was after that first campaign, going into that second campaign, when it sinks in. It's like, yeah, okay, this is not a fluke. This is just kind of what it is.
Yeah.
You know? And we're gonna get these people of all ages, and it's a pretty wide swath of people, and you can go all over the world, and people are going to show up, and it's going to be a multi-generational thing everywhere you go. And yeah, I think that really started to hit me around the Dinosaur record.
Yeah, I can.
The first time you don't even know, like it might be a fluke. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
The first time it's just sort of like, yeah. And
I mean,
there was so much noise going on around that Black is Way to Blue record that everything was flying by us so fast that a lot of it couldn't even process. But by the Dinosaur record, you could start to process it.
Yeah, I think anybody in any sort of media or entertainment or whatever, you go through that phase where you're like, okay, so was this all there is? But there is more. I wanted to ask you, when you are performing, because there is a rich library of material to pull on. What is there that one song, that one point in the evening that you say, okay, here's where I can go, here's where I can let loose?
Well, they're all kind of. I mean, pretty much all of them are pretty challenging in that way. It's like, I mean, there's really not a lot of downtime.
Not a lot of downtime. Is there one that you enjoy?
I get to relax.
Yeah. Is there a song you specifically that you just love to perform? I know you love to sing them all, but is there one that just is a bit above the others?
Yeah, I got to say, there's a few where it's like, oh, that's always a fun time. I really always enjoy, like for a deep cut, I always enjoy the song Dirt. I also really enjoy Last of My Kind, Black is Way to Blue.
Nice.
I enjoy Never Fade off of Rainier Fog. It's there's, like I said, there's the ones you can't leave the stage without playing, like, Wood, Man in the Box, and Rooster. And those are always cool too, even though you know that it's kind of required playing.
They're crowd pleasers.
They're crowd pleasers, yeah.
You know that, but the energy of the audience in every town and every show kind of makes it new again. So it's kind of cool,
I love that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, listen, we know you're traveling. We know you're busy. It sounds like you might actually be on the plane now. Did you board yet?
I am.
Okay.
I boarded while we were talking.
I heard that telltale ding there for a moment.
Yes.
And I'm like, okay. Yeah. So you probably don't want to.
It was.
You probably don't want to sit there
It was
all.
a pro move. You got a glimpse behind the glamour.
Well, you're probably sitting in first class, though, right?
Right.
I'm not complaining.
No, it's okay.
Fair enough, man.
We don't want you to be the subject of a video where this guy wouldn't shut up on his phone next to me.
Yeah, I'll be the viral moment.
You'll be the viral moment. Oh my God. Well, listen.
Get a headline, man. Yeah.
I love it. Well, William, we'll let you settle in and get on your travels, but we're stoked to see you and the guys in Philadelphia on May 10th. You always put on a phenomenal show, and we're excited that you're a part of the lineup. So thank you, man.
Right on, man. It's always great to play the MMRBQ, and it's great to talk to you guys again, and we look forward to seeing you.
All right, excellent, bud. Safe travels. We'll see you on the 10th. All right.
Right on.
Excellent.
Okay.
William DuVall, guys. Alice in Chains. I don't want to have him sit there in first class and just blah, 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 while the guys are sitting around.
Son of a bitch won't shut up.
Super nice guy, though. And you're right. He's got just this rock star vibe.
Does, yeah.
You can just tell by the way he looks. Hey, we have a moment. I wanted to play some audio.
Yeah?
Yes. So Nick sent us this. It's making the rounds. There was a video of these two women in Australia that were doing a television interview. They were talking about getting carjacked, and you think, okay, these people are going to be, telling their story one at a time. What's going on? What happened? What traumatic event took place? Well, these two ladies are identical twins. They're identical twins with the exact same hairstyles, the exact same clothes, and they're telling the exact same story at the exact same time.
Crazy.
And you can tell this is not rehearsed because some of it is they're saying a couple of different things, but they're not finishing what each other is saying. They're saying it at the same time.
In unison.
And they're together.
Yeah.
They're together.
Okay.
They're standing side by side, and this made it all over the place. Kathy, here's the video up here, but it made me think of what they classically refer to as twin speak or twin sync, where they are they're
where they plan that ahead of time and they say the same things at the same time because people know it looks creepy and weird. They're telling a story. And like the other can't help speaking. Like they
so they're not doing it purposely?
No, they're both telling the story. And for whatever reason, I think they must be a little odd in their relationship in that they speak at the same time. So let me play this for you, Kathy, because it's pretty wild.
I didn't see it.
All right, here we go.
And one guy, he was up there with our mum, and he went up there, and he was coming back down towards us, and he goes, "Run! He's got a gun!" and our heart started to pound, and I said, "Oh, Mum, where's Mum?"
I mean, the one is trying to take the lead, and the other one is just saying what she's saying at the same time.
But the fact that they both were the same inflection, he's got a gun.
Yeah.
Mom.
Stop.
Yeah.
Don't run. I mean, all right, so this continues. It goes on for a while.
And poor Mum was stuck up there, but apparently our brave Mum, she goes, "Are you all right?" Because he had all blood all over his face. And he goes, "I'll shoot you." She goes, "Hey, I'm here to help." And Mum distracted him to make him look the other way, and he looked the other way, and Mum ran into the bush behind the fence. And the guy goes to her, "I'll find you and I'll shoot you." All I was thinking about when we were running, I hope he doesn't fire. Yeah, we were so blessed.
How close to him do you think you were?
Well, see, he was up there, and we were past our when you drive away. You don't think of all of that at the time. No, you just run for your safety.
By the way, they also do. They also do hand gestures at the same time, but they did it in a mirrored way. So one's using the right hand, one uses the left hand.
You ever seen a group of starlings flock together? And,
yes.
There are these brain waves and sensory information that the birds can pass from one another, so they all know which direction to turn at the exact same time. There's got to be something happening between twins where they can sense one another and the direction that they're about to say before they say it. Something has to happen in their genetic code because it's not like they know exactly what's going to happen next. They are in unison.
Yeah.
It's not somebody trying to finish the other person's sentence. It's not somebody trying to talk over somebody else or interrupt the other person. They're doing it at the same time, and their brains just have to be functioning in the exact same way at the exact same time in order to make that happen.
There was a TikTok trend not that long ago where they would take twin kids, babies, in toddlers, and they'd put them on either side of a door or either side of a wall, and the mom would tell them to do something, dance, turn around, lift one leg, and they would turn in the same direction, they would lift the same leg, they would dance the same way.
Wow.
And they couldn't see each other.
Wow.
That's cool.
It is pretty wild. I mean, you go like to the classic tale of again, twin speak, like the Corsican brothers, or this sort of connection that exists. It's there, to varying degrees.
The twin speak thing is interesting because it happens when they're toddlers and not yet worked out all of language.
Yeah.
And they speak in gibberish and understand each other.
Yeah.
It's like zubi dabba dubba da. It's like somebody speaking in tongues. And exactly. And they do it to each other. And I talked to my uncles who are twins, and I asked them about that one time. I'm like, do you guys remember doing that at all? They were like, no, I don't remember any of that.
Remember, there's this, well, it's kind of what in Wedding Crashers, she has it's not twin speak, but she has her language that she developed.
It speaks to an
imaginary friend.
Imaginary friend, yes.
Yeah, so my nephews are twins, and they are just a couple of months younger than Avery. And Avery you were able to have a full-on conversation with her at 2 years old. And these guys, they just talked to each other, and that was it. And they had their own speak. They didn't actually speak until much, much later on, which was actually kind of like, for my sister-in-law, she would see Avery having a full-on conversation. She's like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah.
Yeah, my brother has twin 3-year-olds right now. They're a boy and a girl, so it's a bit different than this. These look like they were identical twins, but just the way they communicate with each other, they speak very well. They've been speaking since they were very young, but the way they communicate with each other, like just to watch them is pretty amazing. Even just a normal conversation and them playing, and they don't know you're watching. I mean, it really is just such
Auntie Kathy, I've defecated in my pants.
No, but it is such a special bond. It's different than another sibling.
Yes.
I mean, that's your twin.
Yeah, that is a genetic reflection of you.
So when the girl I dated years ago, she had twin brothers, and I love this because the dad he had fun with it. He's like, okay, the boys need winter jackets, and he would take them to the store separately. And he would, take them to the winter jacket section and see if they would pick the same jacket. And they did.
And they did.
Yeah. Like all the he would do this all the time. And, it might be like the same jacket, different color, or, something
This
along
is your
those
girlfriends at the time, they were brothers?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
By the way, Nick pulled this up. The birds, the flocks, is called murmurations. And they're not just starlings, but some other ones can do that as well, where it's pretty wild when you see that.
Yeah, it
is.
Because they make these bizarre shapes in the sky.
It's astonishing.
It's hypnotic and really beautiful to see when it takes place. Wow.
I wonder if you can hire them to spell out things.
Right?
Starlings,
Wouldn't
yeah.
that be cool if you could get them to do that?
But you have been in conversations with people who are not twins who do exactly what these ladies are doing, where you're talking to somebody and then they finish your sentence for you.
Yes.
Yeah.
When I'm trying to say something right now.
Yeah.
And you know what I'm going to say before
Yeah.
No, I was trying to get him to do it. I saw an article not that long ago about one of the things that people need to work on is talking over other people. We have a system here on the show. We raise our hands. It's a different story. It'd be weird if you were doing that in person, but we still do it when we are amongst each other and the mics are off from time to time. We'll raise a finger when who's up next.
All the time.
Yeah.
I'm terrible at it. And I think apparently I have off the charts ADD or HD or syphilis, whatever I have.
One of those.
And it can literally be excruciating for me waiting for someone to complete a sentence that I know how it's going to end.
Right.
And it's something I have to control. It's not anyone else's fault, and I feel terrible when I do it. But it is I understand the inclination. Also on a comedic level, if I've got something that I as a punch or whatever, I want to get it out. But I get it. I get that rush. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It takes practice, and especially if you're speaking to somebody on the phone, there's the slightest delay in the conversation, because this happens with my sister a lot, and I'll realize that there's a delay. I know what to do when that happens.
They don't.
They don't know what to do, because we, in the broadcast industry, a lot of times when you're relaying to someone, there is a slight delay, and you have to finish your thought, and you have to wait. And the inclination is to jump in again because you haven't heard anything yet, but they haven't finished hearing what you have already said, and they're waiting to respond to you. So there's a little game at play there.
You know what you should do? You should pretend there's a delay when there isn't.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
That's a great idea.
I'm sorry, there's a delay. Could you repeat that?
Yeah.
There's a guy that Casey and I know, and I pointed out to Casey a couple of years ago that he finishes your sentences, and I feel bad for pointing that out to you, Casey, because now you can't not notice it.
Oh,
every
no.
time.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
You didn't have to point that out to
okay.
me. It was very, very apparent.
Yeah.
Because he does, he will finish your sentence.
And he's a very nice person. He's not being an a-hole. I think, Steve, it's what you were talking about earlier. He feels a bit of a compulsion, and there's no controlling it unless you actively have mindfulness and an attempt to control it.
And I have a good friend who does that. I can't bring it to myself to tell them that, though. You know what I mean?
When you're talking to them live, say, I'm sorry, there's a bit of a delay.
Hang on.
I'm sorry, there's an echo.
Do I hold my fingers up to like a
I'm sorry,
microphone?
there's a bit of a delay.
There's a little delay here. Could you wait till I finish?
I have to get this.
Yeah.
One
Saying
of
what
the
I'm saying?
funniest things to see is in movies, sometimes you'll catch somebody in the back who's familiar with the dialogue, and their lips will be moving.
Dude.
And there's a whole
I
bunch
do
of
that.
outtakes of that.
You see it in real life, in Home Alone, in the very beginning of the movie, the kid who they actually...
Home Alone's not real life.
It's not real life. Hang on though. When they're counting and they count this kid as Kevin McAllister,
Yeah.
he's the neighbor. You see him mouthing the lines from the guy from the moving
really?
van.
Really?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, funny.
Okay.
I think I just did it, Preston. You said the other person on the other line about the delay, and I said they don't know the delay. Like I jumped in. They didn't.
And I just jumped in on you.
I finished your statement.
You did.
Yeah, but it is. I mean, there are times there are people in my life who are just wonderful, and they tell stories, and sometimes they'll tell them at the slowest clip, and I'm like, oh my god.
But our job makes that difficult for you, Steve. I mean, we are a fast-paced show.
Yeah.
And when you get out of this environment, literally when you leave this room and have conversations with other people away from our work, the dynamic changes. And so we're used to talking fast and doing the dynamic that we have in this room. And so when you do it with other people, you have to force yourself to be like, oh, wait, this isn't radio. This is an actual conversation in real life.
That's why if you could just go up to someone and say, I've perfected the art of the Vulcan mind meld, and you just hold your hand to the side of I got what you're saying. We're good. Yeah.
That's it. Oh, I picked up on it. And I agree.
Yeah.
By the way. I'm going to play this one more time, these twins giving this interview.
And one guy, he was up there with our mum, and he went up there, and he was coming back down towards us, and he goes, run, he's got a gun. and our heart started to pound, and I said, oh, Mum, where's Mum? And poor Mum was stuck up there, but apparently our brave Mum, she goes, are you all right? Because he had all blood all over his face. And he goes, I'll shoot you. She goes, hey, I'm here to help. And Mum distracted him to make him look the other way.
Did you hear the development in the story? The mom had paid the guy to shoot them.
She couldn't take it anymore.
I can't take it! Looked the other way, and Mum ran into the bush behind the fence. And the guy goes to her, I'll find you and I'll shoot you. All I was thinking about when we were running, I hope he doesn't fire. Yeah, we were so blessed.
Is an arch Aussie accent suitable for sexy pillow talk? You know?
Nice.
Hey, plop your genitals right here on my chest.
Yeah.
You going?
Depends on who's saying it, I guess.
Yeah, yes.
The fact that these two ladies are wearing the same damn shirt also it gets under my skin. Did they shop at the same time?
Well,
Did one person buy them for both of them?
Sometimes twins do embrace.
Yes.
They embrace the twinniness.
Yeah.
And will dress similarly.
Those are scrubs. They work at like a child dentist or something like that.
Or they treat. There's a bunch of baby rabbits, Easter rabbits on their outfits.
Yeah.
No, but those look like they are like dental hygienists or something along those lines.
But Casey, same hairstyle, same necklace, same earrings, and then all speaking at the same time.
Yeah, twins will do that sometimes. They like to do that. So, but it's hilarious. The visual should go along with the audio. So when you get a chance, seek that video out and take a look. You'll get a kick out of it. We should take a break because we have another $1,000 to give away. That is with Preston and Steve's 20 Money. So let's break, come back. We have the Bizarre File. And then at 10 o'clock, your next keyword that might give you $1,000. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
Very masculine. So what is the tabulation here on that round?
By the way, some people are texting in, or somebody did that Joop is actually pronounced Yop.
Is it?
Oh, is it?
Yes. So whatever.
Let's go with that.
All right. Casey, how many did you get?
In that round, I got 2 right.
All right. In that round, I got 1 right.
0 for 5.
0 for 5 on that one. Nick, what's your final tally?
2.
Casey?
2 out of 10.
What's your final tally?
2. No, 3.
3 out of 10.
All right. And I got 6.
You aced the first round.
Well done.
I'm disappointed in round 2, but man, I went 5 for 5 in round 1. I'm pretty proud of that.
Did you get a lot of as you guys were smelling the berry scents, probably more so for you, Preston, were you?
Oh,
was it setting
memories?
off? Yeah.
Yeah, most definitely, especially with Old Spice, Gray Flannel, and Brute.
Any memories of you with a girl saying, but the big game's tomorrow?
That never happened to me when I would have been wearing scents as this. But no, I remember. Listen, I when I put on Old Spice, I do. Like I said on Sundays, sometimes after getting out of the shower and a shave, I'll put on Old Spice, and I think about being a little kid and being in the bathroom, and my dad would shave and put that stuff on, and it's just a nice memory,
I remember I'd be in there, I'd be grooming my dad's pubic hair as I did on Sunday morning.
Sure,
yeah, you were the right height.
On Sundays.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Well, that was fun.
Yeah, there you go.
Fun little walk down memory lane with this stuff.
The name of the guy at the kiosk, Kathy again?
Perfume Island is what it's called, correct?
Yep, and his name is Ali, and he's right in the Plymouth Meeting Mall on the first floor.
Okay.
Did you ever have someone tell you that your cologne was they didn't like it, or that it was too much, or that it
No,
Yeah,
never
yeah.
anybody outright
Right,
say
yeah,
anything
yeah.
like that.
So going back to earlier, my South African friend Mike lived with me for a little while, and I had to tell him because he used so much cologne. I was like, it's the whole house, and you smell great, but like it is giving me a headache. Could you just maybe like just a little bit less?
Just a little bit.
Oh, he was like, oh my god, and he was so nice. He's, oh, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. Like the one spritz less wasn't.
Wow, much better now. Yeah.
All right. Anyhow, thank you for joining us on our little olfactory journey. We have other things to get to, so I do want to take a break because we got to get to the Bizarre File, and we have a few guests that are going to be joining us as well, and we'll give away our Word of the Week prize today, too. And don't forget, it's a fill-in-the-block weekend at MMR. Blocks all weekend long. You don't want to miss out on that, so heads up, you get to contribute to that. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us. Thanks, Kath. So every now and then, a news story will pop up, and I will know that people want us to talk about it because they send me the article over and over and over. And yesterday, it was brawl at Golden Corral Steakhouse in Bensalem, Pennsylvania.
It's a steakhouse?
Well, not really.
We had just been talking about
It's a
Golden
buffet,
Corral,
but
right?
Yeah, but they're known for steaks.
Okay, I didn't know that.
But yes, it's one of those places you can go in and get your steaks, and it's like Sizzler or Sizzling.
Well, we were talking to somebody
Sizzler,
about
yes,
it, about and I forget exactly what we were talking about.
We were actually looking to see, because we said there were none in this area,
Right.
and then I found this one. I said, there's actually one in Bensalem.
And so that, look at it.
And this is the
We
one-
might have
I think we did
circuitously
this.
caused the brawl
So, and how
by
many
getting
points-
people so excited for Golden Corral.
Kat, how many points did you guys get awarded? Did Bucks County get awarded just for having a Golden Corral? I think it was like 10 points.
They didn't get.
I don't think
They
so.
did. No, they did.
No.
As a
Hold
matter
on.
of fact, you
Oh my God,
you
that-
spitefully gave them points because I was like,
Oh, God.
because whatever. I don't want to get into it, but
All right.
but they did get points just for having a Golden Corral.
Marissa, do you remember?
Wait, I'm pulling up the official Word document. Delco versus Bucksco. On 126, 5 points for having an old school buffet, Golden Corral.
Oh
Okay. All
my
right.
God!
So I
and
got
then a
10
brawl. So here's the deal.
You can't take them away.
The way the point system works for
You
the Bi-County Cup is we don't take away points, we only give points. So we're avoiding the negative.
Well,
and we're
hold
only
on. Here's
highlighting the positive.
Maybe this was called for.
Yeah,
Do
who
you
knows?
know what happened?
Now, I saw a Reddit thread, and it was mainly it went into different directions, but it was suggesting that it started as an argument because they ran out of steak. Now, I don't know if that's
Okay,
the case
here's
or
what I
not.
heard. That's very tangential to what I heard.
Okay.
I heard it started because someone got their steak before someone
Oh.
perceived that their meal had been ordered after. So there was a question about
Oh.
who got their steak before the other person.
That can be restaurant contention. When you see another
Right.
group,
How are they getting their food?
before you do? Yes.
Not. This is not certified
Right.
as the reason why this has happened.
It's
but
scuttlebutt.
A scuttlebutt. A number of different sources. Apparently, that argument or that perception immediately escalated to chair throwing.
Wow.
Like it got crazy quickly.
It was bad. So a good source for anything Bucks County, whether it's good or bad, is Levittown Now, and they had this story up like right after it had happened. I believe it happened on Sunday. But the guy Tom that runs the site, at least according to him, that this place often has security guards.
Okay, hang on.
Okay.
I've got Jay on the line. Used to work there.
Okay.
Says there were tons of fights there. So let's go to Jay. Hey, Jay, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Hey, how are you?
Wonderful, man. All right, so you worked at this very Golden Corral?
Yeah, in Bensalem, dude. That place is a barn, dude. Listen, dude, it was like the UFC in there, dude. Dude, they would fight over it. I want my steak medium. I want it well, dude. People were jumping in line. I never seen nothing like it, dude. People were trying to hand me money to give them steak. It's insane, dude.
Did you ever know? I assume you've seen the footage of this brawl, right?
What is it?
You saw this brawl, right?
Yeah, did you see the footage that made the news the other day?
No, dude. As soon as I heard it, dude, I had to jump on the phone. 'Cause,
Yeah,
dude,
it's
as soon as-
badass, Jay.
I
This
couldn't
is
believe
like-
it. I was like, dude, it made the paper finally, dude. Holy.
Well, this is really hardcore. There are people like Steve has said that are throwing chairs and high chairs. There's a guy that picks up a whole table,
yeah.
and you can see a woman come over and go, "Dude, put the table down, man."
Dude, it's insane.
Really,
Listen,
Jay, when did you work there? What was your time there?
I was a chef. I worked there in 2015.
Okay.
I worked there for a year and a half. Dude, I've seen probably, I'm not even lying to you, probably 9 fights.
And would they happen at a Golden Corral? Would they usually happen like
the line goes out the door all the way into the parking lot? I mean, it was hour wait. I mean, I never seen nothing.
All right, Jay, hold 1 second. Preston has a question.
Yeah,
Preston?
Jay, would it happen like on weekend nights or at any?
Holidays are the best, dude. Listen, holidays, dude. People are getting smoked, dude. They want that steak, dude. I'm telling you.
I didn't know. No, Jay, I didn't ever realize that the big draw at the Golden Corral was the steak.
Dude, it was insane, dude. I never knew it till I got a job there, dude. Wow. I mean, dude, it is insane.
All right, man.
You don't even need to go to UFC. Just go to the Golden Corral.
That's hilarious, Jay. Wow.
We got about 50 dudes on this phone call.
At least you were back there. You had knives to protect yourself back in the kitchen.
I had plexiglass right in front of me, too. So
Yeah,
I was like being in jail.
Oh, my God.
I'll tell you this: they trash this place, Preston. It takes about
Thanks, Jay.
a minute and a half, and they've trashed it entirely.
I can't believe they're throwing the high chairs.
By the way, those are effing heavy.
Well, the especially the dude picks up a table.
Yeah.
And that could have killed somebody.
And now nobody gets steak.
Yeah,
like
get
you're
out of
all
here.
pissy
Nobody's
that
getting
you didn't get
steak.
your steak in time, and now nobody gets steak.
Do we have the audio of the brawl? Marissa's going to send it over.
We got about
And
20
look,
seconds.
there's girls in there. Like
yeah.
kids in
Girls,
there.
kids, everything.
Yeah, that's bad. That's really bad.
Yeah.
All right, hang on. Let's play a little clip of the audio. Of the There's a text came in and said the Golden Corral owner is cool. I used to fix his equipment. He took care of us and tipped us. But that place is, well, I can't say what it says there. I can't say what it says there.
Do you know what I'm tired of with the current crop of brawl videos or fight videos? The guy who's always taking it is always going, OS.
Yeah.
OS.
Yeah.
OS.
Yeah, but you know what? That guy's standing back. I'd rather hear him do
Although-
that
Yeah,
than
yeah.
jump
But
in
tell,
on it all.
give us some color commentary.
Yeah.
Remember the Wawa
Know
fight
how to
in
report.
Delaware, not in Delaware, in Florida, where the
Yes.
guy was commenting on?
Yeah.
His commentary was actually pretty good.
Right.
Where the dude let lose
Give
his
us
pants.
some color commentary. Tell us what's going on.
So reading the news report, the police report, it said that they didn't have an exact count on how many people were involved, but officers believe it was more than 40.
Oh, clearly. Clearly.
And the fight left the dining room heavily damaged and sent people fleeing for safety. There weren't police weren't aware of any serious injuries. No arrests had been made.
If I found myself in this situation, I would not be like in the mix throwing chairs. I
You
would
leave.
be the
I'd be in the parking
second,
lot.
the first person out the door.
That's what you need to do.
I
You need to
can't
get
say,
out.
though, if I were clocked in the back, if I just passively was sitting there and got clocked in the back of the head with a chair,
You might
that I
react.
might not freak the F out.
Stand up and throw a high chair.
Yeah, I mean,
Right,
if you got caught up in it, it might be more difficult to leave. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Right.
Have
Yep.
you ever been close to when a brawl or even a large conflagration like this kicks into effect? It's easy to get swept up in it, even if that is the last thing you want.
No, I've been literally stuck in the middle of a brawl that I had nothing to do with. Those sort of things happen in nightclubs and bars all the time.
A lot. You're right.
This is just a restaurant. I don't know if they serve
Golden
alcohol.
Corral!
I don't know if they serve alcohol, but when alcohol's involved, it happens quite a bit. Now, one time I was, and the bar doesn't even exist anymore. It was in Wayne. I was in the dance floor and a fight erupted around me, and I didn't know anybody involved in the fight, and I was getting jostled and thrown all over the place. And the next thing you know, my buddy John grabbed me, and next thing I know, I'm in the parking lot. I'm like, how the hell did that happen?
Good for him.
Yeah, the dance floor where the fight happened, there was an exit right there, and it was right at the parking lot. I was like, dude, like saved my life.
Yeah.
Steve, I don't know if I've been in a brawl like that, but I have been in a food fight in high school, and Honestly, it was a lot of fun. Like, you had the feeling that like it was about to start, and then like you'd see one grape go flying, and then like 3 more grapes went in this direction, and then apples started going, and all of a sudden it just turns into mass chaos. And it probably lasted 45 seconds to a minute, but during that time, it was pretty awesome.
Nick, I was actually in college when Animal House came out.
Okay.
And so, yes, that became so common that the school had to put a kibosh on it. They were benevolent. They were food fights.
Yeah.
But when you're like, you don't know what's... Imagine you're sitting... Apparently, Golden Corral serves one hell of a steak. Yeah. And imagine you're at a Golden Corral where you... It's like going to the Cracker Barrel and having a fight between the Bloods and the Crips.
Right.
Somebody texted and said it was a group of about 60 people. Wait, was this the same one? I don't know if they're referring to the Golden Corral fight or another. It might be continuing from another text, but said that it was a post-funeral group. No serious injuries. That might have been a different thing. Another one says Aramingo Diner in Philly was a brawl every weekend.
You know what was bad, from what I understand, Preston? Up here on City Line, the House of Pancakes.
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
really?
so it was so bad, and I didn't realize this. And my wife and I went in, we were coming back from something, and it was there. Okay, let's go in. And they actually made us pay
in advance.
In advance.
Right.
They had made us pay in advance, and then the woman there indicated that there were people dining and dashing constantly, and people fighting all the time. It was the craziest thing in an international pancake house.
Kathy, somebody says Bucksco should get extra points for dinner and a show.
Right, exactly.
You know.
Apparently, I just got a text from a friend who's told me that one of our other friends actually goes to this place.
Well, apparently the steak's good.
I've been to Golden Corral. Like it is it's you know, it is what you would imagine it to be. But but the fact that somebody was ready to throw down because they believe the other table got their steak first.
Well, and how does it turn into that? Like, aren't you then mad at the server or the chef
Right.
back in the kitchen who
Right.
sent somebody else's out first? Like,
Yeah,
how
but
does
it
it turn
can-
into everyone involved?
What can happen is, you know, somebody asks a question, well, how come they got their food before I did? And then that person in that
Why don't you
party,
mind your own business?
Yeah, might
Yeah.
say something back, and then next thing you know,
It's all in.
people are being absolute idiots. Hang on a second here. Let me go to Heather. Hi, Heather. Good morning.
3 WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Pro Team Collision. If you find yourself in an accident, trust the pros. Pro Team Collision, your trusted auto body repair shop located in King of Prussia. Go to ProTeamCollision.com. So in Richland, Mississippi, 58-year-old Carl Domino made things extremely easy for the police, who pulled him over after Domino was stopped for a traffic violation.
One more time.
All right.
The officer on the scene reported catching a hearty whiff of marijuana coming from the vehicle. Not only did Domino admit to the weed, but he actually handed the officer the joint. That would be what they call probable cause, and the vehicle search was on. And in that search, this guy handed over a joint. And in the search, they found 120 ecstasy pills, over 3 pounds of pure ecstasy, around 5 pounds of mushrooms, 12 vials of LSD, close to half a pound of weed, and 2 digital scales.
You haven't even seen my house.
Yeah. He didn't hand those over, though, right? He wanted to keep those for himself.
In all, the police say seizure
It's
had
like a big drug Dagwood sandwich.
a street value of over $200,000.
Jeez.
A man is recovering after, this is messed up, after a startling unprovoked attack left him without an eyeball. And the alleged assailant with an aggravated assault charge. So here's what happened. An unnamed Arizona man was walking down to Phoenix Street around 1 a.m. The victim told police that he passed a man outside, later identified as 38-year-old Daniel Lanks. And he asked him, "How are you doing?" Lanks, who the outlets reported had just been released from jail in a separate case 2 days prior, then allegedly told the man that he would whoop his ass. The man kept walking, but Lanks came up to him from behind, stuck his fingers into the man's right eye socket, and pulled his eye out.
Well, in his defense, that was a very provocative question.
The victim then fell to the ground, and Lanks allegedly punched him in the face several times. The man immediately went home, and his girlfriend called 911. The medical personnel discovered that he had fractured his jaw when police arrived at the man's house. They asked him to remove a towel that he was holding from his face, and they quickly realized that his eyeball was dangling from the socket.
My God.
God. Later at around 2 p.m., police found Lanks in the lobby of a healthcare office, and he was arrested. He allegedly told officers to shut the F up and that he didn't understand his Miranda rights.
So, by the way, why did they release him from jail?
3 days later,
good behavior?
The victim identified Lanks in a photo lineup. In the documents, the victim told police that his life was dramatically altered by the assault, of course.
Yeah.
Lanks was taken to the county jail and has been charged with felony aggravated assault, being held on a $500,000 cash bond.
I just want to assure the parole board that I'm not going to do anything like tear people's eyes out or stuff like that.
Wow. And Steve, I don't know what he did in the original infraction, so...
He was an optometrist.
A Delta flight from Washington, D.C. to New York City's JFK Airport was meant to be a quick journey, but for one woman, it ended up turning into her worst nightmare. Noelia Voigt recounts her experience in a now TikTok video describing that the moment she was unexpectedly projectile vomited on by a man seated behind her.
Oh, God.
Wonderful.
She begins a viral clip by saying, I need to vent. A girl next to me and myself just got projectile vomited on a Delta flight. She said, I first smelled something weird. It was like someone burped or drinking beer or something. Initially dismissing the smell as an inconvenience, she soon realized the gravity of the situation when her seatmate tapped her arm. She said she gestured to herself and then pointed at me, and that's when I saw it, all over her hood and my left side. The vomit, which Voigt believes was propelled by minor turbulence during the descent, had arched over the seats, landed on both women and their belongings. Instead of this man vomiting down towards her feet, she said he did one of these and then mimicked a forward motion. Voigt described the aftermath as surreal. She said, we literally were minutes away from landing. We couldn't just jump up because the plane had just landed, and they say that you can't stand up while you're taxiing to the gate. Forced to sit in their soiled clothes for several minutes, Voigt and her seatmate pressed the flight attendant call button twice before receiving assistance. She said whenever they came over, they only brought us cocktail napkins to clean ourselves up. No gloves, no wipes, nothing. The lack of adequate cleanup supplies left Voigt scrambling for solutions once she deplaned.
I'll kill myself.
She said, we were sitting there with the full realization of the fact that we have this man's vomit all over us. Making matters worse, her carry-on bag, which had contained a change of clothes, had been checked at the gate. Said, had I been allowed to keep my bag, I could have changed immediately. Instead, she had to purchase new clothes at JFK Airport and carry her vomit-stained coat in a trash bag provided by Michael Kors store.
Is the airport liable if you're vomited on by another passenger? The airline, I should say.
So she expresses frustration not just with the incident itself, but with Delta's response afterwards. So she said when she reached out to the airline's customer service, she was initially offered 3,000 Sky Miles as compensation. Displeased with their offer, she decided to escalate her complaint, and they offered her 20,000 miles, but she remains unsatisfied. She said this wasn't spilled soda, this was a biohazard exposure.
Yeah.
And so she doesn't blame the passenger. She believes he was intoxicated, but she does hold Delta accountable for handling the aftermath and maybe operating a little too slowly.
Do you know any sympathetic vomiters who the smell can make them vomit?
Not that any come to mind.
Yeah, a friend of mine was gone. Anytime he smelled anything remotely, like in school, yeah.
It's not the smell, it's seeing it happen.
For him, it was the smell.
Yeah, but it just makes me.
The sound can do it for some people, too. All right, and that's what I have in the Bizarre File because it's 10 o'clock.
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia. It's time for a Preston and Steve 20 Money Keyword.
Yep, and this hour's contest keyword is ticket. T-I-C-K-E-T. And you have until 25 minutes after the hour to enter that. You can do it through the MMR app or at WMMR.com. Or, if you like, you can text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in the company-wide contest, and each MMR winner gets a pair of MMRBQ tickets as well. Winners will get a call from Beasley, so make sure you answer your phone. There are contest rules at WMMR.com. And the Preston and Steve 20 Money is sponsored by United Tire and Service. So again, the word is ticket, T-I-C-K-E-T. You enter that now, and hopefully you win $1,000 in a few minutes. We'll take a break. We'll get back. We'll ask a lesson question. We'll do the trash and music news too, so stay there.
Preston and Steve.
Just look so nice today.
Well done. Thank you. What's up, Heather?
I literally just got out of the shower. This is not even funny. Okay. I watch 6 ABC every morning, and morning, noon, and night. And they had an update. They had the guy that threw the high chair, and he ordered his steak like on the rarer side. And the guy in front of him, because I think you line up and you tell the person behind the glass how you want it, what you want. And the guy in front of him got so pissed off that he got his steak first that he started the argument, and he hit him. And then the guy defended himself with the chairs. But I've been to that place once, and I will never go back.
So, and apparently the guy got his steak quicker because
He ordered it rare. Yeah.
And therefore, it takes less time to cook.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, number one, I don't go to Golden Corral for steak. I go to Fogo. Hello. And I'm telling you, really, over a steak, I don't know.
Well, there's no rhyme or reason, but if you're gonna brawl, the fact that it happens at a Golden Corral, which I always would consider a senior citizen afternoon dinner at 2:15 kind of place, and you're having a full blown Hell's Angels type Altamont rally.
I remember that one of the last big, huge brawls here that I remember seeing was at a wedding at the Sheraton in Old City.
Somebody died, I think.
Did
that one?
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't remember that. I remember there was some. What happened, Preston, is that the people who were covering it video-wise were up on a balcony.
Yeah, you had a
and they
good
were
view.
catching the whole thing.
Yeah.
I've seen a brawl. Actually, I have seen a brawl take place at a wedding, and it was. Thank God I had no connection to the people. My girlfriend at the time did. And it was the classic case where they get the guy out and he's putting the garter up on the thigh, and the actual groom thought it was a little bit too much.
Oh.
And so they got in and threw down and out on the dance floor. Now, it wasn't 50 people fighting over a steak, but it's like 10, 15, 20 people going at it.
Yeah.
And I was loving it.
Yeah, I've only seen those at bars, at nightclubs. Usually it was a dance club where people are bouncing around on the dance floor.
Sure,
something
yeah,
like
yeah.
that, and then all of a sudden somebody gets into somebody's space or whatever happens, and
that's it.
And then there's a brawl, and then and Casey, you were like your friend pulled you out of there. The security teams, the bouncers, a lot of times don't have much discretion in who they're going to toss out because they don't know what happened. They just got to get in there and start yanking people out.
Yeah. You just have to,
and a couple can get a little overzealous, and it can turn real ugly real quick.
Pain don't hurt.
There you go.
Yeah,
Thought it'd be bigger.
Yeah, absolutely. at the Golden Corral.
Yeah, there's a place in Ridley. It had changed so many different names. At one point, it was a Brownies. It was a Wade's Irish Pub. I mean, I watched a couple of things happen there. I watched this chick just hurl a bottle into a group of. She had no idea who she was throwing or who she was going to hit or anything.
Well, I mean, but I mean, you would expect like bouncers and people to be there.
Yeah.
A Golden Corral wouldn't.
Honestly, yeah.
Wouldn't have a bouncer.
No, you have a hostess.
Yeah.
Or a host.
Hey, if there's a brawl, we need you to to handle the situation.
Some 17-year-old girl.
Yeah.
Braces.
Could you put that table down?
Well, as a comedian who was on last week with us, he was saying it's not the Silver Corral.
Yeah.
It's the Golden Corral.
Right. Wow. Well, this video footage is just crazy, man. I mean, it's scary. People picking up chairs and hurling them across a room.
Yeah, I've been in fights, but I've never been, in the middle of a brawl like that, and I don't know how I would react. Again, the notion that you're not getting your steak in time doesn't seem to be a real reason to throw down.
On a different note, and we'll take the calls as they're coming in if you guys want to comment on this, but it does have to do with the restaurant and a bit of a scene that took place. And I wanted to make sure that I mentioned this. Casey actually sent this story to us over the weekend, and I forgot to mention it yesterday. But our friend John Dornbos,
yes,
oh my God, yeah,
played a real life hero over the weekend. He and his wife Annalise were at a restaurant. And they were actually next door to a different restaurant where the owner of a Huntington Beach restaurant caught on fire because she got too close to a space heater and her clothes caught on fire. Dornbos jumped into action and may have saved this woman's life. According to eyewitnesses on the scene, his quick thinking and action was exactly what needed to happen. Her name was Anna Nakayo, the co-owner of Veggielicious, and the victim of the fire has undergone 2 surgeries, according to her husband, Akira, after suffering 2nd and 3rd degree burns.
Jeez.
It could have been much worse if not for Dornbos's help. He said, the news interviewed him, he said, I grabbed my wife's blanket and I got her to the ground, meaning the woman who was on fire, and was just like, hey, help me out. I got you. You're going to be alive. It's okay. And I remember her looking at me, and I just said, honey, it's okay. You're alive. And we did it. So he smothered the flames with the blanket, and she was engulfed.
Yeah.
I mean,
Good Lord.
Like she may have difficulty walking after this.
Yeah, I actually had a nice correspondence with John about this. Just saying, man, I'm so proud of you. Like, and I said, it's crazy to think that like all of your life's experiences and everything brought you to that point in time and to that moment in that situation with a blanket to save that woman's life. Like, it's just
how
insane.
things played out.
Yeah.
How fate. Yeah. An unbelievable thing. But he was, talk about a guy, his own story is amazing. He steps in and saves this woman's life.
It's fantastic. So he said, one of the things I'm most thankful for about playing in the NFL, I played for 14 years, was just this idea of under pressure, being able to calm down and think.
Yeah.
And he handled it, saved this woman's life. So very proud of John. Always have been.
Man.
So that's just another thing, another wonderful thing that he's done. So good for him. And
We should get him on and have him do magic for us.
Yeah, we should, right?
Celebrate.
Wow, man. All right, going back to the Golden Corral.
Golden Corral.
I want to go to Chris, who's got a comment on this. Hey, Chris, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you guys doing today?
Good. What's up, my man?
So I've never been to the Ben Salem one, but I go to the one up in Lehigh County, and I know how this fight started.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Just like Lehigh County, there's a big line that starts, but the grill's only so big. So you walk up to the grill, the chef, and you tell him how you want it, medium. He's like, all right, here you go. The next guy might want it well done, and that's where everything starts. He wants it well done. Oh, I don't have any well done. Come back. I'll remember you. Like, okay. So you sit down. You come back 5 minutes later. Those people don't know who you are. They all just think you just cut the line.
Okay.
So this is obviously.
But I got it for you. First off, it's against the law to have a steak well done. I mean,
I agree. I'm with you, Chris.
I'm a medium rare guy, so mine's always done when I get up there. And they do have very good steaks, Steve. Very good steaks.
Do they? All right. So my question would be is this. Why don't you place your order? They give you a number like they do in other places.
Yeah.
You put the number on your table and they bring you your steak.
Well, Steve, sometimes people lack that thing called intelligence. But they do have other good food there, too. You can go up there and get your steak and then go up there and get spaghetti and meatballs while you're waiting for it or whatever. Like you said, take a number, get like a digital system going.
Yeah.
Right.
But to have them in line, Chris, and have you waiting or having you not understanding the timing situation, that's like, that's a powder keg.
It is. It can be ridiculous. And then, the grill's only so big, so you might have 100 people in line, but you can only fit 20 steaks on there.
All right.
So when all the 20 steaks are up, and then and then the guy orders well done, and
He kills it.
That's how World War I started.
All right. Thanks, Chris. We appreciate the perspective, man. Thank you.
He does make a good point.
And by the way, I had a scenario not that long ago where it was a stand-in line type of thing. I think we're at the premium outlets. And had ordered something. They weren't ready. It was like an Asian buffet, and they didn't have enough egg rolls done. So I ordered those. Like, okay, we need to make them come back in a second. And I had to do that thing where I had to walk back up and get in front of people at the register. And, they think I'm cutting in line, and I'm actually just going up to get what I had ordered previously. I hate that. It's just a moment of uncomfortability.
It's like the walk of shame almost.
I hate it.
You should be holding your shoes, Preston, with smeared lipstick on your face.
Right. You're right.
Yeah. And what they should do is have a secondary line that is for people who've already placed their orders and are coming back to pick that up. Just a little bit of tinkering around could have avoided this brawl.
Here's an interesting text. It says, hey, guys, I'm a wedding photographer, and there was a brawl at a wedding. And at the end of the night, the Philly cops needed to go through my camera to find out who the culprits were.
Oh, that's
because
great.
they all fought and then ran, and they were family. So I guess nobody was giving anybody up.
Right.
No family.
And I don't know how that ended up resolving itself, but they had to use that as evidence to track people down.
I love those places where there'd be no way that you'd imagine there'd be something like a brawl or a physical fight, and you get one.
Hey, let's go to Lou. Good morning, Lou.
Yay! All right.
Lou! How you doing, bud?
Doing better, President. How you guys doing?
Good. Lou had a touch of the Rona.
Oh, did you? Okay,
I had
good.
The coronavirus.
Yeah, you're doing better though, right?
Right. Plus, I got busted ribs, which is always fun. I took a fall at the Poconos, so
Man,
Oh,
Lou.
poor thing. All right, well,
yeah,
listen.
it's been a crazy month.
But you're doing better. You wanted to tell us this story?
Yeah. So one time I was working out in California. I had a Jack in a Box, and a buddy of mine was working the drive-through. And like 4 guys from San Jose State football team was in the drive-through, and they were busting the kids. You know, they were busting them up, picking on them.
Right.
So when he handed them the food, they threw a shake at him, and the kid said something, and they thought that it was just him. They didn't know that his brothers, me, and a buddy of ours, this big Samoan, was sitting in the other room. So we emptied out into the joint. Like they came driving around thinking they're going to fight him, and when we emptied out, one kid walked around the end of the car. I opened his face right up with a left hook.
Oh, my God. All right.
Right up.
A Jack in the Box
It
brawl.
was a brawl.
You know what? In a way, Lou, you were like an actual Jack in the Box.
Beautiful song from Oasis this morning on 93.3 WMMR. Don't look back at it. Don't do it. Look at the beautiful sunny sky right now. That's what we want. 80 degrees is our high temperature today. Tomorrow, 78. Thursday, a little over 80 degrees and into Friday. And then we're looking at clouds on Friday, maybe moving into rain on Saturday. We'll see about that because last weekend, like the week leading up to that weekend, they were calling for rain on Saturday and everything.
Yeah.
Ended up being absolutely fantabulous.
We could, listen, we're going to get more of this, and the more the merrier. I think we deserve a nice spring.
Yeah, especially leading to MM Barbecue.
Oh, God, yeah.
Yeah, we're looking forward to good weather for that. Hopefully, we will see. But, yeah, wouldn't it be great if we had days like this for MM Barbecue? Which, by the way, there are ticket raids coming up. I will tell you about them in music news in just a moment. We're about to do that. But in the meantime, we'll ask today's lesson question. You have to pardon me. Steve and I are both dealing with pollen issues big time, man.
Yeah, it's bizarre. I don't usually have that, but this year, yes.
I got loads of phlegmage. If you need some extra, let me know. I got plenty. So we'll ask a lesson question. Here's the deal. You need to text the word Zoom to 610-660-9333. We'll send you today's link. Get yourself ready for that because you may know the answer to the question, which I will ask now. And we are going to give away as a prize 4 pack of tickets to join Casey Boy to see an advanced screening of the Thunderbolts.
Nice.
April 30th, 7 p.m. at the Regal in King of Prussia. So the question that we posed to you this morning is, which Russian dictator once tried out to be quarterback for the Philadelphia Eagles? It was mentioned earlier when we had Rob Nero, the stencil artist, here this morning. Which Russian dictator once tried out to be quarterback for the Philadelphia Eagles? If you heard that and you know, text the word Zoom 610-660-9333. We'll send you the link. Click on that. Maybe you'll get on the air with us and quite possibly win the prize that we have. All right, in the meantime, we'll do the trash.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
To pass the time, let's get some stories. Steve, what's going on this morning?
I've got them, Preston. Actors Zach Gilford and Kylie Sanchez, who play husband and wife on Criminal Minds and are actually married in real life, have filed for divorce. Producers are planning on having the show mirror real life by having no one care.
Oh my God.
X-Rated, who is a rapper who spent time behind bars with the Menendez brothers, say they're very optimistic about getting out of prison soon. X-Rated says both Lyle and Eric are confident that when they get out, there will still be plenty of people to kill.
Oh my God.
And finally, Joseph Siders, the drummer and founder of a band called the New Pornographers, has been arrested for possessing child pornography. Siders admits he thought he had covered his tracks by removing the word child from the band's name.
Wow. All right, we will see if we can get ourselves a winner. We threw a question out there looking for an answer from earlier this morning. The question was posed at 8:15 a.m. And if you know the answer to this, text the word Zoom to 610-660-9333. The question is, which Russian dictator once tried out to be a quarterback for the Philadelphia Eagles. And we do indeed have Christopher who's checking in with us this morning. Yo, Chris, morning, bud.
Hey, what's going on?
Yo, man, looking for the answer to the question, which Russian dictator once tried out for to be quarterback for the Philadelphia Eagles? Do you know?
Lenin.
Lenin is correct. All right, buddy, hang on. Because we are going to give you a 4-pack of tickets to join Casey Boy, who is going to be having an advanced screening of the Thunderbolts April 30th, 7 p.m. at the Regal in King of Prussia. And it's brought to you by Marvel Studios, Thunderbolts. They're not super, they're not heroes, and they're not giving up. Only in theaters on May 2nd, and you can get tickets for that now.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, music news brought to you by 80 Moyer, trusted expert since 1939. 80 Moyer Lumber is your professional source for decks, windows, doors, kitchens, millwork, and more. Visit them on the web at admoyer.com. The Cure is getting ready to release a brand new version of their album from last year, Songs of a Lost World. The new release is a remix collection. You said you have this album, Steve.
Yeah, it's great. It really is. They did this a while ago with an album that I love called All Mixed Up, which are variations on their songs. They tend to do a really good job with this stuff.
So it's called Mixes of a Lost World, and it will feature fresh takes on the songs from EDM artists, including Fortet, Paul Oakenfold, and more. Robert Smith said, just after Christmas, I was sent a couple of unsolicited remixes of Song of a Lost World tracks, and I really loved them. And The Cure has a colorful history with all kinds of dance music, and I was curious as to how the whole album would sound entirely reinterpreted by others. Ahead of the album dropping, remixes of Can Never Say Goodbye and Alone have been released, and Mixes of a Lost World drops on June 13th. The band Foreigner isn't acting like a band ready to ride off into the sunset with a South American tour happening and a new song with OG lead singer Lou Gramm on the way. The band is once again hitting on all cylinders. Yesterday, they announced that to celebrate 50 years of Foreigner, they'll be playing a 5-day mini residence in Vegas next year, backed by a 20-piece orchestra. The performances are set for March 6th, 7th, 11th, 13th, and 14th. And tickets will go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. Pacific time. I did not see where the venue is, where they're going to be, but it will be in Vegas, and it is a residency, so just heads up on that. All right, and I know this is a little outside of our format, but I figured I'd bring this up because we have a past with Deadmau 5.
Deadmau 5.
Dead Mouse is the name, but it's spelled DEADMAU and then the number 5. And the first time I saw it, I said it was Deadmau 5.
I would have thought that too, yeah.
But he is acknowledging a weekend 2 Coachella set where he appeared on stage looking drunk and slurring his words, writing on social media that, quote, I don't remember a thing.
So he was drunk and slurring his words.
We were just talking about that type of thing yesterday.
Yeah, blackout drunk.
So the producer's post goes on to say that the Friday night show, the Friday night set was, he said, probably my last Coachella show. The show in question was back-to-back performances from Deadmau and Joie on the Deadmau5 and the dance-focused Quasar stage.
I am Deadmau 5!
Which hosts extended DJ sets and also featured Idris Elba, amongst others, by the way.
He's apparently an accomplished DJ.
He was doing that, I guess, right before his acting career really took off. Presser's an artist that I'm fairly certain his name is David, but he spells it D4Vid. And so I don't, I do the same thing with your Deadmau 5. I'm like D4Vid.
Listen, if you're going to have a clever name and a clever way to spell it and get a little cutesy on us, you should always provide a pronunciation key.
Just be ready for people to say it incorrectly.
You're going to get Deadmau'd.
It's a stupid name.
Yeah.
In a subsequent post from Sunday.
Listen, Fat Boy Slim. You can read that.
Yeah. The producer posted a picture of his cat alongside the caption, even my cat is disappointed in me. Though it could be argued that she always has been. So he said, to be fair, I felt the first 3 quarters was great. Huge shout out to Joie for introducing me to whiskey and carrying my dumb ass till the bitter end. He said, let me quit smoking, do some effing personal resetting here at home, find my spirit animal, work on some new music, and come back better. So he's apologizing. And then one last thing to mention, there are 2 MMRBQ ticket raids this weekend. So Saturday, Steve Morrison will be at the Boozy Mutt on Poplar Street in Philadelphia from 5 to 7 p.m. So stop by because every 15 minutes, Steve's going to have your chance to win tickets. So it's this Saturday, 5 to 7 at the Boozy Mutt on Poplar Street in Philly. And then on Sunday, the MM Army will be at Rita's in Rockledge. And that'll be from 1 to 3 p.m. Stop by, same thing. Every 15 minutes, it's a chance for you to win a pair of real old school paper tickets, it says.
How cool is that?
Wow. Collector's items.
Yeah.
And, of course, the show is Saturday, May 10th at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. And we just spoke to William DuVall earlier this morning of Alice in Chains, who are going to be performing there, and 3 Days Grace and Mammoth and Dorothy and all these great bands. So, and the President Steve Show side stage as well. Oh, yeah, and I need to mention this, that live band karaoke voting is going to be taking place. It starts on Friday.
Yes.
So we are going to go through the singers and get them all put up on this area where you can check them out, and then you get to vote on them. So 10 singers will be chosen. Each gets a 4-pack of MMRBQ tickets. WMMR.com for all the details. And by the way, tickets for MMRBQ, there are 4 packs available for $100. It saves you $40 in fees if you do the 4-pack. Okay? So go to WMMR.com for those details. Yes, Case.
So I wanted to have a little fun with audio, Preston. I wanted to play something for you. It's, just give me like 2 minutes of your time. On Instagram, I came across this audio last night, and I just thought it was so much fun. Now, a couple of weeks ago, I came across this audio, and I didn't save it or like the video, and so now I'm being more active in liking things, so just in case I want to go back and grab audio, I can do that, because the one I found a couple of weeks ago, it was somebody who redubbed a Korn song, and it was like basically if Korn didn't have any distortion in their music, and it was awesome. Now, this one, we all know this song right here, right?
Mother. Misfits, yeah.
I'm not a
Danzig.
I'm not a Danzig fan, but I do love this song, and I think this song is great, and it stands alone on its own.
Okay.
But I was scrolling through Instagram last night, and I came across this.
I've heard this. It's good.
Tell your children not to hear my words. What they mean, what they say. Mother.
It works.
It totally does. Mother! Can you keep them in Mother!
Is DJ Cummerbund?
Can you have them?
I don't know.
It might be. It's not?
There are a lot of people that do these mashups now.
Gonna check your daughter out tonight. Gonna show her my
I bet if you...
By Bill McClintock.
Yeah, this is Vinyl Is My Drug. That's the handle that shared it.
If you were to have released this during the height of the disco era, you might have had a hit.
Yeah.
Tell your children not to hold my hand.
I love it.
Oh, they call it Danzig because it's Donna Summer in Danzig. That's great.
All right. Do we need to hear more of it?
No, that's it.
Okay.
That's it. I just wanted to take you guys for a little bit of a trip.
Some of that stuff is actually really enjoyable. I mean, like when we did the Belly Flop Championship, Pancake would DJ for us. And I told him, I'm like, dude, grab some of those hard rock song mashups that have dance beats to them.
They're great.
Because it's kind of a club atmosphere that we have, but it's an MMR crowd.
Yeah.
And if we put both of those things together, I bet you people would kind of like it. So he did, and it was a lot of fun.
Rest is history.
Yeah. All right, let's take a break. We will come back in mere moments and wrap up our program. You'll get the letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize. I believe Ray Koob is in today for one Mr. Pierre Robert. So we'll see what he's got coming up for you. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Opens up.
Boom!
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. Wow.
That's hilarious.
Was that the end of the brawl, or did everybody get out and start mixing it up?
Oh no! Everybody got started mixing it up. One of the guys went and got a jack out of the car, and he went after the Samoan. Well, the Samoan kid, he took the jack right to the forearm and started pounding this guy.
Oh my God!
He was a tough kid. He was a cook. I seen this
Don't-
kid, drink a dozen and a half of raw eggs one time.
Drink a dozen and a half raw eggs.
All of Lou's stews,
Yeah.
all Lou's stories have like tangential stories.
Yeah,
you know.
that alone would be a hell of a story. So the Samoan, you don't want to piss off the Samoan at Jack in the Box, but you guys, I assume, prevailed and were the victors, right?
Right.
All right, cool.
All right, Lou. Good to hear from you, man. Hang in there, bud. Lou?
Do we lose him?
Lou? Oh, there you go.
There we go.
All right, Lou. Take care, man. We'll see you later.
All right. Take it easy, guys. Have a good one.
All right, see ya. Oh my God! Wow. All right. Well, this one, this Golden Corral brawl, it made
national.
It was viral, and how can you not be, stare at that like a deer in headlights, because it's just you're not used to seeing that type of thing at your Golden Corrals.
Golden Corral, Sizzler. What were the other?
Does Sizzler even exist anymore?
There was a Western Sizzlin', I remember.
Western Sizzlin', we talked about
a branch.
Haas's was the one that we went. Yeah, we went to the Haas's in college. That was like Central PA, probably elsewhere as well.
The whole thing was like $6. You go $6. You go. It's that cafeteria style.
Well, Old Country Buffet was one as well, but I don't think they had steak there.
No.
But I worked at a place I told you guys about. It was called York Steakhouse. That was kind of like that
Right.
type of thing where. You just stand in line, you get it, and take it to your table.
And then you head west across the country, and then you get Luby's, and you get Morrison's, and you get other cafes.
Luby's.
Like Luby's, yeah.
Okay, is that like Lou B or Luby?
It was Lubys.
Okay.
Yeah.
Luby's. Like Ruby. Yeah. All right. Well, anyhow, thank you for the stories, and keep it in mind. Be patient when people are ordering steak.
Don't order it well done. You get it sooner.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we're going to take a break. Don't forget, Tobias Harris is going to be on the show
Yes.
this morning. We're also going to have mountaineer Nims Persia on the program as well. Climbed the tallest peaks, all 14 of them in record time in the world. And our friends from Primo's are stopping by. In fact, Marissa is arranging the goodies right now, which means we'll have some goodies to give away for you as well. We'll take a break, and we'll come back in a moment. Oh, and it's National Chocolate Day.
What? Is it?
Yes, and I think we're going to commemorate that in a moment. I'll explain in a little
National
bit.
Chocolate
Be
Day.
back in a moment. Stay with us.
Yeah, man.
She helps me, and
the
she
only
can't.
way.
I know it doesn't take much.
Kids,
It doesn't
teenage
take
boys.
much. So speaking of food and things to eat, we were in the entertainment report. Had this story from David Beckham, who was saying his wife Victoria Beckham, Posh Spice.
Yes.
For the last 25 years, has eaten nothing but the same thing with for the most part. So
Few exceptions.
Yeah, she eats grilled fish and steamed vegetables for dinner every single
day,
night, no matter what. And I'm sure that there are people that have a regular eating habit. I want to know if anyone listening has eaten the same thing day after day for years, except maybe for the rarest of occasion of breaking that. Just a rare occasion.
We're not talking. For like 3 weeks, I was having hamburgers.
No,
every day. No. We're talking years.
Yeah, I had for at least 5 years, maybe even longer. I ate the same thing on the way into work every single day. I get into a habit. I get into a routine. I'm like, I like the taste of this. It suits my dietary needs.
It's a ritual,
and I'll get it done.
Yes.
So I would have every morning. I would stop by Wawa and I would get a cup of coffee. I would get a non-fat milk and one of those blueberry breakfast bars.
Right.
I don't know if Kellogg's makes them. I forgot who makes them, but I would eat that every single day. And I ate that for at least 5 years. I realized it one day. I'm like, oh my God, you never deviate from this ever.
That's like an on-the-go I'm grabbing. Did you ever have a situation where you ate the same thing you prepared or had it prepared the
Not
same
for
way?
years.
For years.
No.
Okay.
No, never did.
So when we were talking about this a little bit ago, you remember our friend Teacher Face?
Yes.
My
Yeah,
Teacher Face.
yeah. She's great.
She won teacher best high school teacher.
Yes.
And then came to the MM barbecue. Anyway, she sent me a message. She says, I eat the same thing for lunch every single day, and I have my entire teaching career. When I keep my calories consistent up until dinner, then I can go eat like a Viking at dinner time.
Yeah.
So for her, every day at lunch has been the same meal her entire teaching career.
Wow.
So I think maybe the habit of it, you get in that habit, and then you like the benefits of it.
I agree. I told you my super weird lunch for many years was an iced tea, an ST iced tea, and a pickle. That was it.
That was it.
That was it for throughout junior high and the first year, 2 years of high school.
Wow.
That was it.
Okay.
Eating lunch was never a main. It was more, okay, here's something. But now that I think back on that, I'm like, what in the hell?
Yeah.
I know somebody who's a very plain eater and doesn't like to experiment or taste other things. And I don't know if he eats the same thing every day, but like pretty much. Like, he'll have like chicken. He'll go as far as wings, and then that's it. And no, like, mashed potatoes are fancy. So nothing.
Yeah, there's
nothing
people
like
that have limited,
intake.
Limited menu. But that I'm curious about the exact same meal at the same time every day. I have for the past few years now and it's breakfast that I normally eat the same thing. I have a banana and coffee every day on my way to work, like for years now. But
it's been a Quest protein bar and/or Quest protein cookie for about 3 or 4 years now.
I have pretty much the same lunch every day. You guys always see me eating my lunch.
Yeah.
I get salad and cottage cheese and grapes.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
And that's what I've been eating
today
for
it's
years.
Philly pretzels.
Yes, we are. Thank you very much to Philly Pretzel Factory for stopping in this morning. All right, let me get some calls here. I'm going to go to Todd. Hey, Todd, good morning.
Good morning. Sorry to bother you guys at work.
Nah, it's all good, buddy. So what do you eat for? So is it one meal or the same things all day long? What's your regular routine?
So when I was in grad school and my first couple of jobs out of college before I got married, I was on Weight Watchers, and I just found the sweet spot of what worked for me. And every morning for breakfast, I'd have 2 eggs over easy with a quarter cup of cottage cheese and a quarter cup of blueberries and a glass of skim milk. And for lunch, I'd have tuna fish on the thin bread.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
Like fruit.
All right.
And it just works.
And how long? How long did you have that every single day?
So it was, to be fair, it was usually like Monday through Friday.
All right.
During work days, but it was probably for 3 years, 4 years.
All right. That's not bad.
And that's very healthy, by the way. What he was eating was was pretty damn healthy.
Yep.
It worked.
Yeah, well, listen.
Thanks, man.
If you have something like that that's foundational, I get it. The funny thing is, if you have a food of preference and you never veer from that food over the course of years.
All right, here we go. Here's one. Let me go to Sean. Hey, Sean, good morning.
Morning, it Fresbo. How are you?
Morning, it buddy. I am good, man. All right, so yours has been a long run, right?
Yeah, 17 years since I've been doing this job. I've been bringing for lunch peanut butter and jelly every day for 17 years.
17 years.
Without deviating from that. That's wild. And let me ask you, Sean, have you ever gotten tired of it?
No, I have it right behind me right now.
How about that?
Yeah.
Do you get excited? It's lunchtime.
No, I love it. Matter of fact, once a month the company here buys pizza for everybody, and I don't get it. I stick with my peanut butter and jelly.
How many sandwiches do you eat? Just the one?
Mostly 2.
Okay,
at
good.
lunchtime, sometimes 1, but I bring other stuff. But most of the time, it's 2 peanut butter and jellies. It's got to be certain. I only eat strawberry preserves. That's the only jelly I'll have.
Okay, so you don't even deviate from the jelly, or do you use the same brand peanut butter every single time?
Skippy peanut butter.
Yeah.
Strawberry preserves. Yeah. Yep.
All right. White or whole wheat?
White bread. Matter of fact, it's like a Wonder Bread.
Okay.
Have you ever gone crazy and toasted it one day?
No, because I have my lunch case day. No, I can't. It's always white peanut butter and every day.
It's as basic a sandwich. If you were to set off a bomb
Thanks,
in the
Sean.
kitchen, you'd probably have a peanut butter and jelly sandwich somewhere after the in the debris.
All right, let me go to here. I'll bet we have a bunch of people that do peanut butter and jelly sandwiches every day. Latest from them called Afterlife on MMR. It is 10:36 and the Preston and Steve Show. Coming to a close, and what a busy day, and in all the best ways, because we met some really cool people this morning. A full list of guests that came by. I will mention all of them, and then I'll get to our Tattoos Day. But I want to start by thanking our artist, stencil art phenom, Rob Nero, who came
Yes.
by.
Quite
Really
impressive.
unique works of art using stencils. I mean, really detailed photographic representations of our faces and other Philly notables and everything. And he's doing this the stencil a day challenge for the month of April, and he wanted to do us.
We were honored.
Yeah. So he came by, brought the stencils, and we'll point you in the direction of his social media on Instagram at Nero_1, the word 1 spelled out on Instagram. And it was really cool to meet him. So thank you, Rob, for being here. Then we had the executive director of the 2025 Truist Championship Golf Tournament, which is going to be at the Philadelphia Cricket Club, May 7th through the 11th. I mean, Rory McIlroy, Justin Thomas, Scotty Scheffler, the best in the world are all going to be at this event. And we want to thank Joey Chitwood for being here this morning. Those tickets are on sale now if you want to go. It's at Philly Cricket Club. It's going to be pretty exciting stuff. Then we had an amazing musician join us, and a little outside of the box musically for WMMR, but we do that on this show from time to time. And he is a mandolinist of the highest order. His name is Chris Thile, and he is performing at Marian Anderson Hall tomorrow night at 7:30 with the Philadelphia Orchestra. And he's a super nice guy.
He is, man. He's very positive.
But he's like, he's like a prodigy.
Yeah.
He's amazing at his instrument, and he plays in Nickel Creek. And what's the other group you want to
Punch Brothers.
Yeah. So it was cool to have him on. He's going to be with the orchestra. And then we had lead singer of Alice in Chains, William DuVall. MMRBQ, May 10th at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion in Camden. Enough said. Come and join us. He was great, too. It was really cool to talk to him. So it was a full day and a wonderful time. Tattoos Day, so let's give away that. We have a $350 gift certificate from Floating World Tattoo and Piercing for Larry Broad from Lumberton, New Jersey. And he sent his info in, and we have that gift certificate, Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. He's going to get a Preston Steve Show themed tattoo. If you want to check out all the stuff they do at Floating Worlds, you can go to floatingworldtattoos.com or go to Instagram and type in at Floating World Tattoos. You will find them. So it was really cool. And then we had Ray Coob make his way.
Good morning, everybody. It's so good to see you.
Such a friendly voice, that Ray Coob, isn't he?
I got to tell you, William has been a real joy for anybody who was part of Loving Alice in Chains, and this radio station was part of the original fan base of that band in Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
I just love the fact that he continues the legacy of my buddy Lane. And it's really good to see that. Also, Chris Thile was a special moment. You guys bring him to us all the time, but that was really great to learn all that stuff about him and his history. And you realize that sometimes musical genius is now spawned by the spectrum.
Yeah,
to some
sure.
degree. From what he was saying about his story, I was totally locked in.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah, he was really cool. Thank you for that, Coob. I appreciate that, bud. Can we get a letter out of you?
Oh, the letter of the day, huh?
Yes.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter. And the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
T.
Wow.
Because a little birdie told me what yesterday's letter was.
All right.
And that leaves it wide open for the rest of the week.
The letter T. And we are going to give away on Friday a $500 gift certificate to Nebraska Brazilian Steakhouse. And they're in Philly and Horsham, and they've got you covered for your birthday. Get the most delicious birthday feast that Nebraska has to offer, which includes 15 cuts of meat, fish, grilled pineapple, and gourmet sides. You can reserve your table today at Nebraska.com. So are you in today and tomorrow?
Today and tomorrow.
Okay.
And I think Sarah, Thursday, Friday.
Okay.
All right.
So what you doing today?
Well, not much. Well, it's Double Shot Tuesday, and we've also got a chance to give away some P&S 20 cash coming up later. And am I forgetting? Oh, yeah. The
Workforce
passes. Well, the workforce blocks, yes. Lest we forget that. And more passes for the Mammoth WVH.
Yes.
Nice.
And that's exclusive
Invite
to your
only.
time slot today.
Yeah, today for now. But this is really cool that we've been able to pull this off. It's the kind of thing we do, and it turns out to be just a great night. You want to be there, and we'll give you a chance to score today.
Fully plugged in, interview with Pierre Robert, the whole thing. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Ray Coob. Appreciate you, brother. All right, I want to thank
Love
our
you, what
sponsors.
you stand for.
Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin'. And the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. And by A.D. Moyer, your professional source for decks, windows, doors, millwork, and more. ADMoyer.com. Tomorrow is a Wednesday. We'll go live on Fox Good Day, and we'll fill the rest of it up with wonderful radio. That's it. We are done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, friend.